Malaya one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
Hello and thanks for choosing JoyNews Prime. We are your home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. Our headline this hour: accusations of grand scheme in favor of some sitting MPs, confusion in some areas and acrimony characterized day one of vetting of MPP parliamentary aspirants. We'll hear from disqualified MPP parliamentary hopeful of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, who is alleging that the party offered him money to step down from the contest.
I was told I would be paid for everything I spent on this campaign. Gentlemen, I'm not too rich. I don't have so much money. But what we are pushing for is not money. Look, people feel the youth of Ghana are all about money. No, it's about changing the status quo.
Also, Office of the Special Prosecutor cite lack of cooperation and hostility towards its officers as reasons to terminate investigation into bribery allegations leveled against a wealthy businessman who attempted to talk down majority MPs who called for the resignation of Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Also on SML, a GRA saga, former Auditor General Daniel Domelevo says OSP and the Auditor General are better placed to take full control of the auditing and investigation of the deal. And later in this bulletin, Prime Business will come your way.
Banking consultant Nana Otue-Champon is optimistic that loan quality will improve by the last quarter of this year.
General Fisher has got it right that it has to get a little bit worse before it starts getting better. And I can foresee that, although I'm not in the prediction mood, that by the end of the second half, things would have picked up for the better.
We also have Prime Sports.
A former assistant coach of the Black Stars has backed the inclusion of Captain Andrea Yu in the Black Star squad for the AFCON, describing him as a unifier and a good leader who could help the team do well.
A unifier, a leader, somebody who is a team player. When it comes to crime decisions making, you take all these things into consideration.
We are live on DSTV channel 421, Go TV channel 125. Please stay with us.
JoyNews Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out Malaya one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
Now, a disqualified MPP parliamentary hopeful of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, Samuel Owosomankwa, has vowed to appeal the decision by the party's vetting committee after alleging that he was offered money to rescind his decision to contest incumbent MP for the area, Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan.
This is a grand scheme against the youth of Ghana. This is not just against Amankwa. This is just against the youth of Ghana, because I heard somebody say that you are too young. But I tell them, look at J.A. for His Excellency. He was a minister at the age of 28. When are the youth going to rise up and then take their future in their own hands? We are taking our future in our own hands now. I was told I would be paid for everything I spent on this campaign. Gentlemen, I'm not too rich. I don't have so much money. But what we are pushing for is not money. Look, people feel the youth of Ghana are all about money. No, it's about changing the status quo, changing the future of this country, taking the future into our own hands. That's what matters. It's not about what people are going to pay to us. I didn't go into this election because of my pockets. No. In all humility, I can feed myself, my family, and those who are in need.
Now, the vetting of parliamentary candidate hopefuls of the governing New Patriotic Party in the Greater Accra region by the close of Friday is expected to select 14 parliamentary candidates to represent the party heading into the general elections this year. My colleague Kenneth Jesse visited some centers for JoyNews, and he comes through with this report.
The race for the parliamentary elections of the ruling New Patriotic Party has begun as vetting commenced today to vet the possible candidates to lead in their various constituencies heading into the December 7th elections. And here at the shelter in Teshi, big wigs and popular names and faces trooped in to be vetted by their party. Let's listen to some of them.
My chances are fantastic. My chances are fantastic because I have just the one message for the Dominic delegates, that we need a united front to break the 8. We need to take breaking the 8 seriously. And they know me. They know I'm ready to serve them with humility, with love, with care, with attention and diligence.
An age of technology. Biometric is biometric. And the key I have is a biometric key. It's not a key that anybody else can just touch. So I have the biometric key. So it's a Midas touch key that no matter what you do, we can't give to anybody else.
One of the key constituencies to look out for is the Domi Kwabenya seat, where the incumbent MP, Sarah Adjuasafo, will be looking forward to being fourth time lucky, but she faces a stiff opposition in a familiar face in the person of Mike Okwe Jr.
You know, when you're a parent and your child does something wrong, and you pick up a belt or a cane to beat up the child, and the child immediately kneels and says, "Mommy, I'm sorry," you'll be touched, and you leave the cane or the belt. It takes a woman of courage. It takes a courageous politician to accept that I've done something wrong. Forgive me, and that is what has touched the hearts of the people of Domi Kwabenya, and I know they still would vote me into power.
Well, I mean, we're very confident, but at the same time, we're humble to acknowledge that everything is up to God. I contested the first time in 2011. I lost. I didn't contest in 2016 because I didn't want it to look like you are chasing a seat around. I wanted to give ample time for 2 terms before I came again in 2020.
Let's now take you to the Ashanti region, where the Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, Katie Hammond, along with 14 other MPP executives in the constituencies, has filed a petition seeking the disqualification of an aspirant in the parliamentary primary. Sami Benford Dakwa. In the petition cited by JoyNews, Sami Benford Dakwa, Deputy Managing Director of the Ghana Publishing Company, is accused of not belonging to the NPP and contributing less to the constituency's progress. Nana Boachi Adam joins us via Zoom on this particular development. Nana, did you get Katie Hammond to talk about this petition, and what was his response?
Well, Carlos, we did get the Honourable Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, Katie Hammond, to talk about this. Well, he says that for him, for the years that he has been Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa constituency, he cannot recognize any particular day which he had his eyes on Mr. Sami Benford Dakwa. And so to talk of Mr. Sami Benford Dakwa contesting him for the Adanse Asokwa seat of the New Patriotic Party, it is unrealistic because the party's constitution, as enshrined in Article 12, Clause 4 and 7 of the NPP constitution, says that an individual, before having access to contest for the parliamentary seat of the New Patriotic Party or on the ticket of the NPP, must be a well-known candidate and also somebody who does contribute to the progress of the party in the constituency. And so based on this provision in the NPP's constitution, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, who doubles as Minister for Trades and Industry, the Honourable Katie Hammond, believes that Mr. Sami Benford Dakwa is not qualified to contest the Adanse Asokwa seat on the ticket of the NPP.
All right, so did Mr. Sami Benford Dakwa also respond to the allegation leveled against him?
Well, Mr. Sami Benford Dakwa did respond to the allegations. He first responded when he appeared before the vetting committee. When he appeared before the vetting committee, the committee did question him about the petition that they have received. Well, Mr. Dakwa did also question the party executives and the Member of Parliament on their basis for saying he is not part of the constituency. And for him, he says that the party executives, alongside the Honourable Member of Parliament for the constituency, were unable to provide evidence as to why they claim he, Sami Benfodakwa, is not part of the MPP when it goes to the constituency, that is Adanse Asokore. And so all the allegations leveled against him by the 14 executives alongside Katie Hammond are false.
All right, so what did the vetting committee say about all of this?
Well, we did get the national organizer of the MPP, Henry Nana Boakye, to also talk on this development. He says that the party has received the petition, and so it is yet to issue a statement to that effect. And so going forward, or subsequently after the whole vetting process on Friday, we would get to hear from them. We
are grateful for your time. Now we can now take a wrap of the vetting process in the Ashanti region, where over 20 aspirants, including the Energy Minister and MP for Mensah South, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, as well as Trade Minister and MP for Adanse Asokore, Katie Hammond, facing the committee. My colleague Nana Boakye Yadom engaged some incumbent MPs who are hopeful of victory.
With a build-up to the 27th January parliamentary primaries for the governing New Patriotic Party, the next step is for aspirants to pass through the vetting process of the party. At the office of the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahama Bawumia, supporters came along with the aspirants in a jubilant mood to throw their weight behind them as they pass through the vetting process today.
Well, this is almost like a ritual. Positions also on ballot papers is also very pivotal and critical. It forms part of the psyche of the ordinary voter. And so I am happy to announce that I was able to choose number 1 on the ballot paper. Anybody who followed the 2020 elections will tell you clearly that indeed I was number 1 on the ballot paper. And in the 2024 elections too, I have been able to choose number 1 on the ballot paper. It clearly shows that indeed, whatever that you put your mind to, you will be able to achieve it. I have no doubt in my mind that I'm going to come out victorious on the 27th of January 2024.
Oh, it was cool. It was smooth and very peaceful. Like I said, if you know what you are doing, then you can best describe it. I'm the incumbent MP. I believe in my relationship with the delegates. I've spoken with them. I know they are going to retain me.
It looks very simple. Last 4 years I contested. I won with a difference of about 3,500. This time we are looking at increasing the vote. And now we have a new flag bearer, that is Dr. Mahama Bawumia. So we are working in collaboration with him so that we can increase the votes. And we are sure, poised of having a slight victory in Akrofrom.
Look at the vetting process. How was it?
Oh, it was peaceful, so smooth, because I'm unopposed. The atmosphere was less tense, and it was so friendly. It was more or less like a conversation. So it went very well.
Going into 2024, the general elections this year.
We are sure of victory.
You've passed through the vetting process. The main election is on 27th of January.
How do you know whether I passed through the vetting process?
I mean, you are done with the vetting today. And so 27, how does it look like for you?
The fact that I've gone through the process doesn't mean that I'm qualified to stand. You have to go through the process and wait for the results. So I don't know what the results are going to be.
But we should be hopeful that you would qualify. How does 27...
Be hopeful that I qualify. Why should I?
From all economic history and everything, Dr. Mahama Bawumia stands head and shoulders over John Dramani Mahama.
So 2024 is a done deal for the MPP.
2024 will be a done deal for MPP.
So this is a situation on ground here at the party office of the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahama Bawumia as the party holds the first day of the vetting process subsequently to the MPP's parliamentary primaries.
Let's now take you to the northern part of the country, where one of the aspirants contesting for the Bimbilla slot of the New Patriotic Party parliamentary primaries, Alhaji Ahmed Nuhu Razuk El Zurag, has called for calm within the party following yesterday's disturbance in Bimbilla. Now, supporters of Alhaji Zako vandalized the party's constituency office after the party had eliminated him from the list of candidates for the vetting, which begins today. Not satisfied with the outcome, the supporters took to the streets in protest, but calm has since returned to the constituency.
In a press conference in Tamale, spokesperson for Alhaji Zaruk, Alhaji Abubakar Umar, said the party has assured Alhaji Zaruk the process will be free and fair. It says the secretary, Justin Kodia, who gave him the assurance, insists the process will be fair.
He has spoken to the General Secretary of MPP, Honorable Justin K. Frimpong, and has been assured of fairness and justice in the process leading to the primaries. The regional secretary of the MPP has also called, inviting him for vetting tomorrow at 3 p.m. So, please keep calm and relax. Alhaji Zaruk is very safe and calm where he is now.
Alhaji Abubakar also explained the process they had gone through earlier, filing the forms.
I want to add that I led Alhaji Zaruk to submit his nomination form to the Bimbilla constituency committee, executive committee, on Friday, the 22nd December 2023. The form was perused and accepted because all signings were done and there was nothing wrong with the form, according to the committee. I thank the youth of the constituency for their empathy. I thank the General Secretary, Honorable K. Frimpong, and the party executives, both regional and headquarters executives. I thank you, the media, and all the youth of Bimbilla constituency.
Now, former President John Dramani Mahama has threatened to hold to account officials of the current administration found to be involved in corruption. Now, the NDC flag bearer noted in dismay how the national pride has been eroded through corruption and mismanagement of the economy. In his New Year message, John Mahama called on the electorate to vote the NPP out of power.
We've all lived painfully through the challenges the failed Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration has inflicted on us through their reckless mismanagement of the economy, poor governance, barefaced corruption, and profligate expenditure at the expense of socioeconomic and infrastructural development. As we start the journey in this new year, I'm here to offer hope to you all. I'm committed to repairing the damage done to our economy and creating a brighter future for all Ghanaians. In addition to these interventions, I am also passionate about the fight against corruption and uprooting poor governance to ensure that our resources are used responsibly and ethically. I firmly believe a transparent and accountable government is essential for building trust and confidence in our institutions. We will hold to account members of this administration who have abused the public trust by misconducting themselves in office. But more importantly, we would also allow unfettered space for the anti-corruption agencies to deal with anybody who abuses the public trust under my administration. By strengthening anti-corruption measures, promoting good governance, and upholding the rule of law, we shall create a fairer and more equitable society where everyone can thrive. We will reduce the size of government in our bid to cut down on expenditure. We will combine ministries and remove government agencies that are duplicating each other. In other words, we in government will also tighten our belts, even as we call on our people to make whatever sacrifices are necessary for our national revival.
John Mahama has also detailed plans to make his 24-hour economy vision viable. Central to the implementation of the policy is the prioritization of new recruits into the security services to provide adequate security for businesses during the extended hours.
At the heart of my vision for economic revitalization is the implementation of a 24-hour economy. This innovative policy seeks to maximize productivity and efficiency by extending business hours and operations around the clock. Doing so will create a more dynamic and vibrant economy that benefits workers and businesses. A 24-hour economy will increase economic output and create well-paying jobs. It will also contribute to a more inclusive and accessible society, giving people the flexibility to work, to study, to shop, and enjoy leisure activities at any time that suits them best. The 24-hour economy will succeed because we shall provide improved security and public safety, which will require massive recruitment into the security services and private security operations. My government will provide cheaper and more reliable electricity for those participating businesses based on a time of use tariff system. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will benefit from modern smart meters calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours. Businesses that subscribe to the 24-hour economic policy will receive further tax incentives to reduce the cost of their operations and enhance their competitiveness. Financing support will be provided to strategic agro-processing factories and manufacturing companies through the Ghana Exim Bank to boost production, for import substitution, and for exports.
Now, still to come, the Office of the Special Prosecutor says investigation has confirmed that, in fact, an attempt was made to offer money to a section of the majority caucus of Parliament with the intention of influencing their demand on their removal of Ken Ofori-Atta. We'll return with more after this break.
My name is William Satulik, Vice President and Provost of Heritage Christian College. I bring all of you greetings from Heritage and invite you to join us for an experience that is life transforming. We educate compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. We invite you to pick application forms and join us. We offer a variety of programs in business, information technology, nursing, theology and ministry, both at the graduate and undergraduate level. Here at Heritage, we stand and walk with you. We invite you to join us for a life-transforming experience. Welcome to Heritage.
Join us now.
Miss VIP Magnetic Perfumes.
Welcome back. Now, the Office of the Special Prosecutor says its investigation has confirmed that, in fact, an attempt was made to offer money to a section of the majority caucus of Parliament with the intention of influencing their demand on to remove Ken Ofori-Atta from office. Now, Special Prosecutor Kisia Jabin, however, says his office cannot probe the alleged case. The Office of the Special Prosecutor, in a document released Wednesday, appears to suggest that Ashanti Akim North MP Apia Kubi, who first gave the hint of the attempt bribe, was not cooperating with investigations. We'll look at that statement shortly. Then you'll recall also in October 2022, and the Apia Kubi, who is the member of Parliament for Ashanti Akim Central constituency, led about 80 MPs to demand the immediate removal of the Finance Minister and Charles Edu Boahin, Minister of State at the Finance Ministry. In an interview on Upfront, he revealed that they had been approached with financial inducement, but they rejected the bribery attempt. Now, watch this.
You take money to change your mind.
Did we take money?
Yes.
You think we will do that? And I'm saying that I want somebody, one person, or anybody.
One person from where?
Anybody associated with any such person who thinks that he can give money. Anybody. If I hear anybody working for any of such persons, or if working for institutions.
We are speaking in a vacuum. Which persons and institutions are you talking about?
I am saying that if you are saying, were we motivated by money?
Yes.
I said no. But I want somebody from where you think they can bring money. Maybe from government.
Yes, but government is the only party in this case. Were you giving money by government to change your mind?
I want anybody from government institution, from institution owned by members of government. If, say, you are a minister of state or you are a government functionary and you own Joy FM, if I hear somebody from Joy FM making an allegation of that nature, that notwithstanding the fact that it's not coming from you, I will come out with information. I want somebody to do that.
Sorry,
now.
what do you mean by information? Information that you are bribed or you are not bribed?
I will come out with information that we are beyond the bribes.
So you are approached with bribe?
I am saying that we are beyond that. Our motivation is not the financial inducement. We don't have money in their pocket, but at least we have conscience. We will not reduce ourselves to that situation. And I warn you that though anybody who wants to attempt, please be advised. I'm sure we have sent this message to some people. They have sat upright. And I'm referring to situations of yesterday.
Yeah.
I am saying that we have sound enough warning to people who want to influence members of our coalition with materialism. It won't happen.
People are trying to influence you.
I have said that. I have proved to people. And I want to challenge anybody. Or I'm saying that if I know that anybody in government owns even a business or owns even Joy FM, and Joy FM staff comes out to say that, or puts in on a platform, or puts in even on social media, we will see what will happen.
Now, I mean, so you're categorically denying that?
Yes, and I'm not.
Is it for you alone or for other members
I'm
of your
I'm not only denying.
Yes.
I'm challenging.
That anybody has evidence of that happening?
I'm not denying. I'm challenging. And I want that challenge to come. And
then they say your backtracking is strange. It's not. You let.
I have not backtracked. Yeah. I have not backtracked, and I'm not afraid to say it. I have not backtracked, and indeed, I'm only giving respect to what my majority caucus has said.
Now, the OSP statement suggesting the Ashanti Akim North MP Kwame Appiah-Kubi was not cooperating with investigations reads. Now, there you have it. Occupy Ghana petitioned the OSP to investigate allegations of attempted bribery of the majority caucus of parliament by a wealthy businessman on November 3, 2023. According to them, Majority Leader Mr. Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, an MP for Ashanti Akim North, Mr. Andy Kwame Appiah-Kubi, in an interview on Joy FM, alleged that an unnamed wealthy businessman had attempted to bribe a section of the majority caucus of parliament. Mr. Appiah-Kubi showed up hostility to the authorized officers of the OSP, and he was unyielding in his resolve not to cooperate with the investigation. Mr. Mensah-Bonsu denied direct knowledge of the matter. He denied knowledge of the undisclosed wealthy businessman and the amount of money he allegedly offered to the indicated section of members of parliament. OSP's gathered intelligence show that a wealthy businessman did in fact attempt to offer money to a section of the majority caucus of parliament with the intention of influencing their demand for the resignation or removal of Mr. Ofori-Atta as Minister for Finance. It also appears that the monetary offer was rejected by the contacted members of parliament. And then it goes on to say it appears to the OSP that Mr. Appiah-Kubi is the accuser and the vital key resolving the case. On the other hand, Mr. Mensah-Bonsu appears to be of limited utility in this regard, since he is in no different a position from that of any person who was not contacted by the wealthy businessman. And then it says, we are not unmindful that the OSP can compel the accuser to testify as a witness by way of a subpoena should criminal proceedings be instituted against the identified suspect. However, there will not be much to confront the accuser with in aid of compelling or leading him to confirm the actual identity of the wealthy businessman and the amount of money offered by the latter. And the special prosecutor directs the closure of the investigation in respect of allegations that a well-known and wealthy businessman attempted to bribe a section of the majority caucus of Parliament. Now, the special prosecutor determines that the institution of criminal proceedings at this time against the OSP's identified suspect will serve no useful purpose. And the investigation may be reopened should the circumstances and further facts so dictate. And so former Auditor General Daniel Domelevo is questioning the rationale of the selection of private audit firm KPMG to audit the revenue assurance contract between Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, which is SML. Mr. Domelevo insists the audit service is well placed to carry out the task. The directive by the president follows a documentary titled The 3 Billion Cedi Lie by the Fourth Estate, alleging that $100 million annual contract awarded to SML for monitoring the petroleum industry is not only duplication, but does not contribute revenue savings. Daniel Domelevo spoke on the Pulse a while ago.
Supreme law of this country has established for us the Office of the Auditor General, seized with the mandate to audit the entire public service, including Ghana Revenue Authority. Beyond that, a law has been promulgated to establish Office of the Special Prosecutor. Before then, we had Yoko, and even in the Constitution, we also have Church, etc. An investigation has been done. And if we are not satisfied with the findings of the investigation, and we want to do further work, be it an audit or an investigation, we have sufficient institutions or institutions existing already on the consolidated fund. Let me draw attention here. What pains me about government is the fact that whenever there is a wastage or a reported wastage, they waste more money, which are not necessary. Why will the president not activate Article 187 Clause 8? He's a lawyer, you should look at it. Article 187 Clause 8 provides that in the national interest, the president, with advice from the Council of State, may ask the Auditor General to conduct an audit. So why will the president not just refer this to the Auditor General? Because if the Auditor General is looking at all those things, he is seized with the power to even disallow the transaction. And if payments have been done unlawfully, he has the power under Article 187 Clause 7B to disallow and surcharge, and that will serve our interests better. It's a serious misnomer because Auditor General has that mandate already. Yoko has a mandate already. OSP has a mandate already. So when we are being told that the reputable, what makes KPM the reputable? There are several other reputable firms. So you should have said one of the reputable, but not the reputable. So it is just to throw dust into our eyes, and then they can give the contract to KPMG at the end of the day. Mark my words, nothing will come out of this.
Now, we have been joined on the phone by anti-corruption crusader Vitus Azim for more on this story. First of all, what is your initial reaction to the president's call for the deal to be suspended?
Well, I think that it could have gone beyond that to just terminate the contract. Because the investigation done by Fourth Estate is very clear. They've interviewed some of the key players, government institutions, who have said that that thing is not necessary. It's a duplication of effort. So that should be enough for the president to say, no, I am suspending this. But even then, how did the president choose KPMG? Was there procurement? Was there in advert? Did they follow procurement procedures? How did he just handpick that company to do that? So those are some of the questions that we need to answer.
All right. So, others are calling for the president to have actually directed the audit service to have taken that particular audit, exercise. What do you make of those, concerns from other watchers of the space who believe that audit service should have actually be doing that particular job?
Well, I think that is okay, but this is no longer an audit. I think the way it has reached, it should be an in-depth investigation if they are not convinced by the revelations by Fob Estate. So it's not just an audit, but more seriously, an investigation to establish that this is a serious drain on the public resources, and that something needs to be done about it.
Okay, so considering the magnitude of the money involved in this deal, what do you think? Is this an issue that must be thoroughly investigated by the OSP or the IOCO or other bodies so that people get punished for this particular deal?
You see, some of the things that are coming out from IOCO makes us be a bit worried about some of the decisions of the OSP. So we might say that maybe strike the independent body that has no loyalty to the executive may be the appropriate body. IOCO too is answerable to the executive. The police is answerable to the executive. So it's the audit service or the Auditor General and the Commission on Human Rights and Civil Justice that could do this, and we expect a more independent outcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Vitus, for speaking to us here on Joy News Prime. Now, moving on, are you ready to groove? The certified biggest party of the year, Joy FM's 90s Jam, is taking you back to the era of baggy jeans, combat boots, and music that revolutionized the 90s this Friday. You don't want to miss the thrilling sounds you'll be jamming to at City Galleria close to Accra Mall.
90s songs. I'm not that old, but I know about controversies, who sing about love songs and about life. And then we talk about Papashi. We're singing about Anajo, Atadri kind of things that we were listening to. And then when you come to Daddy Lumba, who will tell you the kind of words to use to con a woman, So these are the song that we listen to sometimes.
My life, I say you. Manante.
I really like the 90s because they give more advice than the current ones. Because the older ones, how they even put their words together, it's a very massive one.
If you can take their lyrics, if you can go through their lyrics, you will know that truly they are passing information. Because I prefer 90 music. I'm willing 100% to attend. I would love to.
You're still watching Joy News Prime with me, Carlos Calon. We take a short break. We'll return with business. Please stay with us.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency.
Mommy,
chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I mean rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
We are
are the university with 26 years of excellence in education now in Ghana. We are both the university offering degree programs in health information management, software engineering, network security, and computer forensics. Admission is in progress with up to 50% scholarships for the first 150 students. Locate us at East Legon near ANC Mall. Call 0302-523782 or WhatsApp 020-990-4714 for more details. Both the university, vibrance, innovation.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code.
It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Welcome. Let's do some business with me, Emma Davis. A banking consultant, Nana Otwe Champong, is optimistic loan quality in the coming months will improve by the end of the first quarter of this year. His comment follows Fitch Solutions' prediction of a further deterioration in loan quality, although banks will try to improve their loan books. Speaking to Joy Business, Nana Otwe Champong said high inflation and high interest rates accounted for the decline in loan quality.
Get a little bit worse before it gets better. Now, the high inflation rate, the high interest rate have not helped. The Ghana Association of Banks released the Ghana reference rate this morning, which is at 32%. Now, you then have to add the risk premium of the various lenders, which ranges between 2 and 7%. So at the tail end of 7% for, say, a typical SME, that is putting interest rate around 40%. That is very high, and therefore it will take some time until the rates start coming down. Things can really get worse, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel that things will get better once we go through the end of the first half of the year. The loan quality has deteriorated to some extent, but it can get better once the policy rate starts coming down in tandem with inflation rate. Then it will force the Ghana reference rate to also come down, which will mean that new borrowings will receive a better traction than existing or old borrowing. So I think generally Fish has got it right that it has to get a little bit worse before it starts getting better. And I can foresee that, although I'm not in the prediction mode, that by the end of the second half, things would have picked up for the better.
Now, government has borrowed 16.34 billion cedis via treasury bills, about 6.62% increase over the month of November 2023. This was to refinance matured bills worth 12.83 billion cedis. Here's more in this report.
The excess uptake was used to cover other budgetary needs. Investor demands for T-bills remained robust in December 2023 as the Treasury received bids of 16.35 billion cedis versus a combined target of 16.12 billion cedis. Yields saw mixed performance on a month-on-month basis, with a 91-day bill declining to 29.36%, while the 182-day advanced to 31.95%. The 364-day yield recorded at 74 basis points declined to 32.46%. Analysts anticipate high auction upticks in January 2023 to present upside pressures to T-bills yields, though continued disinflation may slow the rise. If inflation continues to decline, yields will come down.
Away from the fiscals, energy strategist Dr. Yusuf Sulemana has described government's inability to pay its debts owed to independent power producers as worrying. According to him, government needs to expedite efforts to meet the demands of stakeholders in order to maintain power going into the election year.
We have every cause to be worried about these situations, Darryl. And like my good friend Ben indicated, I always say that within our power space, we have been sitting on tenterhooks for some time now, just that we haven't realized it, or we feel or play numb to the developing situations. What are we talking about here? I always say that if you look at what is available in terms of our maximum output and what the consumer demands on peak period, they are almost matching up. And so that shows that we are sitting on serious problem. I mean, we are sitting on the cliff. And so if you don't take any concerted effort to add any meaningful amount, any meaningful and quantifiable wattage into our power pool, we're going to have problems. And if you look at what is happening, the key issue has been always finance, as a matter of fact. Otherwise, I'll always challenge the duty bearers that why do you have to always talk about the fact that we have installed capacity of over 5,000 when our peak demand barely reaches 4,000. Why don't you commercialize them? And the next thing you will know is that they don't have the money to be able to commercialize them. Because the idea is we need gas, and we need gas. And gas has always been a problem. So if you look at all the areas, it was almost like a done deal for the generation side of this value chain. Unfortunately, the generation side, we've overly become relaxed on the generation side, and it has come to bite us very hard. So yes, it's something that we have to worry about, and especially the fact that a lot of the players within the chain, either WAPCO, either Ghana Gas, either IPPs, they'll be on the neck of government. So government will have to be proactive to make concerted effort. Number one, to keep engaging these players, even if they are not able to meet their demand within a period of time. They should keep engaging them to have a plan, but not to play around. Not to act in good faith. If that's the case, I think we are heading towards something difficult. I always say that energy is the lifeblood of every economy. And if you joke around with your energy supply on your energy flow, you are doing that to your own peril, as a matter of fact. Because if there is a shutdown, and if you notice what is happening, we already have a bit of pockets of doom. So, like I just mentioned, right now we are sitting just at the cliff. So if there's any shortage of, let's say, any IPP, I mean, we can't afford to let a single megawatt be knocked off, intentional or unintentional. Government have to work towards that to ensure that the megawatts that we have now, we have to sustain that.
On the petroleum sector, Dr. Yusuf Sulemana said the availability of a running refinery is necessary to reduce Ghana's reliance on the importation of finished petroleum products.
Favorable condition within the international space. That's actually what's largely accountable for this favorable condition. And this international space is highly fluid. So what I want to say is that let's develop our internal capability. I always say that when external forces are coming, they hit hard and they battered economies that are not resilient. So, and our weak point, our upstream have been doing well that, I must say, in thanks to NP and the other place. But our weak point within the upstream is the fact that we don't have a running refinery. That's a huge hollow point for the upstream. Let's take a cue from Nigeria. Nigeria, they are bringing up huge refineries on board. 2 refineries are already on board. Now, what are we waiting for? We have deals that is supposed to bring Tor on stream. We need to do that. Let's work towards to ensure that Tor become profitable Tor brand. And we have a private refinery that is coming. Let's ensure that NPA put all possible measures, create environment to let these players come. I can't wait to have to see an environment where our BDC will source oil locally, our petroleum product locally. And if we do that, This quantum of money, 350 to 400 million US dollars, that's huge on a monthly basis that will churn out to import finished product. That will help a lot, and that will even stabilize our city.
That'll be all for the business segment on Joy News Prime tonight with me, Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. Have a good evening.
The business segment was brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
In life, you sometimes seem to be cruising along. But just when you least expect it, things could go horribly wrong.
Leave nothing to chance. Let Glyco Group help you achieve your goals with customized solutions for life and general insurance, healthcare and finance. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
There is something that drives you. The very thought of it fuels you. And even when the road gets rocky, you keep going. Just to get the results that matter. It could be about you. It could be the lives you touch. It could be about something dear to your heart. Such results leave a sweet lingering smile, a sense of fulfillment. That's why you work till late, yet rise with the sun. Yes, your drive knows no limit. Do it with Stanbic Bank, where we spur you on to get the results that matter.
Join us at the groundbreaking event where African leaders like Dr. Arikana, Peter Obi, Patrice Lumumba, Julius Malema, performing live Stoneboy, Wiyala, Efia, and other special surprise guests with giveaways and exclusive items. Dial *713 *33 *00 hash for your free ticket. It's happening on the 7th of January 2024 at the Independence Square. Time 5 p.m. Africa rises again. Experience a powerful convergence of cultures. The convention, igniting the voices of Africa.
Sports segment is brought to you by
Commended DBS Industries to you.
Let's go to DBS Industry.
Hello, welcome to the sports segment with me, Razak Musbao. Now, the Ghana national football team, the Black Stars, held their second training session for the upcoming 2023 Africa Cup of Nations tournament at the Dr. Kwame Chase Sports Complex in Abrankesi earlier today. Now, today, 26 players participated, 25 players rather, beg your pardon, participated in the first training, in the second training session, with Mohamed Kudus and Inaki Williams from West Ham United and Athletic Bilbao, respectively, being the only absentees. Now, as part of their preparation, Ghana is scheduled to play a friendly tournament, a pre-tournament friendly against Namibia at the Barbara Sports Stadium on Monday, January 8, 2024. The match, we understand, is set to kick off in the evening at 8 o'clock, providing an opportunity for the team to fine-tune their strategies before heading to Ivory Coast for the AFCON. In Group B of the tournament, which runs from January 13 to February 11, Ghana will begin their campaign against Cape Verde on January 14 and later face Egypt and Mozambique. The Black Stars are gearing up for an intense competition as they aim to make a mark in the prestigious tournament. Now, Athletic Bilbao will release Inaki Williams for the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations on Thursday after adequately recovering from an illness. The Spain forward was expected to join his Black Stars teammates on Tuesday following the announcement of the AFCON squad. However, his club reported that the 29-year-old could not be available after falling ill. A statement from the club stated that following an assessment by the club's medical team, the player has now adequately recovered from an illness he's had over the last few days and will travel to Ghana early on Thursday morning to join the Black Stars training camp ahead of the Africa Cup of Nations campaign. Now, the forward, who is in some red-hot form, is expected to spearhead Ghana's attack at the tournament in Ivory Coast next week as the Black Stars hope to end a 42-year wait for the elusive Africa Cup of Nations trophy. Jordan Ayew and Mohamed Kudus. Jordan Ayew has already joined, and Mohamed Kudus, on the other hand, will also join the team tomorrow, Thursday. Now, former Black Stars assistant coach Maxwell Konedu has lauded decision by Chris Hughton to include Andre Dede Ayew in the 27-man squad for the AFCON. According to him, Andre Ayew's ability to unite and motivate the team, along with his abilities on the field, makes it ideal to have him at the tournament. He's been speaking to my colleague Muftar Nabila.
He's been a leader from day one. You know, those of us who know him very well from home, you can tell that this is how he developed to become. Apart from that, he has also contributed a lot. For me, sometimes the way we treat our leaders or some of our legends, it hurts, you know. It's very, very important. I spoke about a unifier, a leader, somebody who is a team player. When it comes to crime decisions making, you take all these things into consideration.
The maiden edition of the K Sika tournament took place in Accra over the weekend, and Kwabena Opon Sika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of K Sika Football Agency, put together this event to scout for talent in the quest to develop in football in the country. My colleague Kwame Banaya was there and he came through with this report.
The tournament saw the New York FC emerge champions after they beat Adjegano FC by 1-0 in the finals played at the Adjegano AstroTurf Park on Boxing Day. Speaking to Joy Sports after the tournament, Kwabena Opon Sika highlighted the agency's objective is to throw the spotlight on young football talents in the country through such events.
Right now, our youth system soccer is sport, and there's a lot of talents in Ghana, a lot of talents, but we just don't look for it. So yeah, I feel like today was a lot of talents out here today. As you can see, a lot of people came out, and mostly they're all youth. It's not like they all want to accomplish their dreams. So with SK Agency, we want to be able to push them and help them. So that's the main reason why I had this gala, so that I could look for talent and build a team and travel with them abroad.
He added that the ultimate goal will be to see them play at the highest level, and that will be beneficial to the national cause.
I mean, the more we keep searching for talent, the more we see talent, and the more if we grow the talent together, we're going to be able to push them into like the Black Star youth system, and it will help our senior side. So going around the country looking for youth talent is good. And there's a lot. I would say coming from America and coming to Ghana, I've seen a lot of footballers in Ghana, but they don't get pushed because nobody want to help them. Everybody want to get something from them. Nobody want to push them. So that's why I have my agency to help them accomplish their dream.
The maiden edition of the K Sika 8-team invitational tournament featured 8 competing teams vying for the trophy and a $500 cash prize. The New York FC emerged victorious and are looking forward to defending their title in the second edition.
Well, that's all on Prime News with me, Razak Busbao, and the entire team. Do have a lovely evening.
Sports segments was brought to you by
Mende DBS Industries to you.
Let's go to DBS Industries.
In 2019, JoyNews investigated the underhand dealings of a cartel hoarding and trading premix fuel at exorbitant prices. The investigations further revealed how the operations of the cartel also created an artificial shortage of the commodity at the landing beaches along the coast of Ghana. The management of the premix supply and distribution is not only an issue of livelihood, but a political one that caught President Akufo-Addo's attention to make a firm promise of reforms and the introduction of new moves aimed at resolving the problems.
Given the efficient distribution of premix fuel, we will continue to use the premix fuel tracking system and audit landing beaches measures, which have ensured that since November, there's been no report of premix diversion.
Despite the president's affirmation, the teething challenges lingered on. The regulations of the Premix Fuel Committee demanded that a fisherman get a maximum of 1 barrel of fuel per month. Even that quantity is for fishermen with large boats and canoes. The premix fuel is to be sold directly to the fishermen and not middlemen. But 3 years ago, JoyNews investigations revealed that there were many middlemen aggressively buying, hoarding and selling premix fuel.
Because you won't go far or landing beach no do my one afar a big cry about electricity minimum big or child or classroom teacher no what now about two premise no do no to my hand in your one gas or ban will be bad in DC it be catch a band that said the ma Omo madra the monk no fat no fence far from Nakasana or Haman of
These individuals have formed cartels that hoard the product and later sell to fishermen at exorbitant prices. Kobna Alakan is a young fisherman at Dutch Commander.
Connection from Sunadna, what can be what you mean where a bit some second dinner and eliminate a new tech right now. One drum, you to me to bear 12 million. And see, Abandon you get my head now, from your help. Put in on board your brain out for now. That was the champion where you cook. Put to ancient connection from Sweden. Auto, no, somewhere in the water, what you mean. If you are one drum, you to bear 5.3. No, I want was somewhat tramina. It be 12 million, 11.5.
No one is checking these cartels. There are more fishermen in need of premix fuel. That is, the demand at the London beaches far exceeds supply. Secretary of the Premix Committee in Commander, Charles Williamson, agrees.
So whenever a tanker of fuel comes, people are starting struggling. You are struggling to get yours, others are struggling. And you can hear a lot of words about governance and so. I mean, you can hear all these words coming out. Why? Because the fuel is not coming enough for the fisheries. The canoes are more than the fuel that we receive. Okay. We have about 4 outlets in Nigeria. But moreover, we feel very bitter problem.
This is the problem many fishermen face. One of the middlemen I found is Kofi Agau. He illegally sells several barrels of premix. He is not selling at the official price. Agau has not been appointed by the Premix Committee and is not supposed to have access to this quantity of fuel, but he does.
Thank 8 gallons. Okay. Yeah, everything. As in like method backwards. Like I said, on cloud to show 1 gallon. And 13.
About 100 meters away from where Agau operates is Mensa Obi. He is a middle-aged man and has been plying this trade for more than 5 years. I can count at least 10 barrels of premix fuel he has hoarded. Like Kofi Agau, Mensa Obi also sells the fuel at twice the original price.
But yeah, no, I am in my way. It's about 75 by 15.
Vice President Dr. Mahama Dubaumia 3 years ago promised to digitize the distribution of premix. Under this arrangement, no individual could buy premix without showing an ID card identifying him as a fisherman. This has only been piloted in the Greater Accra region. Today, the story is no different. At the Central, Western and Volta regions, unbridled hoarding by the cartel and politicization of the premix fuel distribution goes on unabated. It's even worse with a nationwide shortage of premix fuel.
But petrol na ko ma aw be fie na kwakoto no so be ko no asa de ko bofra to no woto ne mahen.
It is 2 p.m. and fishermen at Voja in the Volta region are drawing their nets from the sea. A sense of uncertainty rests on their faces. They are anxious about whether their chance and toil will bring a bumper catch today. A poor catch means they may not be able to pay for the cost of fishing nets, the canoe, and the premix fuel, the fuel they might have bought from middlemen. Kwame, as I decide to call this fisherman, is in his early 20s. He places a call to a middleman in a plow. He is disappointed by the scarcity of premix fuel at this London beach. Scarcity has made the product very expensive. Chief fisherman at Voja, Joshua Adboto, tells me it's become extremely difficult for fishermen to get premix to go fishing.
To get the fuel for the fisher fuel is very, very hard. And some people come, they talk, say their party member come and buy it and sell it for high prices for the fisher foods.
He says the fishing business will soon collapse if government does not introduce swift interventions. He already has a debt of 51,000 Ghana cedis.
If you go buy you go and buy the premix for high prices, and you go to the sea, you don't catch, and tomorrow too you go and buy it high prices, you don't catch. The business is collapsing.
This situation is no different at the Elmina London beach. Kofi Teria has been fishing here for many years. He is appalled by the distribution of premix fuel here. He says members of the Premix committee and a cartel have hijacked the sale and distribution of premix fuel. He said it's nearly impossible for a fisherman to buy premix fuel at a government-subsidized price.
Premix was what you brought for. Now, say, Felini, a bija obu ase na akere call your premix na Jacob. Ekwa, one of you put na what I'm on one shadow. What's the Wubu committee first? Committee no, if you know one yama, into Wubu committee no just swore. Ni ya nke na other watch am here in yabino. In yabi.
awu folin na eja wo buasa na ade kwa wema ade charge botel benedi no innya bi ene we bu am committee dem committee no ano na obotara am bi ogina nchan na no so aboton no connection nti support yo na akasa competition ba ho a nti tubil ba potro no ho a wona wugina potro no ho woton no a dem committee na wo bu mo ho no nhwan no wodi madam connection fo no wo boton man ha na afale fo.
The JoyNews investigative team decided to test these claims by the fishermen. We posed as chainsaw operators in desperate need of premix fuel. These middlemen buy the premix in barrels. They do not own fishing boats but get a regular supply of premix fuel. They sold a gallon for 150 Ghana cedis. Under the government subsidized program, a gallon of premix should cost 60 Ghana cedis.
I am one gallon water now. I am one gallon water now. I am never to go more. I cost two more. What you saw, no, one of the souls, maybe I'll do some. Okay. I did call you. Tell on my way to get one. I pay 170. 170. 70. About you. But you remember, you don't remember. Also, half an half an also won't half mine. The one is what time? Okay, half. The coffer oil, a hand and half. Premix, the coffer oil, your pen beer. In a half. Yeah, Moses, when you have. The coffer oil near the pen. Where by a bush in half. Mobile, also up a half, chimney. The frat oil near the pen beer. Chimney. Chimney fish on your pepe. What's your cat? A friend, you have to have 750 now.
The premix fuel is usually blue in color. This is to differentiate it from diesel or petrol to dissuade people from diverting it. However, the JoyNews investigative team found out that the premix fuel sold to fishermen at Elmina and other landing beaches is colorless, sparking concerns of possible diversion. With the gallons of premix bought by the middlemen, the investigative team heads to Yamransa in the central region, where the premix fuel cartel operates. We meet Richard Wood, a premix smuggler. He offers to buy our premix fuel. He says they purchase the diverted premix fuel in large quantities, hoard it and resell to the fishermen when it is scarce. At this London beach, the investigative team spot a fuel tanker filled with premix fuel. Richard and his counterparts tell us there are routes created to facilitate the diversion of premix to their base.
Yeah. 15 years, 15 because we say, I'm the landing beach. Load no oba more. Okay. Then high price. Oh, okay. Okay. So over the mouth. Say Niskapada in your beat. Okay. Okay. What then I'll be part of $10. When you hammer, my business or the keeper on tone down, but keeper no high is then of full struggle. Sometimes one by happy to you. Because when you baby, ties out all the time. No further. Okay. I beg you, you Canada for far. Salon my 1,000. For draw. Vanessa, I'm also my papa. Oh, yeah, confinement to that. Oh, yeah, market I'm a patron. No, we are a maker. So I had no say, yeah, Benoit, got 1,500, the 1,000 of them, and can you cook? Because I'm sure to them, or be about 2 years, yes, I also bottom. Almost no for Kate, also bottom. Oh, okay.
This is not the only burden weighing down the fisherfolks. It's the politicization of the Premix Committee and the hijacking of the Premix distribution by persons perceived to be affiliated with the governing party. A former member of the Premix Committee at the Voja landing beach, Moses Inchuga, confirms this claim.
It happened. I remember one Mr. Is a government appointee, I can say. Sometimes when a fool come here, he used to come here to monitor. But before he realized, he placed order that I'm so and so. They will give him 30 yellow containers, sometimes 40. He will not take it away that time. He will keep it with someone in the community. After the one we receive finish, he will start selling his to we the fishermen at a high price of 120 cedis.
The administrator of the National Premix Secretariat, Nana Asari, says laws frown on the politicization of the Premix Committee. He says the Secretariat will probe into the claims.
There are laws governing these landing beaches. You can serve for 2 terms and renewable just 1 term only. These are basic laws that have been passed by Parliament. Nobody has the right to circumvent what is written in white and black. So recently, the National Premix Committee has embarked on what we call recomposition or reconstituting most of these landing beaches. And you should go and see the level of work and the diligent work that they are doing. They want to make sure that you have the right people on the committee. If you're not a fisherman, if you're not a canoe owner, you don't have the right to represent canoe owners. If you're not a fishmonger, you don't have the right to represent, fishmongers. So it's something that the committee is adhering to the latter. And anybody who has a challenge with it can always test it in the law court. A lot of times we leave things to chance. If you have a problem with a landing beach, if you're a chief fisherman and you realize you are not a member of the landing beach committee, you have a right to ask questions. So we should learn to ask questions. We should learn to interrogate the system. People just don't sit anywhere and just assume that it is politicized. It can be politicized.
But contrary to this claim, Kweku Wisdom, a member of the current Premix Committee in Voja, says he was appointed to the committee based on his affiliation with the governing New Patriotic Party. He has been a lotto forecaster for the past 3 decades. He has been appointed a net owner on the committee, but he doesn't own a fishing net. He says this position was a reward to him for his service to the electoral fortunes of the party.
Oh, I'm the time I'm holding, I've been fishing with my uncle.
Oh, okay. But now you don't fish?
No, I'm not going because of my health.
Okay. So it means you don't own nets, do you?
No.
What would be your contribution on the committee, given the fact that you are not an active player in the industry?
Probably I have to talk them the way they will manage and they will receiving their premise. Because we are the old member for MPP, but how we are not getting anything from them. That's why this MNC put me there.
Okay, so it's like a reward for your service to the party.
Yeah.
He further added that the government plans to digitize the distribution of premix, which will flash out the activities of middlemen who are exploiting the system. He provided an update on where the automation of premix distribution is.
As I speak to you now, we've gone back to cabinet. Last year we had cabinet approval, but we had to go back to cabinet again with another proposal. I must say that government has approved that proposal again. We've gone to PPA. Now we have PPA approval. So now we have to form a tendering committee to look at the proposals of these companies that are proposing to do this automation system for us. So the minister or the ministry led by Honorable Mavis Hawakumsin
is pursuing this agenda rigorously. You realize that the minister is always on her toes talking about this automation. So it's something that she wants to make sure it happens. And God willing, this year we'll see some pilots across the country. And I think it will really bring some of these incidences that we are having to the barest minimum. That is what we are hoping for. So I must say that we are on track.
Ghana's fishing industry is on the brink. Depleting fish stock as a result of illegal fishing is killing the sector. This has implications for food security and the livelihoods of thousands of fishermen. The situation with the management of the Premix fuel worsens the problem. However, the promises made 3 years ago have not fully materialized. The middlemen have taken over the distribution of Premix fuel. Only time will tell whether the digitization of distribution of Premix fuel will solve this difficult problem.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira, where we learn about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. Well, today we are going to talk about a certain kind of vegetable, or would you call it a fruit? I'm talking about squash, or would you say it's a pumpkin? Well, today I'm going to show you a simple recipe that you can do with this vegetable. The simple recipe that I'm sharing with you is how to use your squash for a drink. Yes, some yummy, delicious, creamy drink. I'm going to cut the squash, remove the seeds, and then dice it into pieces. And I'll add carrots to it and 3 pieces of date as a sweetener, and I'll set it to boil so that I can have, the carrot and the squash can soften, and then I will set to blend it for a creamy drink. So, but before we do that, of course, we have to start by cutting the squash. It is very hard, so when you are cutting, just exert pressure on the knife to cut the squash. Let's see the inside of how the squash looks like. If you want to buy squash, look out for the orange hued color. That indicates that it is ripe, but there is some that is also green, especially this particular type. If it has the green rind, what you can do is that get it, put it in your storeroom and store it. It can last for like a month and beyond. But once you cut it, make sure that you cover the remaining with a rubber foil and keep it in your fridge, and don't let it keep too long there and use it on regular basis. So let's get to work. Because peeling is so hard, you can choose to boil it with the rind, and then after it's cooked, you just remove the rind and throw it away and use the pulp inside. Or you can just take your time and peel it. Let's remove the seeds. After cutting your squash, you can deseed and not throw the seeds away. Keep them and dry them and use them in your meal. You have to, when they are dried, you have to just crack it open and remove the shells and use the seeds inside. They are high in fiber, it contains protein, it contains calcium, and when you add it to your diet, trust you me, you are reaping some maximum health benefits. So here I have the dried one, and then this is what I'm just removing. I'm still going to dry them in the sun for my use. So apart from using the knife to peel, you can also use a scraper to also peel the squash. Right now, I have my diced squash. So I'm going to take 1.5 cups of it. And then I'll add 1 cup of the carrot to the pan. Add my date and then add enough water to boil. And then I'll put it on fire to boil. You can add a pinch of salt to it if you like, or you can just boil it raw. While it's on fire, now let's get to extracting our coconut milk. So I have my diced coconut here. I have my ginger here. I'm going to pour everything together into the blender, add about 300 ml of water, and then set to blend. I'll sieve it and then get my coconut milk, and I'll use that as a base for blending my drink. See how cooked the squash looks like? It's so soft and mushy. The reason why I added the dates to the boiling carrots and squash is that I couldn't soak it earlier in water to soften it. You know that date is usually hard. So if you can have the chance to soak it, let's say an hour before you do this great recipe, you don't have to add it to the boiling squash and carrots. I'm adding 1 cup of coconut milk. Based on your preference, you can decide to use solely the coconut milk to do it, or you can add like a cup of water to water down the milk in case you don't like the taste of the milk so much. Because it's a yellow drink, you can also decide to add cinnamon powder to it, or to boost the nutritional value of this great and unique drink. So I am going to add a pinch of the nutmeg, and then a pinch of the cinnamon powder, and a pinch of moringa powder, and the baobab powder. Like I said, it depends on what you want. In fact, you can decide not to add anything, or you can decide to add a variety of spices to this nutritional drink. I'm covering it just to whisk the blender for everything to mix, or you can just garnish it in your glass depending on how you like it. Good. This drink is best enjoyed chilled, so I'm going to put some ice cubes in there. Oh my goodness, look at how sweet the drink looks. One good thing about this drink is that it is good for your eyesight because it contains beta-carotene. The squash contains beta-carotene, and the carrot also contains beta-carotene, and so do all orange-looking fruits and vegetables. So if you have eye problem, please let this drink be your friend. I just love the drink. You can taste the coconut milk and not too much of the spices because I added just smaller quantities to it. And then the carrot and the squash so blended in beautifully, and I just love it. Okay, so it is not too sweet. So if you want it sweetened, you can add more dates to it. And if you want it spicy, increase the ginger. And if you want more of the moringa, add more. Whatever you want. Enjoying it. Bon appetit. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira on how to use your squash. So anytime you have access to one, please don't hesitate to get it for yourself. And in subsequent episodes, I'm going to show you how the unique and the diverse ways that you can use this vegetable, be it baking, grilling, or what have you. I believe you have learned a lot, and I want to wish you the best of the season. And don't forget to visit my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira. Like, subscribe, and share so that other people can also know the unique ways to use this vegetable. Please drink this for your eyesight. Until next time, it is bye-bye from me and stay positive.
The multimedia group launched an Educare fund, okay, to help brilliant but needy students as part of our CSR activities to see them through school. We thought that we should be able to extend this support beyond the Educare fund.
On the introduction of the free SHS, the question then was whether there will still be that value in providing for students at the SHS level, especially given that SHS was going to be free. So if that money isn't going into supporting individual students, then there should be another way of still investing to benefit such students.
The management and board of the Educare Fund decided to invest in a project that creates more access to educational content for students wherever they live.
So we looked around and we spoke to Wolo, and then we spoke to our partners at SES, a satellite platform that MultiTV is on, and they decided that, look, it's a good cause, we'll give you satellite bandwidth. We spoke to KNet, who then provided the ground services to put us on the satellite. And so this match, then the three partners plus multimedia then began to put the plan together. And then in December 2019, we launched.
KNet started as a telecommunication service provider, but is gradually stepping up its operations and services to support this nation with its capacity. There was already a plan by KNet to provide support for open university kind of a learning system or platform, because other nations do it. You realize that until recently, when the universities have been very innovative and have instituted certain programs, weekend programs, vacation programs and things that are providing opportunities for people who cannot find physical space in the institutions to learn. And so when multimedia came up with the same dream, it was like a coincidence of two minds. So we supported the cause because we knew that this nation will not have enough space physically to provide the learning opportunities required by our people.
SES is a global leader in content connectivity solutions provision. We have over 70 satellites worldwide, providing video services and network services to billions of users, consumers in the world. Multimedia Group has been a partner of SES for many years. When the SHS double track system started, MultiTV and its partners approached us and they wanted to do something about getting these students who are at home whilst others are in school something to do. So we thought, why not use our platform, the SES MultiTV platform, to provide an education channel for these kids who are home to at least be able to catch up, and be able to do something, right? Now, this MultiTV platform reaches more than, let's say, 65% of homes in Ghana. So if you take every 3 homes, 2 homes are watching MultiTV. So we knew that this platform will enable us to reach a lot of these kids at home.
Initially, when the project started, it was set up for senior high school students. But later, COVID struck, and the project needed to expand to include the junior high school students also. But after 2 years of operation, we expanded and we have included students at the basic, the primary level. So on a normal day, you have lessons for basic school, also the primary school level, junior high school level, and the senior high school level.
I call Madam for me to charge me phone. I call no TV, no joy learning. And I say, "Nde mami shame na ibi abet ma boa me we baby." Me hwe enso ampa e boa me me timi sua de yie. E chen say bi a me wo school no. Itimi kira de na ndam for na ye de ntimi en share and take ni saba me ko ha itimi sua de yie. Mas no o kira me topic bit say pie chart. Me san hu English ho. O kira me adverb ne pronouns ne adjectives. So me kwa me spend 2 hours. Me sign ban so me spend 2 hours. Inti best me kona me ba ina me spend by 4 hours. Me timi be duru kwa na e di matem e wo ho.
I've gained a lot. Even yesterday, I was listening to one Jacqueline. He was teaching English language, and the way he was expressing himself about literature, English literature, I heard a lot about it. I understood certain things that for a long time I've learned and I've I've forgotten. Globally, I would say it's one of the best way in education, because you can stay somewhere very far, then you have access in learning without the help of anybody. You can use Joy Learning alone to write your exams and pass.
When it comes to going to extra classes, with Joy Learning, I have not anything to worry again, because Joy Learning has really helped me. It is free, you don't have to pay for it.
I got to know more about the Joy Learning essay competition, and now I have won gifts like plaque, books, t-shirts, and many more. So I would like to encourage everybody to also participate in the Joy Learning essay competition so that he or she can also win some of the gifts like the plaque, books, and the t-shirt too.
I wasn't good at maths, but Joy Learning helped me to do well at maths. When I go to school, it helped me to solve problems that my teacher will give me.
Somehow, especially in northern region here, there is poverty. We Joy Learning doing the program free. We are able to go as far as we can, and we really urge the sponsors of the program to continue doing it free.
I encountered Joy Learning about a year ago. We were just watching TV, and then she just changed the channel to that station, and then I was like, wow, I never knew there was something like this. So started watching Joy Learning, and then it has really improved her writing skills and her reading skills as well. I think they should do a lot of essay writing because it really helps the kids a lot.
All parents to just let their children be watching Joy Channel, the e-learning. It improves their studies and also save costs of money. Because if you have to use money and pay your school fees, but when you are watching that one, you don't pay anything. You only get much more easier, you get learning easier, and everything goes smoothly.
We want to continue doing this, but who knows? So we are going to support this initiative for as long as it takes. On top of that, we are also looking at a way of enhancing the service, maybe providing some content on demand. Right? So today, the service is what we call linear broadcasting. So the kids are watching what we broadcast, but it would be good for them to be able to perhaps at some point download or receive content specific to what what they're learning at different times on any device, anywhere, so they're not just stuck to a TV all the time. So this is something I would like to do in the future to help these kids.
My name is Kwame Kakeri. I'm a professor in communication studies. I have been a teacher for many, many years, and I have therefore come in contact with so many people, young people, adults, parents, academics, and so many people in different walks of life. In my encounter with people, I have realized that we often do not pay much attention to individuals who have certain psychological problems that lead to some kinds of mental health problems. But our mental health is as important as the health of any part of our body, if not the most important. Therefore, we must pay attention to how we all behave, how we each other relate, in order that we can help each other in different ways. Because when people have mental problems, they themselves may not be able to know how to seek help. That is why family is important. That is why good friendship is important. That is why community is important. We must support each other, find ways of encouraging each other to live lives that give us solidarity among ourselves. It's important that when we detect any sign of mental or psychological problems in each other, we find solutions. And the solutions are always with the specialists. I would like to say that we should disabuse our minds that people with mental health are only those who we call mad people walking on the street naked and so on. No, there are many levels of mental health problems. So it's important that we all contribute to finding support to such institutions and this care that is so vital for everybody, every family, and the whole community.
Ghana has only 9 years to ensure all citizens have access to high-quality healthcare as enshrined in the universal health coverage.
The President has a very clear vision of making healthcare accessible. For us to have universal health coverage by 2030, which is the goal, you need a lot of access.
And therefore, our health insurance that we established has become a major driving force to enable us achieve universal health coverage by 2030. Honestly, at international fora, wherever we go as a ministry to represent the country, everybody talks about our health insurance when it comes to health financing.
And the research gave us 2 reasons why they don't renew. One was just the difficulty. Transport, queuing at our offices, even though the card was instant, the delay. And we worked out that on average, people were claiming it takes 11 hours of queuing to get an NHIS card. Obviously, that had to stop.
This was clearly a disincentive for people to access healthcare, which is definitely a barrier to achieving the universal health coverage.
To say you've achieved UHC, 80% of your population must be covered. Currently, the kind of registered membership is around 78% of Ghanaians have a health insurance card with their biometrics captured. So we're getting there, but really it's about active membership, and that is where we're at 52%.
An innovative solution was therefore needed to fix this. Health Minister Kweku Agyeman says they had to take advantage of the Vice President's digitization drive.
Excellency Dr. Baumia declared the age of technology and digitization in our country. And it's like, let us look at our work systems and see how best we can digitize some areas that will make us achieve bigger outcomes for the mandate that we have been given. And so that put up. And health insurance are already digitized a lot. All our offices are linked to the center. And innovation and how we are processing our claims with technology gave us an edge over others to the extent that we can actually, through innovative thinking.
Digitization is needed more than ever in Ghana's healthcare delivery system. That's according to Dr. Selby.
The digitization drive is the step to the interventions that will change this country's health status.
For the Vice President, mobile renewal is the way out.
People used to come and sleep for 2-3 days from villages to before they could renew their national health insurance. But we said, listen, this can be done by mobile phone, right? Digitize the process, and anybody who wants to renew their national health insurance doesn't need to travel all the way to the district capital and sleep or bribe somebody to be able to get quick service or whatever. Just get onto your mobile phone, dial *929# and follow the prompts very quickly. Within a minute or 2, you would have paid for your national health insurance renewal.
After several fine-tuning, the decision was made to settle on the *929#. It worked like magic.
When we started, we picked a semi-urban area and a rural area. Let's try, see what happens, and then we can roll it out. People just spread the word across the country. And within a week, about 1,000 people a day were trying to renew from districts that were not opened up because only the pilot districts were working. And the pressure across the country to scale it up nationwide, we knew we had a good product.
A few years after the pilot, everyone had unfettered access to sitting in the comfort of their homes to renew their health insurance cards.
And to the extent that even now, when you go to a hospital, they prompt you to try to find out whether you can confirm the attendance that has been billed to health insurance, such that some accountability issue also has been introduced within the technology landscape to try to ensure that facilities don't send claims which are not correct. So you want patients to reconfirm the type of claims that hospitals are bringing to us.
You are seeing quite a lot of people actually and renewing their membership, and therefore we are expanding coverage in terms of people who are covered by national health insurance.
We were planning that by 2-3 years, about 50% would be renewing by mobile, and then we tried to grow it. Within 6 months, 75% were renewing by mobile, far above our expected. We didn't even have to spend that much money on marketing. It marketed itself. which is what happens when you have a good product.
Testimonies abound in the district on the comfort the mobile renewal has brought to clients of the scheme and staff of the National Health Insurance Authority. Menshia in the Ashanti region, Techiman in the Bono East region, and Walwali in the Northeast region district offices are among the top 5 district offices with the highest mobile renewals. We decide to visit these 3, and the Menshia district office is our first port of call. It is a very busy office and it is headed by Esther Odum.
For Menshia, I don't think this is, a busy atmosphere. Because for us in our peak, you wouldn't even have a place to stand to put your cameras.
Before the inception of the mobile renewal, the staff here were always under pressure to meet the demands of the hundreds who throng here daily.
Before, we're managing the crowd. You have to do it, you have to come, you have to do it, and all. There are instances where somebody is sick in a hospital bed, they have to carry the person over simply because the card has to be renewed. But now it's not like that. Somebody stands somewhere and then does it. One person could even do it for a whole family, and I think that it's really easing the system.
The star 929 hash mobile renewal is really a game changer.
One main challenge of people was that I wouldn't want to go and queue just to renew. And since it came especially people with, the intellectuals who are in institutions. We do institution registration. Before you get there, they are done with their renewals. You only have just 1 or 2 that had problems and challenges with the system network, and then you just bring them over to the office to work for them. I think that is a great reliever.
And this relief is also felt by their clients. Akosua Pukua is one of them. Before the introduction of the star 929 hash, Akosua would travel long distances and even sleep over at district office for her turn to renew her card.
I think 2019, and I'm to say mobile renewal. If it's what me buy no more chair manager. Me buy happy. Card no so ya me je cards na no me ankasa. Me renew or phone somehow. Enti I say aboa me ntwa kwan sans sankra no family nana ne me ma me be delights metna ha sa. E ma me timi koye madwuma. Baby am tibia me timi ye. E ma me nti eye pa.
Whatever time that you want to renew, once you dial star 929 hash on any mobile phone at all, it could be a young phone, it can even be a cassava phone, it will still work.
This is a homegrown solution. Cost very little money. Didn't have to sign £80 million contract with anybody. And look at the difference it has made to all of us.
In Techiman in the Bono East region, before the introduction of the star 929 hash, this district office was always congested. A mixture of old clients wanting to renew their cards and new persons trying to sign up.
You come and find so many crowds in the office. All around the office, people were around trying to get their membership renewed. And then it created a lot of inconvenience on our limited resources here. You could come and see rubbish scattered all over the places.
Some unfortunate incident happened right here.
We had a situation where a pregnant woman came, in the course of waiting, she had to deliver in this office. Really? Yes. Because the crowd were many, and it's a process.
For the number of years, long queues continued to form right inside and outside of this office. Some crimes were perpetuated.
People were also taking advantage of these innocent clients and extorting money from them. So the members were paying unauthorized fees to certain people who were by then serving as middlemen because they happened to know some of the workers who were processing the ID cards. So they were trying to assist them, taking some fees or charges from these innocent members.
These are some of the reasons people who had the National Health Insurance cards were demotivated to renew when they expire.
3 days, 4 days. Kwanya yisi faso ateti aye famu
ɛwɔ ha ansan a wɔn ari ni amaye no enye easy nipa na yegu office ha no na enye easy kura but ene no enti sambio.
But the story drastically changed when the digital platform was activated.
Na wuna minim ikoduriye no omo eji ma yi ni shemu a omo check ma me so insurance na wu mi gina hwa na mi bisa ma ne say na metima renew no so wu ska wo ho a metima renew ma mi ska mo omo renew no hwa ma me omo renew ma me no mi gina hwa nso so e de ko hospital e ma doctor hwe me nti mobile ayini de aba be boaye timamufo ya yi fire chiri e ba no aboaye because of say lo fe kra na nka obetua odi aba ha no na nya de keto.
Government says it got it right, as this technology and the many others they have introduced are lessening the burden of Ghanaians.
At the end of the day, life is very important. The president tells us that we know how to bring back the economy, but we don't know how to bring back a life once you've lost it. And so the government cares very, very strongly about the lives of Ghanaians and our ability to access good health care, right? And so this is why all these things are being done across the spectrum. And this is what we are trying to do to improve healthcare.
We thank the Vice President for his support all the way through. He kept encouraging and pushing us, and it's really the start of a big digital push in this country.
Wali Wali in the West Mampusi district of the Northeast region was among the few districts in the country this mobile renewal was piloted. It is another busy NHIS district office. Service delivery was worse prior to the inception of the Star 929 hash.
As you can see from the background, you will see a lot of clients around. These are just people who are here to register, not to renew. New clients. So you can imagine what would have happened if about, let's say, 200 people a day will come to add up to this number. You can imagine what will happen. So I can say that the system has been a savior. That is, the mobile application system has been a savior because it has actually decongested our office. Because in a day, let's say daily, we can have like 200 people renewing via mobile money. So if these people are to add up to those who are to do the fresh, you can imagine the chaos that will go through here.
At the National Health Insurance Authority headquarters, one thing excites them most: how revenue leakages have been blocked, courtesy the mobile renewal.
Obviously, with no cash changing hands anywhere, revenue leakages dropped. The temptation for malfeasance at our district office all went away. There are some districts where 90% of the renewals are by mobile money. So it has made a big difference. Second thing is not needing to go to the office to print. On the back of the cards, the ribbons, buying printers and all that, drastically reduced. So that is saving us some rent revenue.
This is not the only action government is taking to protect Ghanaians through digitization.
We will see a modernization of Ghana, as the President Nana Akufo-Addo has asked us to do.
One love pour nos mamans Africa. Comment si on say grum chale. Je vais depuis que je suis môme, c'est waté. Oh, and you m'aide à bas. Et c'est même pas du azontosis.
And thank you very much for joining us once again on PM Express. PM Express, as you know, is always brought to you by Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them ourselves. Syntax tanks, it is strong, it is tough. Alomo bitters, experience greatness in every moment, and the Ghana AIDS Commission. And desires are wishes. Beauty is a promise of happiness, but passion is everything. Thinking about buying a new home? Talk to those who build with passion. Sloan Square is a new gated community development at Sakumono. It is developed by Cherry Tree Properties. It's a one-of-a-kind, well-planned luxury you've never experienced. Why don't you call them? It's 0553-662-366. Cherry Tree Properties, sophistication and class. If you're building and you want water tanks, to save that water, you need to call Syntex Tanks. They first to introduce the double layer tank, and now you can also have your own specs. They have the white inner layer tanks in Ghana. The customer specs order allows you to order any color and size of preference. Syntex Tanks gives you the longest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you in Ghana, by the way. And so whatever your water consumption, size of project or demand, choose Syntex Tank. They have agents nationwide, so you can call them 0244-335-168 or simply shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tanks, a strong, a tough. Tonight, my guest on the show was recently on PM Express, but I've asked to ask him to come back on the show. Why? There have been a few issues that he's spoken about in the last 2 months that, again, were very thought-provoking. One of them is the Ghana Trade Vulnerability Report. And he had a very interesting take on that, and one that, again, jolts you into thinking about the Ghanaian circumstance. But I'm also very curious to get his thoughts on what has been happening in the SAP region, the sweeping of the region by this school fever. I wonder his thoughts on it. Many say it's just a manifestation of the citizens' grievance at the lack of the democratic dividend, whatever that is. I'll pick his thoughts on that on the show. You know him, he is Yain Sako. He is not afraid to speak his mind. He is a Pan-Africanist, but of course he's a former executive VP of Unilever. Thank you, Yain.
Thank you very much, Evans. Thank you very much for having me again.
And grateful that you agreed to sit with us again. Let's start with the first one, the Ghana Trade Vulnerability Report. And you wrote an article on it, and you pitched it as a critique of neoliberal capitalism. Why?
Well, that's what we have been doing for decades. The outcome is before us with granular data, and I think the starting point is to be thankful to the Ghana Statistical Service that they reduced the debate to objective terms in quantitative expressions that make it very easy, therefore, to have the conversation. And it just tells us the state of our trade. We don't have to argue. The numbers are there. They don't lie. So I see it as a reflection of the sum total of what we have been attempting to do for decades. And what we have been attempting to do is neoliberal capitalism.
But what's wrong with it? Unless are doing it and succeeding.
Who?
Well, if the US will say, well, they are neoliberal. Everybody can do what they want and it benefits the rest of us, at least as a theory. UK and the Europe will say same as well.
If you put a magnifying glass over those societies at $3,000 per capita GDP per annum, you find a very strong involvement of planning, of making sure that the state was competent, creating the environment in which the private sector could have agency. Things like Silicon Valley did not just spring up on private initiative, they were planned. Many of the big organizations in the US that we know of as big businesses, they got big contracts with the military, with other arms, etc. So what you actually have when you put a magnifying glass is a mixed economy. One that they realize that the state makes markets efficient. It creates the environment within which markets can flourish. The abdication of the responsibility of a competent state that neoliberal capitalism sort of precipitates, all because it is chasing a return to shareholders, what is called shareholder primacy, you hardly see has delivered anyway. In fact, I don't know an example where it has delivered a society from poverty to prosperity.
But why is our poor showing in which was exhibited in very glaring terms in the trade vulnerability report, that in essence shows that really since Nkrumah we haven't changed much in terms of the very structure of this economy. We're so import driven, we are still not trading with ourselves on the continent, and we are consuming and not producing. But why is that a fault of neoliberal capitalism?
Well, that's the outcome. That's what you do when you're pursuing neoliberal capitalism is essentially shareholder primacy. So you think very short term. The thing is driven by quarterly cycles. What are the shareholders going to say? You're also willing to get the return by any means necessary. Ghana is going through the throes of the whole ecological system being damaged because of galamsey. That is a typical example of what happens. The end-to-end value chain, taking responsibilities for your externalities, is not present in neoliberal capitalism. All that people do is that they want a return and you down the consequences. So these are the sorts of issues that you're talking about when you're driven by huge amounts of short-termism. The countries that have made it to prosperity, they talk about 20-year plans, 30-year plans. We are forever talking about the quarter, the budget cycle. You don't change systems like that. So we are where we are and have not changed significantly since independence because we've not made structural interventions. And if you want structural outcomes, you have to make structural interventions. I was looking recently at the Chinese reforms as an example. In 1980, Deng Xiaoping, at that time, in 1980, was 76 years old. But he launched a 20-year plan and said that China would move from a GMP per capita of $200 per annum to 800, quadruple the GMP per capita, as a proxy for industrial and agricultural output. And they were clear in their minds that if they were able to do that, they would get to prosperity because their country had better distribution than most of the developed world. What is our equivalent? That's the challenge. We're moving from one budget cycle to another, then we miss, then we come back, and because we are not looking long term, we are not placing the structural issues that need to be changed on the table.
I look at the numbers the Statistical Service gave up, and if you drill down a bit more to say the 12 months that they looked at, 3 of those months we exported more than imported, November, December, and March. The 9, obviously, you see the story there, which is what you've been talking about. Doesn't that show that at least it is possible to do it? But there is a case of scaling up?
We are thinking too short term. I mean, 3 months, how can you assess anything in 3 months? I like to look at what are the outcomes of a decade, for example. When you talk the Chinese reforms and its impact, you are talking about reforms that were initiated since 1978. They launched the 20-year plan in 1980. Deng Xiaoping actually said we must think about the 20 years to the end of the century. That was then 1980 to 2000. And plan for the 50 years of the following century. This is a 70-year plan that they were talking about. So when I hear something went up 3 months, that's a blip. You can't establish a trend or a pattern, but it is very much in typical, characteristic of neoliberal behavior that we get excited. I sat in a presentation once and we're talking about the CD and structural things that needed to be done. And one economist was telling me about a 3-week trend. I said, what can you do with a 3-week trend? So yes, within a year, within 2 years, there will be some ups and downs. But where are the trend lines headed? That's what we must analyze. And if the trends bother us, then we must intervene.
You talked a lot about Deng Xiaoping, and you cite him in your, and I like the quote you talked about. He made the point that if you really want to get somewhere, then you have to dare to touch the backside of the tiger. But Deng Xiaoping's time and the context in which he managed to do the things he did as a chief policy brain for China back then for so long, he had longevity. He had one party. He can be there for long. Until he died, he was so very influential. That is not the structure we have. It doesn't allow anybody that 70 years you talk about to implement the sort of long-term vision that Deng Xiaoping, for example, has. Those are 2 different contexts.
Yes, we like to give those sorts of excuses, but if you look at Deng's career, it's not as glossy as we make it seem. I think his own graciousness, the fact that he was willing to stop the undermining of Mao, who rusticated him, because Chairman Mao rusticated him, so people thought he would be bitter, but he said, no, we were all in this together. Deng himself said, for 10 years I lived in the cowshed, which tells you something. He fought the Gang of Four, Bimbilla, Mao's wife, and the others. And when they led the Cultural Revolution, for 10 years, Deng was off the scene. In fact, from 1958, he started to run into difficulties because when they said the Great Leap Forward, he said it wouldn't work. That they were talking, the Gang of Four was talking better an impoverished socialism than a rich capitalism. And Deng responded that if socialism only delivers poverty, it will collapse. So he was called a capitalist roader. He was sidelined for 10 years, but he fought back. He talked a lot in his lifetime about how they crushed the Gang of Four. And it was then that they were able to implement the reforms. So I think people do not fully understand the Chinese system and they think there's no accountability, people just get there. This guy became a member of the Communist Party at 18, Deng Xiaoping. At 23, he was already General Secretary of the Central Committee. At 28, he belonged to the top 9. They actually had posters, Mao and 8 others in China. Deng, at 28, was there.
Facilitated one party that had the iron grip over power.
The internal competitiveness, even the whole one-party thing is not very true. The internal competitiveness of the Chinese system is not fully understood. I'm not saying that we should go and adopt the Chinese system. They themselves say that they pursue development with Chinese characteristics. But there are things that we can learn from them.
Such as?
Such as long-term planning. The fact that Deng called out in his reforms 4 modernizations: defense, agriculture, industry, education, very clear. And they had stability. They knew what they were going after. They were working to a very clear econometric model. He said, we have 80% of the population. At the time, China's population was 1 billion. He said, we have 80% of the population living in rural areas as peasants in poverty. If we don't start by uplifting the conditions of the people at the bottom rank, there will be no stability in China in order to be able to carry out the reforms. So they first started by lifting the bottom so that people would have dignity. And they were also very clear. Deng and his team used to say, we are not aiming to be the most prosperous nation in the world. We are just trying to put in place reforms that will make our people live in dignity. We must sit back. When we build some of these capital projects that we're also very excited about, and we talk about a new thing and so on and so forth. I talked the last time I was here about the April Partners report. 68% of our population is considered to be living in families that are classified as low income. So if you and I see another shining building somewhere and we are leaving people in that sort of situation and not doing anything about it, we are creating a system that can explode. And we are seeing what is happening in the sub-region.
Something
the
that
way,
will come
yes, the way that China did it was first focus on the people who were at the bottom of the rank in extreme poverty, move them into some degree of dignity, and then from that degree of dignity, they said to themselves, now we can go after the cities. In a way, they were going back to Mao. The Maoist revolution first encircled the cities from the rural areas, then they attacked the cities. So in a way, they were doing that. But look at it carefully. You see the systematic approach that was taken to build education, because the Cultural Revolution had called the intellectuals the stinking ninth. Bimbilla and the others had said that intellectuals were not workers. According to their Marxist philosophy, they didn't see them as workers. And therefore, they denigrated them and created an anti-intellectual environment for which China suffered, because they fell behind in international R&D. So they dealt with that. They said, if you don't sort out agriculture, you will not get rural wealth. You will not get enough food to eat. So very systematic approaches and major structural changes were were made, and they were thinking long term, not 3 months. What will 3 months do? In fact, Deng said, when he started, he said the reforms that were needed in the rural areas will not show signs of progress for the first 3 years. It was in the 4th year.
But isn't the case that the very structure of our Ghanaian democratic existence doesn't allow that long-term thinking and implementation? At least the structure means maximum 8 years, you're out. Somebody else comes with different vision for the country, and then the cycle continues.
By the way, Deng Xiaoping was in charge for 78 to 89, 11 years. So many people think that it was much longer. When he came to power, he was already in his mid-70s, and one of the things that is not very well known that he focused on was actually reducing the age of the members of the Central Committee. People don't talk much about that. Then cut the bureaucracy.
In fact, it is said that when he got to a certain age, he deliberately retired to force the others to...
He actually said he wished that he could retire even before he started the reforms, but he had to lead the reforms. But he kept on saying, we have to bring the age down because we were at our peak when we were much younger. The other thing he spoke a lot about was that the public bureaucracy was bloated. People don't talk about it much, but he reduced the numbers significantly. One of the ways was introducing a pension system. You know, his famous statement, there are too many temples, and each of the temples, too many deities. And we have to reduce those sorts of numbers. So it is more what we have allowed our system to become.
But that's the system that we have.
No, they have it in Singapore as well. Our parties have become corroded. They don't have consistency. So when one candidate moves, they talk about something and you start wondering, is this the same political party? Some of the internal battles are almost fratricidal. Now, other more prosperous societies...
But you mentioned Singapore.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know the celebrated leader who transformed it had 30 years to do it.
But he contested, what, every 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? I don't even know what the cycle is. He went
but
to
if
the
you
people,
were in Ghana, you only have 8 years maximum,
but
and that would be it.
He built his party. Why are our politicians not building their parties to be sufficiently robust? One of the things that those parties in Asia spoke a lot about, and in Singapore I experienced it myself, the amount of time that the leaders of the PAP spend in rural areas with the masses engaged and so on. We are running this Santa Claus system. We see the politicians once in 4 years. We are entering the season of politics, right? So you hear the promises. I was watching the news and this DC says I'll do this says I will do that. This is a season of promises until the election, then they disappear. So if you run a system like this, the constituent units, the building forces, the crucibles of transformation and change, which should be the political parties, are themselves so significantly corroded. And the last time I was here, I talked a lot about the over-monetization of our politics. Singaporean elections, the democratic contests, are among the most economically efficient in the world because they guard it carefully. They don't allow people to just throw money in. So these are all the elements of neoliberalism. There are many more that we have to sit back and say, how do we change? Or else we are caught in this cycle.
In your article on the Trade Vulnerability Report, you say that the economy that had emerged and done something really great are those who are courageous. They want to challenge the status quo, but also have mass movements that are truly anti-systemic, right? How does that look like for Ghana? In real terms, how does that translate to the Ghana solution?
Show me the politician in the top 10 of the political parties that has gone into the rural areas, say Galamsey, we are trying to solve the Galamsey problem, and slept on tables and mats with the people who are living there and understood how the economic cycle. It's not populist. It is populist if you go there with cameras and you come and show it. What do people in big businesses do? I, as a marketing director, used to go into mud huts in Yankpala. No water, no electricity. But these people are consuming your product. So you have to understand how they live. What are their aspirations? In what ways can you give solutions through your brands that improve their lives? But we don't have that. The character of our politics is not like that. We have created the Ghanaian big man. I see somebody was just fighting with me because I wouldn't let him take my bag. Yeah, so they get disengaged from the communities in which they are. So I unfortunately don't cut people slack on those sorts of things. The political parties, in order to become mass movements, must engage in very different ways. And we must stamp out the Santa Claus nature of our politics. I call it Santa Claus because Santa Claus goes around and gives gifts. And the people also wait for Santa Claus to come and give gifts. So at Christmas time, Santa Claus appears with gifts. Same thing. In the 4th year of a political cycle, the politicians appear, Santa Claus, with their gifts. And people say, yay, Father Christmas is here. Everybody takes their bit because they know they will not see them again. If that is the reward of our democratic system, then we are headed to trouble.
You talk about mass movements that were anti-systemic. In Ghana, we have 2 main parties that have just rotated and done the cycle. They will tell you that they have mass movements of their own. This core group of 5 million people who will always vote for the NDC or the MPP, either way, there's a small minority in the middle, so-called floating voters who then swing the actual outcome of the results. Isn't that a mass movement? Or that's not what you're talking about?
No, not at all. I'm not talking about, and by the way, we don't need to go all the way to China. We saw Kwame Nkrumah was pilloried for moving with veranda boys, but he created a mass movement in this country around the big idea of independence and was able to mobilize people, the railway workers, Pobi Baini, and so on and so forth. So we've seen it here before. We don't necessarily need to go to China and so forth. Where are the educational institutions of the political parties? You know, serious political parties, they have big academies for training their cadres. They have ideals that they talk about. They explain to them their core philosophies. They teach. Where are they? When they go into the hinterland, where are the efforts to really educate people? Our politics has swung into a huge casino. You toss money into it and you hope for a favorable outcome. I mean, dangerous statements are being made. I heard one recently, a leader of a political party, making a statement that they too should get their judges. Are our judges now members of the political party, and are they there to represent political parties? Is this where we are headed? That the MPP has its judges and the NDC also has its judges. And the leaders are saying to themselves there is a contest. We are headed into trouble if this is what becomes of the judiciary. I hope that the Chief Justice does not see it that way. Fortunately, she's not spoken and endorsed that point of view. But the fact that those sorts of statements can be made, those are the things that point to the reality that the coloration of our neoliberal politics is not what is optimum. And that's why we must learn from other people who, China is just one example I gave. Singapore, you could go to Singapore, South Korea, they are running more stable systems. Vietnam, they are running much more stable systems there. The Scandinavian countries, because I'm only talking about Asia, the Scandinavian countries, they too have these cycles, but they don't have this over-monetized nature. There's a big idea around their politics.
Should we change the very structure of our democracy? As in, more specifically, should we change the 4-year, maximum 8-year cycle?
I'm not totally convinced that it is the cycle itself that is the problem. I just mentioned the Scandinavian countries. They too have a cycle. It is the fact that our politics is not powered by big ideas and consistency to chase them. So if a political party were to lose power today, Nana Akufo-Addo leaves power, the opposition comes, what's the first thing that happens? Every board is dissolved. All ambassadors are recalled.
The Constitution empowers
In fact,
you to do
yeah,
so.
it does empower, but just because the Constitution empowers you doesn't mean that you go around. The Constitution empowers many things.
But something fundamental must change for what you propose to happen.
So the nature, first of all, the Constitution, you're right, must not be that permissive. I agree that we have seen tremendous abuse of perhaps an over-permissive Constitution, and we need to protect in some ways. I don't believe that the strategic public sector boards, for example, should be appointed by governments. So just because a government leaves, why should the Bank of Ghana's board be dissolved? But this has now seeped through to our population to such an extent. The last time I was reading about it, I just shook my head. Public sector, public toilets The guardians of public toilets now change when political parties change. What sort of system are you running? So there's no continuity. And that is the bane of over-politicization. The Chinese and many other parts of the world, people know this, they said from each according to his ability. I'll be talking about this in a lecture next month. From each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Ghana is running a system of from each according to his politics to each according to his politics. You can't sustain a country in that way.
I want to take a break. When I return, also in this trade vulnerability report is the picture of what we do with the rest of the continent. And you think that in the era of the Africa trade, in the continental free trade area, and etc., we should be doing far better. But the report actually says that we're still trading more with Europe and Asia than we're trading with ourselves across the border here, although we still have a certain economic community for West African state. Emphasis on economic community. I'll ask him his thoughts on that because he writes about that and then challenge him a bit where the evidence also suggests that we possibly may not be doing as bad when it comes to that area of things. And then we'll get into, for me, I guess, everybody's talking about the coup fever sweeping across the sub-region. What is it? I've talked about our democracy. Is that what is happening elsewhere that others are reacting to it by taking to the streets or to the military to overthrow governments? I'll ask his thoughts on that. Stay with me. You're live on PM Express.
Can he tee up someone in red? And it goes towards
Do not say!
That's who goal is for.
What
After 5 Champions League, you
want to know? I be the real goat, Chairman. I be the real goat. The left magician, the left magician.
Who is the goat? Ghana Jollof or Nigeria Jollof?
Ghana Jollof has no co-equal. The smell alone. Oh my God.
No, that shift. You two they lie, eh? Now the same stew when they use cook the rice and then they go put them for top.
Hey! You are lying. Ghana Jollof.
Are you idiot? Forget everybody, yeah? My guy. Put some respect on the goat. On the goat? The only goat I know lives in Tama. Every year, we dey give to you back. We are talking about PET. I want some Yajiaji face. Except be the goat, huh? My guy, he be the goat.
Though our choice of goats may differ in football, music, and jollof, Alomo Bitters always brings us together. Alomo, experience greatness in every moment.
Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18 and recommended to pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Join us at the groundbreaking event where African leaders like Dr. Arikana, Peter Obi, Patrice Lumumba, Julius Malema, performing live Stone Boy, Wiyala, Efia, and other special surprise guests with giveaways and exclusive items. Dial star 713 star 33 star 00 hash for your free ticket. It's happening on the 7th of January 2024 at the Independence Square. Time 5 p.m. Africa rises again. Experience a powerful convergence of cultures. The convention, igniting the voices of Africa.
You are still on PM Express. My guest is Yao Nsako. We are talking about Ghana, but also the continent largely. Yao, in the Trade Vulnerability Report, you also singled out the fact that, yes, you're trading significantly with Europe and the rest of the world, with the exception of Africa, at the time of Africa Free Trade Area. And of course, you raised that conundrum. But that has been, well, the way it's been. It's not only difficult to trade with the rest of the continent and even the sub-region. It's far more expensive to travel in a plane simply to any African country. Today I was in my son's school and I wanted to buy uniforms, and they were importing the uniforms from an Asian country. Importing the uniforms, and I'm like, I want to go to Amokola and go and buy it. They said, no, but if you go to Amokola, you can't find it. Isn't that the problem? For me, isn't that the problem? That it's far more difficult. You can't find the things either here or in another country, and so you have to go elsewhere beyond the continent. It's not really our fault, is it?
No, when we talk about these things, it is not that we're saying that somebody should be blamed. What you described is the reality. The task of strategy, development strategy, business strategy, is to say, now that we know those constraints, now that we know those realities, how do we intervene? Otherwise, in our lifetimes, China was not prosperous. Mm-hmm. Why has it become what it has become today? In our lifetimes, actually we were quite old in 1994, even you were very aware, Rwanda fell apart completely. It's not today a prosperous country, but it is a functioning country. So you look at your reality with a view to say, I always say this, development is about the reordering of the social relations around the means of production. Why is it expensive? What can we do to intervene? So what are the crucial, the critical factors that you can intervene over the long term? And that's where you intervene. If you simply take a snapshot of society and then you are paralyzed, well, that is a very defeatist approach. then you're not going to go anywhere. So reports like this, their use is not just that we discuss them and we entertain ourselves with the numbers and so on. Their use is that they give you a very intelligent picture of the state of affairs, and from there you must navigate a way forward. That's why you see that many of the countries that do very well have a distinct common feature. They are very data intelligent. They don't just make wild claims. Many places you go to in Ghana, when somebody says something, you ask for the evidence, he says you are too known. But you have to have evidence, otherwise why do you make the claims that you make?
On that, when it comes to isolating some of the numbers that the Statistical Service put out, I found that interesting, that as far as exports were concerned, we were doing far more export to the rest of the continent than any other continent. In fact, 13.2 billion CD more exports to the rest of the continent, Africa, I mean, than we're importing. That definitely shows that we aren't actually doing as bad. At least we're taking advantage of the free trade area.
Well, that's one way of looking at the numbers, but there are several ways of looking at numbers.
How are you looking at it?
I have a marketing background, so interpreting data is one of the things that you do. The question that we must address ourselves to is that in spite of the rhetoric of power around Pan-Africanism, Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, sub-regionalization and so on, only 20% of our exports are done in the sub-region, and 10% of imports. That, in my view, is a contradiction, not of my ideas, not of my rhetoric, of the rhetoric that is bandied around. And I try to look into the data to try and understand what was going on over there. And one of the glaring bits is that 2.5% of our exports go to Nigeria. That is an absolute anomaly. Nigeria is a super nation. How is it that you do only 2.5%?
Because they don't want us. I mean, 2 years ago, in fact, a year ago, they closed their borders to our products coming in. Isn't that a problem? That's a problem. They are very protectionist in the orientation. You've been there, you know this. That's why we're struggling to go in. Our traders were complaining. They closed it for weeks, and our trucks were stuck at the border, and they were not being allowed in. Rice in particular.
I think there's a difference between journalism and political leadership. The journalists do their work when they report the problem. That's their work. They report the problem, they put the facts on the table. If the politicians also become political leaders only to report the problem to us, then we don't need them. We can make a saving. Their job is to report the problem and say to us, what are we going to do about it? International diplomacy, there are reasons why Nigeria takes the posture that it takes. I continue to insist that we are friendly countries with a long history of fraternal relations. And what you have to do is to sit around the table. The major economic powers of the world, they sit together. And when they sit, they don't always see eye to eye. There's a chip war going on between the US and China at the moment. You have to sit down and you negotiate these things. This is why you have a trade minister, this is why you have high commissioners and so on and so forth. And you talk through these things and you come to acceptable compromises that work mutually for the two sides.
It sounds simple enough, but why haven't we done it? We've had ECOWAS for God knows how long. Now there's the AU. So what's the problem there?
Well, I've said to you that our neoliberal democracy takes the easy road. We avoid the big questions. And again, the last time I attacked the media, and I attacked the media again, but this time I did also say that the media has done well with the trade vulnerability report. Absolutely, they must be given kudos for it, but it must continue and not only remain an elite conversation, it must go down, because a lot of the cross-border trade is not done by the elites in society. There are people who, in spite of all these barriers and blocks and so on, they manage to move things across borders. Their perspectives are also necessary.
But isn't after, for example, a big idea, isn't that what exactly you're asking them to do, to think long-term, structurally? Isn't that something you should be applauding at least the continent for?
I'm speaking at 2 marketing conferences this week, one in Kampala and another tomorrow in Accra. And one of the things I'll be doing is quoting Wangari Maathai. His long speeches and all this rhetoric and so on is not what greens an environment. Digging a hole in the ground, putting the seed, watering it for life, rolling up your sleeves, getting dirty, that's what matters.
But isn't that what the Africa Free Trade Area is supposed to do?
Where?
Do all the hard lifting? At least they thought about it, they are implementing it.
Where's the evidence in the numbers?
Well, at least Ghana is exporting 13.2 billion more to the continent than importing compared to the rest of the other continents.
20% of our exports. That's the other way of looking at it. Is that what the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement means when it says that we're promoting intra-African trade? And of that, what you mentioned, you didn't mention that over 50% of it is gold to South Africa. Over 70% of our exports are coming from gold, from cocoa, and from crude oil. Now, gold and crude oil are finite commodities. An extractive industry is a finite, some people even call it a sunset industry. So if you build an economy and you say that this is free trade and you're doing very well in Pan-African trade and so on, and it is built on the extractive industry, which is finite, you are not building capabilities for the future. I pointed out in one interview that I gave with another media player, I said that you look at the bar on our machine production capabilities, non-existent. I had to turn pages several times to be able to see it because it's non-existent. That tells you that we have not built the underlying capabilities.
In fact, the Trade Vulnerability book backs you up. In fact, the top 3 things we import the most machinery.
No, but you look at the chart. The chart is actually there. The Statistical Service did a very good job. And even where we say that we have industry, what makes it industry? If you read Samir Amin, he did a great analysis on accumulation on a world stage. What really makes it industry? We provide the labor, then we provide some commodities, all the sophisticated machinery we import. So we've not built underlying capabilities. We have energy security issues. These are the big questions of society. When I talk about the big ideas, how are you going to change those fundamental drivers to liberate the productive forces in your economy? That is the challenge of development.
I want to take another break. So, possibly, who's the answer? Aren't they radical enough? That question after this break.
Kwesi pa. Nansa be na unumi.
Whiskey.
Wash. All of a sudden, my voice I hear different. And when you saw a call. Barman, bring me the honey whiskey. You know the one? Black Rock Whiskey.
Honey whiskey.
Shale, honey near their frau. Black Rock Whiskey is strong. Now to taste me is smooth and it goes down easy. Excuse me.
Barman.
Barman, bring my friend one Black Rock Whiskey.
Black Rock Whiskey, blended with natural honey flavor.
Hey, what's up?
Barman.
Hey, what the hell for Sikanton Sata? The beer been Toma no. Oh.
Black Rock Whiskey, Tabby, the feel is smooth, national.
Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18 years of age and not recommended for pregnant women. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see Sintex. Sintex.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey!
Sintex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Sintex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Sintex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Sintex is the answer. Sintex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Thank you very much for staying with us on PM Express. We've been talking about Ghana and Africa in the context of the 2022 Statistical Service Trade Vulnerability Report that really emphasizes the point that in spite of all the volumes of manifestos that always use the phrase changing the structure of the economy, doing away with the gorgeous beg economy, we're still really standing still as far as our trade is concerned. And my guest, Yayan Sako, had actually said we are not being radical enough. He says, actually challenging us to be like what Deng Xiaoping had said, dare to touch the backside of a tiger. So yeah, let me throw that to you then. That analogy that Deng put out there, isn't cool then the answer to that? That is as radical as you get.
No, it is not as radical as we get. Coups are an intellectually lazy approach for people who do not want to do the hard political work. And we must absolutely never outsource the political work that is required for development to coup makers. Let us place a magnifying glass over a coup. A coup is not the military acting as an establishment. Because we talk about military takeovers, people make it seem as though the army goes and sits somewhere, goes into conclave, and then the entire army says, now we need to intervene because the civilians have messed up. No. This, just as I was driving here, I was reading something the Gabonese new usurper has mentioned, something that he claims Jerry Rawlings said about that the judges fail you and the civilian politicians, so the armed forces must intervene. What is the mandate of the armed forces to intervene? Where does the hierarchy of the armed forces get together and say that they are staging a coup? So when a country turns around on coups, it is playing Russian roulette with its fate. Because a coup, by definition, is a clique of conspiratorial elements of the military. It's not the full military acting as an establishment. And then they get up and they say that we feel that we must intervene now. And then you have people who are applauding them and saying that the civilians have not delivered and therefore we must try the military. The question I ask is, why are those the only options? Why do we now believe that things are so binary that we must choose between corrupt civilians or soldiers who are not accountable? And when these soldiers come, to whom do they account?
But we've tried all the options and they failed. Why not coup? I mean, look at the recent case of Gabon. 56 years for one family.
Yeah.
What haven't they tried in that space? Singapore did it in 30. So after 56, why not a coup?
The challenge I throw is that Kamuzu Banda was also in power for, you can check, I think 3 decades or so. The Malawian people got rid of him without a coup. Kenneth Kaunda in Zambia, they got rid of him without a coup. So if you're willing, it is the more difficult route. But you see, this neoliberal environment encourages us. We're always looking for shortcuts. I was just saying before coming here at one university that I went to, that our forebears many years ago used to say there is no shortcut to the top of the palm tree. What they were telling us is that if you want enduring change in society, you have to work hard for it. This thing that we feel that we can outsource structural changes in society to coup makers, I say again, is intellectually lazy. And it is a deep regret, especially in my generation, people who have seen the hazards of coups. When they say we've tried everything and it has not worked, we've also tried coups. So why are we going back to that?
You've celebrated the role of the mass movements in your article on the trade movement. So why are the masses then jubilating on the streets in Gabon, in Niger, happy that the coup makers have come to save them?
I'm not going to put you in an awkward position, but many people who have said this to me, I've said to them, how did you conclude that the masses are celebrating?
Well, seeing is believing. I saw them on the streets.
So they say they watch TV, and then I say, in Niger, I bothered to check. The biggest pro-coup rally in Niger, according to Al Jazeera, had an attendance of 30,000 people.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Okay, so you have 30,000 people. Then I checked with someone who I don't know whether I have the authority to mention his name, but one of the lead journalists from West Africa. I asked him, what is the estimate for the average attendance of the pro-coup rally? He said 2,000. Now you say 30,000 is a lot, but the population of Niger is 25 million.
Yeah.
So when 30,000 people gather somewhere and they say that the masses are in support, what do they mean? The masses of the coup makers are mythical. And I challenge people to put the numbers.
But even if it's 2,000, protest on the street is always going to be just a representation of the rest of the population.
So why must the 2,000 determine the fate of 25 million? That is what I'm pointing at.
But they haven't. They're just jubilating what has already happened.
Yes, but that they jubilate doesn't then mean that the coup has mass support. That's the point I'm trying to make. So yes, the 2,000 people are free to jubilate. They are happy with brigands stepping in and overturning the cart and staging a coup. You know that I'm very critical of neoliberal politics and what it has become in Ghana. So I'm not saying I'm happy with the status quo. But the point I'm making is that in spite of my dissatisfaction and disaffection for the status quo, I am clear in my mind that a coup is not the answer.
So what do you do about the Gabon example? Because not all two coups are the same.
Yeah.
What do you say about that too?
How long did the ANC fight to win power in South Africa against
But they
the
took
apartheid
arms
system?
at some point. Nkonto with this way did exactly that. The spear of the nation. They were setting up bombs for train stations as terror.
People are confusing armed struggle in revolution with coups. The two are not the same.
But if they had the chance, they would have.
No, the Nkonto we see, Operation Mayibuye is what you're talking about, was actually action that was driven by an established political party, the ANC. You take Fidel, Kagame with the RPF, and so Ho Chi Minh and so on and so forth. These were people-based mass movements.
But they took up arms.
Yeah, but that you take up arms doesn't mean that you and I, we gather in a room and then
But the objective was the same.
No.
Was to make the government unpopular.
No.
Was to put pressure. At least in the South African case,
no.
That's why they did what they did.
No, it's again a total misread of the situation. The South African situation, Operation Mayibuye, was launched after there was a massacre. That's when they took up arms, because they said the state
but why?
had now militarized the struggle.
But why did they take
but
up
that
arms?
is not a coup d'etat.
For deliberate
were campaigning,
as a reaction to the
no, they
to the
were
mass
campaigning
massacre.
publicly. They were talking, Maibuye, Operation Maibuye was launched with a charter written, I think, by Joe Slovo. They were talking, so that is a very different situation, like Shea and Fidel and Raul and so on and so forth.
But both of them took up arms.
Yeah, I have no problems with armed struggle if it's done. Mao took up arms. If it is done openly and it is a mass movement, that's a very different thing from that somebody gets up and then says that I shoot my way to power because I have 5-6 people, ragtag, bandits, and then they just come and they say that they've shot their way and we must accept it. And what are the examples? We talk about it as if Idi Amin, Jerry Rawlings, Sani Abacha, they all emerged saying populist things. In Nigeria, actually, when Sani Abacha emerged, some of the pro-democracy movements celebrated some of the lead figures because Nigeria was in a crisis. Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida had annulled the election that had brought forward Moshood Kashmau Abiola. And as a result of that, they thought that Abacha was the answer. And they said, well, maybe it's a welcome intervention, it brings some order. Fate, political fate said, hold my beer. Within months, Abacha showed them his true nature. This was one of the worst murderous brigands and bandits ever. So you don't know what you gamble for when you have a coup.
But how do you deal with the Gabon scenario when one family has been in power for 56 years? What do you do? What do you leave the people? What options do they have?
It is a political question. The solution must be political.
But definitely people have tried. The opposition parties have tried and have failed. In fact, another election that the consensus is that was not free and fair, triggered this latest coup. What options do people have?
You are talking about structural change as if it is eating fast food, or this is the Twitter generation. You belong to that generation, so they always want everything very quickly, but no.
But 56 years, is a long time.
It is
in the context of what we've talked about, where others have done it in 3 decades.
It is a reflection of 2 things. It is a reflection of the trenchant corruption of the status quo, the equivalent of the ancien regime in Gabon. That is right. But it is also a reflection of an emasculated opposition that is not able to organize. So you have to think about the 2 variables. One is to step back and organize better.
But do you at least agree, before we wrap up, that what we are seeing in the sub-region is just a reflection of people's grievance at this failed democratic dividend? We just haven't seen that dividend, the masses.
I agree that democracy has not delivered the dividend that we all expected. I absolutely agree, and the last time I was here, I spoke about the danger that it poses, that it could lead to some of these things. That what is happening is a reflection. I'm not totally convinced, because I say that I have not seen the numbers that say to me that the claim that there is mass support for the coups is real. I keep repeating, the masses of the coup makers are mythical. I'd like to see the number. 30,000 people gathered at a rally does not make that mass support. There are 25 million people in the country. Where are the rest of them?
Final one, is Ghana immune?
Ghana cannot be immune. We have a huge amount of poverty in the country. There's a huge amount of restiveness. So we say in local parlance that when you see your neighbor's beard on fire, you should get a pail of water by the side. We must be thinking very carefully. The solution is not that you become draconian and go after people and so on and so forth and stop people speaking, try and handcuff the military. The solution is that this democracy must deliver shared prosperity and shared dignity. That is really the way. Again, going back to Deng, he said, as prosperity went up in China, crime started to go down, especially violent crime. So that is the route forward, in my view.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me again.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
The festival is coming.
What is going on between you and Pamela?
Roverman Productions, in partnership with Joy FM and the National Theatre, presents the Roverman Festival of Plays.
The festival starts on 23rd December with 4 girls, their spell. 24th December, husband material, 7 yards. 25th December, I like what you like. New Year's Day, naked in bed. 2nd January, unhappy wives confuse husbands. 6th January, just the tip. 7th January, naked in bed. 8th January, for girls, their spell. Venue, National Theatre. For tickets, dial *365*535#. WhatsApp 050-554-6010 or visit our regular outlet. Rate 200 Ghana cedis per play and 900 cedis for 6 plays. Time 4 and 8 p.m. each day. Sponsors Gino Tomato Mix, GCB Bank and Ebony Condos. Roverman Productions. Be the difference.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Tune, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio, may I say?
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
I am Anna Sabit on the principal streets of Tichiman, and this is JoyNews. Independent, fearless, and
Beekeeping, the art of tending bee colonies to harvest product like honey, beeswax, honeycomb, and the likes present a lucrative opportunity for Ghana's economy. Despite the favorable vegetation for beekeeping, the lack of attention in this sector forces reliance on foreign markets for honey consumption. It is to fix this challenge that Richard Mensah Oko founded the Women and Youth in Beekeeping Value Chain Ghana. This initiative, among many others, won him JoyNews Impact Maker Award in the area of agriculture and social welfare in June this year. Following the recognition and to expand his work, his organization secured funding from COVID to train more young people in beekeeping.
So I'm going to remove some of the top bars for you to see what is in there. See, this empty comb. The comb is empty. They are now filling it with honey.
At a week-long training for young beekeepers at the University College of Agricultural and Environmental Studies at Bonsu in the Eastern region, Richard Mensah Oko emphasized that with proper investment and support, Ghanaian beekeepers have the potential to produce the best honey in the world.
We are not there yet, but from what I see recently, it's encouraging. Awareness is gradually going out. A lot of people are now going into beekeeping. We have graduates coming, talking to you, asking how can they start? And it's inspiring to me, because 20 years ago when I started the Nkrasana Techuma Beekeepers, we were just a few people, and most people didn't know. But now, people call. Not that we go to them. Formally, we go and explain. Those who accept will accept. Now people call and they are ready to pay you to come and train them. So it's encouraging. But we are not there yet. We need to do more. As a nation, we can supply the best quality honey on earth. They talk about Manuka honey. I tell you, we have some type of honey. If our scientists come in with all the analysis being made and then the marketing and showing it to the world, we'll beat the highest quality honey right now on earth. Ghana has everything it takes to produce the best quality honey.
The COVID Fund will be used to train a minimum of 200 beekeepers to promote honey production. It gives further explanation into the nature of the training.
After here, in a week or two, we will organize another training in Nkrasana, and members from Nkrasana and Techuma and surrounding communities will be invited to be trained by the 10 people we selected. Under this project, what we chose is the training of trainers approach, meaning we selected 10 members of our association, brought them here for that intensive training, and then they will go back and train the larger members in the various communities. So directly, these 10 members who have been trained will go back and train at least 45 people there, direct training. And our training is that when you are trained, you are encouraged to also go into your villages and other communities to train more. So we estimate anyone trained should at least train about 5 people. We are looking at training not less than 200 to 300 farmers benefiting from this support from CODVET and Ghana Skills Development Fund. And the 55 trained are also expected to at least train 5 people, because you can't keep the training to yourself. You must tell others about it. So one lady should demonstrate how best you can open the hive to protect yourself as a beekeeper.
The program facilitator, Michael Sechi, guided trainees through the correct methods of harvesting honey from a beehive.
So one lady should demonstrate how best you can open the hive to protect yourself as a beekeeper. You see, clap for her. So she's able to open the hive at the right way. And you can see that Salina or Victoria is also operating the smoker very well. So try to puff another one into it for us to see. No, down there. Do it. So as she's blowing the smoke into the hive, it drives the bees to the other side. For you, the beekeeper, to have access
to everything that you want to access in the hive. Okay, so I'm going to remove some of the top bars for you to see what is in there. See, this empty comb. The comb is empty. They are now filling it with honey. Please blow the smoker. You see, this part is honey. This side is also brood. That's their egg. And this place too is empty. So this is the brush. You can see clearly that the bees are working very serious. All this area is honey, which is covered or capped. So this part is honey. This part is empty cells. So they are here to fill it with honey. In a hive, we can divide the bees into three. We have the queen, who is responsible for reproduction. So in a day, the queen can lay 800 to 3,000 eggs a day. So she's responsible for reproduction. The queen lifespan also lasts from 3 years to 4 years. Then we come to the worker bee. The worker bee, their population range from 70 to 80% of the entire population. The worker bee, they are responsible for protection. So you get under the worker bee, you get the gas, you get the temple cleaners, and the foragers. You see, they build the combs from by using wax. They secrete the bee wax from their thorax to build the combs. So after building the combs, then they decide to lay eggs. The queen lay eggs in some of the combs. The workers fill the empty combs with honey. Then everything moves on.
Some beneficiaries shared some of the skills and knowledge they have acquired.
Aside beekeeping, what else do you do? I'm a student of Incumbent Technical Institute and I study fashion and designing as my course. So why beekeeping? Because I like honey very much and I'm very interested in beekeeping. So when I heard that they are having this kind of training, I told my dad that I want to take part in it. And I passed their interview and here I am today, learning beekeeping and learning it not by myself, but I want to explore, I want to teach others how to do bee. Yeah. So what are some of the things you've learned so far from this training? I've learned that in a certain box, they have only one queen in it in a box, and they feed the queen with something called royal jelly. Yeah, and they have 3 types of bee: the worker, the drone, and the queen. How long have you been doing beekeeping?
I think 5 years. My parents are in, so half my parents are not around. I have to join the organization. I have learned how we should keep the bees so that they can produce honey for us, and how they help our crops too. How the bees, they produce honey, and what they can do to protect our crops. Sometimes they help the crops too when they are doing closing. Like if you are having cashew and other different fruits, they do closing for you so that the fruit can be collected.
First, what I said, now I'm a herbal practitioner, and I derive it the passion or the knowledge from beekeeping through some courses and then learnings, because we normally take a hot sense from the field, that's the bush and the others, and then we normally we take the honey as a medicine. Yeah, so there are some medicines that I always use honey to prepare it, or I just add honey to it, and then some herbal products too. So just like it's a good food.
Richard Mensah Oko expressed gratitude to JoyNews for recognizing him as an impact maker. He acknowledged that the award significantly contributed to securing the grant for training these young individuals.
After the award, I've had a lot of community people calling me to go OT region, Eastern region, other people doing the training, and it's strengthening me, building me. So when it comes to, it was a time of writing the proposal. It was very easy for me. Actually, I didn't need an intermediary. I wrote the proposal myself. Unfortunately, we got the funding, and thanks to JoyNews. As we are here today, we brought 2 new people that I have not known them before, but they've heard of us, and they are here. Now, when you go to Nkranza, to other places, people who were part of the association earlier and left are coming back. There are also others who were dormant, they are awakening, because we saw you on TV. Hey, your association is grown, it's not big. Oh, then let's do something. And it's well structured now. New members are coming in, invitations are coming in from other places. So it's increasing our membership, it's building our capacity, that's why we are here, great benefit. And it's also increasing our finances because people have to pay registration dues and all that.
He called on youth to seize the opportunities within the agricultural sector.
Agriculture can help this nation, and everybody is encouraged. It's so broad to at least adopt 1 or 2 aspects of agriculture. You want to go fishery, you want to go poultry, you go to the tubers, you want to go to the poultry, you want to go into fruits and vegetables, horticulture. So much, you must do something. You can even take beekeeping alone. That you don't need that much land. Get your hives under some trees somewhere, you are good to go. You could even buy the products from your farmers and also market for them because they are looking for ready market. So maybe you are a digital marketing manager, whoever, it doesn't matter your age. You could also buy for us.
The 10 trainees who benefited from the program are expected to train 45 others in their various communities. Esther Nkrumah's report for JoyNews.
If it matters to you, it matters to us. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Because if you're police station, na traffic light no be say na say mo. O kan dey how you papa. Eh how you papa na. Sa traffic light na say mo. What you need na won kwese fi we be dimra so. Anas we dimra so na. Hwe ba ko bi airport. Ucha airport first one, second one. Now ko say Shangri-La. So red. Na red no gina so ya. Inti green ba. What green in the man, is a red night. Abba, the house distance no more. Who don't jump pepe, no more to ride as a friend, Diana, also night. One actually, or the can red in season, yellow, green season, yellow, man, at once.
Okay, Ocean, yeah, to manage, you know, traffic will be disturbed, traffic. At times, and Yajuma, who do one, no police.
na fe obi aka so problem etumi cause accident all the time and the esa na yen so ye high pa we ko be bi say bi traffic bi dey opa bi awo fi medina away as away residential etumi block enye duma na fe police for no so no na ye brothers na etumi nya bata kakra ba bi say happy junction atole bi enye duma na traffic bi e ma land pa oga akra ama bo hu ye we ya do we ever uvi we are do span hour traffic light bi ho atole bi enye duma atole bi say enye duma sometimes we do private car bi e mo so we jam at once na why you think to in the best traffic no me na mo ye ma ye e so second span as red and the ma eduma no enko to ye ma ye kura.
I think we need more overpasses and zebra crossings, especially during rush hour. A lot of people are rushing home after work for rest. The vehicles as well are in a hurry to get home to rest after a long day's work. So here is the case: the traffic light is not working. Then we have to struggle to cross the road with them. If they want to stop, they stop. If they don't stop, you will be there. So whether 30 minutes, 1 hour, you'll be there until you get a chance to cross. So having a zebra crossing or an overpass, I don't have to go through that stress. And as a citizen, I think this is my right and I deserve it. Thank you.
You put it up and they go and steal the batteries. They take away the cables. That junction in 2 years, we did it about 3 times. And they go and do that. If you drive on that stretch, almost all the signals are off. Not as a result of the department negligence, but stolen equipment.
I'm Rebecca Entry, the head of operations for Yak Deco Limited. So Yak Deco is a company that is known in Ghana for about 8 years now. We started business from Kumasi as a small business by going on with the kind of exceptionality when it comes to our work has gotten us this far. Currently we are in Kumasi and Accra. We have a luxurious showroom in East Legon with a factory located in Akwabenya, a very huge factory that does massive production. Yes. So if you talk of Yak Deco, we are known for luxury, detailed interior services, and then modern home furnishing. Yes. Yak Deco deals in a variety and several categories of products and services. So let me concentrate now on the products. So with products, we produce locally, and sometimes we import foreign products as well. But our locally produced products even looks luxurious to the point that if we don't tell you it's been locally produced, you wouldn't know because it's of a higher standard. So with the categories, we do beddings, we do home couches, ascent chairs. When it comes to consoles, we have various options of couches you can look at, locally or foreign. When it comes to kitchens, we have various modern designs of kitchens. The built-in concepts, the freestanding concepts, If you want traditional kitchens, Yak Deco is there to give you a very luxurious finishing. If you want the modern ones or contemporary ones, we are there. If you can see for yourself in the showrooms, we have so many unique designs you can think of. And then when it comes to the beddings, we have the factory does production for local beds to the high standard that if we don't even tell you it was produced locally, you wouldn't know the difference. They're very quality, nice designs of beds. And then we have also the couches that we produce locally, and then some are also imported into the country. Very fantastic ones. We have some ascent chairs that can complement your living room setups. We have accessories that can blend your interior decors. As you can see from here, we have a center table which is neatly designed in metal and then glass finishing. It was produced locally. If we don't tell you, you wouldn't even know the difference. That should tell you the work of Yak. Our designs are very unique, authentic, and luxurious. And then we go into our center tables. Yes, various options that you can look at to complement. We have the wooden ones, the metal ones, and then the side tables. We designed it to meet the client specification. It's not something you can see anywhere. Our factory does magic to our production. We produce to the high standard of Yak and then the customer's expectation. They are unique. You can't see our designs anywhere. So when it comes to the complementary stuff to complement our designs, I mean, look around. You can see from the left side of my mirror designs. You won't see it anywhere. We produce them locally. The metal works, the glass works are all done in Yak factory to the specification and of our customers' demand. And then if you look on my right, you can see TV units. We design modern standard TV units that can complement your interior setups in your homes, your offices, and then any space, I mean the hotels and all those stuff. We design all these things from the factory to the high standard. When you go into closets, the bedrooms, which you can see around, we have walk-in closets, modern ones to complement your bedroom setups. I mean, there are so many things you can consider. If you look up here, you can see our roofing works. Everything in our showroom is just set up for, exhibition purpose. You can have your wooden works done. If you want the POP section, you can do the plaster boards. So many options you can think of. If you look behind me, there are so many options of walling, painting that you can consider. The wooden claddings are there, the decorative paintings are there, you can consider. There are so many unique things that if you walk into our showrooms, it will shock you. We have all these designs in Yak Deco. So the categories, there are lots. I mean, we do office setups, so if you move into any of our office setups, you see modern stuff, designs that you can consider, and then concepts you can consider for your office setups. Apart from products, we also are into services, exclusive services like consultation services that we give our clients on from construction to the furnishing of their homes. We have clients that would have their monies to spend, but they don't really have ideas on how to start to finish their projects. That is where Yak comes in. We, give consultancy services. We also look or pay attention to the client's tastes, their preferences, their recommendations, and we also advise alongside, taking into consideration our, interior and exterior expertise we have. We give those consultation services to our client to be able to give them a very beautiful edifice wherever they want us to do the services we are going to provide. We don't just go give them the service. We sit down as a team, discuss, and then inculcate whatever designs we have or ideas we have, blend it with what the customer is also expecting, and give them a very good service. Yak Deco is known for luxury, but our price in the market is very competitive. So what we do is we just want our loyal customers, potential customers, to also benefit from the services of Yak. So we give a payment plan. We say, give us your project and let us get your project done at a very flexible payment term. We give you an initial deposit to make, and then after the project is done, completed, you do your final payment. And what is making us very distinctive from the others now, because we want everybody to come on board to Yak, we have a payment plan system with a partnered bank like EcoBank, where EcoBank clients, customers, their business affiliates can also patronize our business at a flexible payment term. EcoBank says, pick everything you want from Yak Deco and take your time and pay installment for up to 12 months, which is good. It's a good concept. So we are advising or encouraging or notifying all our loyal potential customers to buy from Yak Deco and get EcoBank finances at a flexible payment terms. Aside that, if you want to buy anything of Yak and you don't want to go through the banking system, you can come and meet us. We have a flexible team that can sit and then understand your mode of payment, and then we go ahead to do business with you. Our target markets are residential, commercial. If I say residential, individuals that want to do business with us, we are there to, give you that kind of service. The hotels, the restaurants, the salons, the project. Projects are one of our key target markets. Projects, real estate business. We are there to service such companies because we say, give us your properties, let us give you exclusive interior designs that will make your property distinctive from the others, and then that will give your property value. It's the uniqueness, distinctiveness, and then the luxury you find in our designs. When it comes to our designs, you can't compare us to any other company in Ghana. We are unique, we are distinctive. If you see the factory works we do, they are distinctive. As you can see, I don't think you can see any of our finishes anywhere in any of the showrooms. We are not common. We customize our production to meet the tastes and preferences of our customers. That distincts us from our competitors. And then our price-wise, we are very competitive. And we have mode of payment that makes it flexible for people to pay. Our prospective clients can reach us on our social media platforms. Facebook, we are there, Yak Deco Limited. IG, we are there. Our website, www.yakdeco limited. And our phone numbers, 0543-205-992 or 055-184-2108. Or you can walk into our showroom, which is located at East Legon Baoleshi Road, close to the MTN office. You see Yak Deco, a luxurious showroom located in this premises. Wherever you contact us from, we travel beyond Accra to give services to our loyal customers. As long as you call us, we can reach out to you. We say this festive season, buy from Yak Deco and get about 50% discount on some items like the couches, the center tables, so many things. We have decorative pieces. We have flower pots, unique flower pots. We have couches, so many things you can think of. I mean, we are running a 50% promo till end of December. So we are encouraging all our people to come visit us in our showroom. This year's Habitat Fair is a first time of us being there, I mean, Yak Deco, and we really enjoyed being at the fair because it looks like, as I told you earlier, our target markets are the real estate companies, residentials, I mean, all those people were assembled there. They were all there. So at the end of the day, we were able to interact with these people, individual people that visited their our stand. We are in touch with them. We are getting business out of this exhibition. So it's a very good program or event that came up. And we are hoping that next year, this Habitat Fair will be organized and Yak Deco will participate in this event again. If you are looking for something that will turn your home to what you've been expecting all these years, it is Yak Deco. We will give you luxurious furnishing. We will give you uniqueness in your home styling. We will give you anything you are expecting your home to be. So I invite you all to, get in touch with Yak Deco and get your home furnishing done by our outfits.
Yak Deco, unveiling a world of elegance and comfort. Bye.
People before power. We're about the people, not the powerful. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Lighting is a crucial aspect of every housing project. To achieve that, one needs to install top-notch electrical products. The place to get that is Electro Daco House. Kelvin Derricosay is the lead business associate at Electro Daco House.
Welcome to Electro Daco House. In Electro Daco House, we are an electrical specialist company. Our focus is to offer electrical solutions to clients, homeowners, consultants, architects, MEP companies, electrical contractors, and individuals, electricians, anyone who comes to our place. And we've been in business for the past 7 years, offering, like I said, electrical solutions.
Electro Daku House deals in all kinds of top-notch lighting and electrical products. George Idiama is a business associate at Electro Daku House.
I'm going to take you through the products that we have here. So first off, we as a company, we provide solutions to our clients who need lighting or electrical accessories for their homes, for their commercial spaces. So I'm going to start from here, and over here we have bulbs. So for bulbs, we have different types of bulbs, different categories of bulbs. So we have scene switch bulbs, dimmable bulbs, rechargeable bulb. So this one, for example, once there's power cut, you're able to have 3 hours of battery power in the bulb, and it works. The mechanism is simple, because once you install it in there, once you place it in there, they take the power, you have 3 hours. Okay. So besides that, we have also G10 bulbs for spotlights. So over here, we have buttons. So these are button lights, and when I say buttons, that's how they look. There are so many different types of buttons, and we have waterproof and non-waterproof. So what I'm holding over here is the 2-foot waterproof button. And the buttons too, they have very good lifespans on them. So you are guaranteed of your 3-year warranty, your 2 years warranty, your 5 years warranty on our products when you buy them. So over here we also have spotlights. So for the spotlights, we have complete spotlights and spotlights that you can change the bulbs. So for example, this is a spotlight that comes with a silver ring. So you can change this particular bulb, which is a G10 bulb, after it dies. So besides the spotlights, we also have wiring devices over here, and we are a company that sells Legrand. So Legrand is a French company that we sell their products. So this is a multi-standard double socket. There are so many different types of electrical accessories. There's also a cooker switch. So down here we have the Tango floodlights. So for a space like the mining areas, there are different types of floodlights. Most of the time people are mistaken and they like to choose the domestic, the floodlights are meant for the domestic area for the mining areas, which is wrong, and they die out. But we have the Tango floodlights over here, which you can use in such areas. They are very bright, they are very durable. In terms of waterproof nature, they are very strong as well. So this also 3D printed downlights. So it's a new technology from Philips where you can 3D print any type of lights that you want. You do the design, they print it out for you. Okay. So over here too, we have downlights. So we have different categories of downlights. We have the 2 years warranty, 3 years warranty, and the 5 years warranty. So over here we have the 2 years warranty and the 3-year warranty. After that, I will take you at the point where I'll show you the 5 years warranty downlights. So we have also different types of wall lights over here, the bi-directional wall lights, the Jura wall lights. We have different types. This is also the style cover. Very nice, you can use them in your homes, on your fence walls. Okay, this is also called the Fernando, which is very beautiful. You can use in your dining area, you can use in your corridors. Very nice as well. But these are surface mounted as well, so you don't recess them, but you put them on the surface. So there are 2 different types of downlights. There's the surface downlight, there's the recessed downlight. This you use in an acoustic ceiling, a ceiling that you can cut, but this you use on a ceiling that you don't cut. So like a concrete ceiling where you don't cut, you choose a surface mounted downlight. So we also have street lights. So this is a 150 watt LED street light, very efficient. It has 100,000 hours. So when I say 100,000 hours, so let's say you put your light on every single day, it's supposed to be there for 10 years. So this light is meant to even go for a lifetime, because if you are going to calculate the number of hours that we use light, it means for this light can be there for more than 20 years. We also have high bay lights. So high bay lights are lights used in warehouses, they are used in factories. so you can hang them in that area. And this light has IP65, so in case of any humidity, you don't have any problem, because you are assured that this light is going to withstand all that heat, all that humidity, because it has that protection inbuilt. So these are also floodlights that you can use in the domestic area, from 20 watts to 150 watts. We also have 200 watts. So we also have, these are examples of downlights that have been installed. So these are recessed downlights, like I said, ceilings that you can cut. You use this type of downlights in there. You also have the spotlight. You also have the smart bulb, where you can change to any color that you want. So over here, we also have different types of recessed lights. So for this recessed light, this is called a double square ring. If you want to do something more architectural, then you get this and use. We also have the modular lighting. The modular lighting is another range of Philips lighting, which has to do with architectural lighting. So these are the types, and all modular lighting have 10 years warranty on them. So over here too, we have the 5-year warranty lights that I spoke about. They are also down lights, but they have 5 years warranty. We also have the floor markers over here. So you have a pavement, you have a garden, you flash it on the ground, and they look so beautiful. So when you go to the hotels, the restaurants, you find some of these lights over there. They are flashed into the ground. And they also have waterproof protections on them, so you are rest assured that once you get these lights, you don't have to worry about changing them so often because it has issues. You are rest assured that you are getting the quality, because this is a Philips product which is very quality. So there's also another type of light you can use in your garden. It's called the bollard. So we have the 0.6 meters, we have the 0.3 meters, which is also beautiful. There's also a button. This one takes bulbs, and this is a complete button, and they are very good. They are very quality, and they last very long. So we also have Legrand wiring accessories. So you have your circuit breakers, and for the sockets and switches, we have 3 ranges: the Alloy range, the Malia range, the Belanco range, and each one has its own function and what it does. So I also want to introduce you to another range of products that we have installed, which is the AVS electronics. So the AVS electronics is a home automation system which also gives you a security, and the security has to do with and what it does is that these sensors guard your homes from interruptions from intruders. So they serve as intruder systems where once someone tampers into your surroundings, this goes off and your alarm beams is also sends notification to your mobile phone, so you are aware of the particular area that the individual has trespassed. So if it's the garage area, you are notified. If it's the gateway, you are notified. If it's the back door, you are notified. So that's what it does. And it also is so smart that it's able to determine when an animal comes into this location, whereby you are not going to get any false alarm. So the beauty about this product is that this product serves as an early precautionary device, whereby the activity doesn't have to happen before you are notified later that there was a theft, but you get to know once it happens. So one thing we also do for our customers is we provide lighting designs. So for those who are doing projects, we are able to do a 3D rendering for you, and we are able to determine the lux for the space. We are able to bring it out, and we'll know that this light will be good, this light will not be good. So thank you very much. This Electro Daco House, like I said, we provide you your quality, your reliability, and we are rest assured that once you are getting your products from us, once you are getting your solutions from us, you are going to have your peace of mind, because quality is the standard that we like to follow. Quality is our hallmark.
But what set Electro Daco House apart from its competitors?
Well, aside being an electrical solutions business, we hold 2 major brands, Philips Lighting and Legrand. For Philips Lighting, it is everything lighting, and with the Legrand is your wiring devices, all the way down to your distribution boards. We stand out as a business when you are comparing us to other businesses because of the solution we bring to the table. We believe that as homeowners, as developers, it is a lifetime investment, and you don't want your investment to go waste. So we provide you all the services that you will need, right from lighting design that comes in right before the project kicks off from the basement. We provide you lighting. When I say lighting design, I mean we do your lighting calculations, because what we realize is that people just go like, I want 10 watts bulbs in my hall, but it doesn't work like that. We calculate how much light you will need in each and every space of your project. That is the advice we bring to the table, and we let you understand why you need this type of light at this color temperature and this quantity in that particular space. We also stand out based on the quality of the products we offer. Like I said, we offer you lights that will last you for 3 years and above. Some of the lights can even last you over 10 years. We give you warranties on all purchases. Once you purchase from us, depending on what item you purchase, our least warranty we give at Electro Darko House is 2 years. We give up to 5 years warranty. So when you purchase from Electro Darko House, you can go to bed. You don't have any issues to worry about. Once the fixture fails and we're able to assess the fixture to determine that it's a factory defect fixture, we can just replace that for you.
How can prospective clients reach Electro Darko House?
For prices, we are very competitive. We also give discounts to clients that work in here. We have special discount for electricians, electrical engineers, consultants, architects. We have special discount because we deem them to be our main clients. And for this Habitat Fair, what we are doing for everybody that works in, we have amazing discounts. You wouldn't get anywhere, and you wouldn't get it after the Habitat Fair. Anybody that walks to our stand, we have amazing discounts that we are offering for each and everyone that walks in. You can reach us on all our social media platforms. The handle is Electro Darko House, and also we are located at the East Legon, Pawpaw Street, next to Rabito Clinic. We are behind the Melcom on the Lagos Avenue. You can also call us on 055-6964-798 or 030-250-3998.
The expectations for the upcoming Habitat Fair here at Electro Darko House is already high.
So our first time on the EcoBank Joy FM Habitat Fair was last year. It was amazing. I mean, the kind of traffic after the Habitat Fair to our showroom was massive, and I think that it was worth it. This year we look forward to even a better fair. We look forward to the whole of Ghana coming to the Habitat Fair, because I believe that everyone wants to purchase a home or build a home. So we look forward to even a bigger fair this time around.
Electro Darko House has great packages for those who visit its stands at this year's Habitat Fair.
Look forward to the Philips branded stand and Legrand branded stand. The name of the company is Electro Darko House. You don't want to miss us at the fair. Just walk in, come and ask all the questions that you have. Let us give to you something special at the fair. This time what we are trying to promote is the 3-hour battery bulbs. So in this part of the world where we find our electricity failing most of the time, you have a light that after your light goes off, the light will stay on for 3 hours.
Some say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Hello beautiful people, it's time once again for Home Tips with Mira, and we are still continuing with this episode of using squash. So what can we use it for? In today's episode we will do some baking with squash and sweet potato. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll begin by boiling the sweet potato. So I'm going to cut it to sizable pieces, and then I'll set that one under the pan and also cut the squash into pieces, and I'll overlay it on the sweet potato. You remember we shared that the best way of keeping your squash is to wrap it in a rubber foil and keep it in the fridge. And don't forget to use it often. Yes, this is the remaining of mine and I'm using it. So if you also have some, please use it. I'm not going to peel the squash. I'm going to cut it like how I cut the sweet potato. I'll boil everything together before I remove the peel. I'll then sprinkle some salt on it to taste and add water, and I'll set it on fire to boil. It's been like 7 minutes and our potato and squash is ready, so I'm going to bring it down from the fire. We don't want it to be overcooked. We don't want it too soggy. I've drained the water. So here it is. Now we have to let it cool so that we can remove the peels. Now I'm going to peel all the potatoes and the squash. The potatoes and the squash have been peeled and now I'm going to mash it. So you can use a masher to mash it, or you can use your tapoli to mash it. At this point, I'll need a fine consistency, so I'm going to use my tapoli to do that. So I have finished mashing my potato and squash, and here it is. It looks like otto. So healthy and nutritious. So if you have a baby, in fact, you can give this meal to the baby. Now let's start to add our other ingredients. I'm adding all the liquid-based ingredients, then I'll add the powdered ingredients. Some coconut oil. So 3 spoons. Honey as a sweetener instead of sugar. Remember, the potato itself is sweet, and so is the squash. Then I'll add my vanilla. Now I'm mixing everything into a uniform paste. Then I'll add the flour. I have wheat flour, I have cocoa powder, and then I have cashew nut paste. I'm adding a spoon of the cashew nut paste. I'm adding my cocoa powder. So at this point, I'm just adding 2 tablespoonfuls of flour to it. In fact, the flour is optional. You can decide to do away with it, or you can decide to add it. Now everything is ready for baking. Before I put into the baking dish, I have to coat the base with oil. So that's what I'm doing now. It is ready and I'm going to put it in the oven. I have preheated my oven. So in case you're also doing it at home, please don't forget to preheat your oven before you slide it in. So I bring it out and I dip toothpick into it and it's dry. Our squash and potato cake is ready. So let's do a cutting and then I'll do the tasting for you as usual. Okay, I just want to encourage you to try and use squash in every way possible. You know, you can use it in your cooking, you can use it in your stew, in your soup and all that, and it will help to bulk it up. It will add different nutrients to your food and all that. Explore with the squash. Explore using this unique vegetable because it contains vitamins, minerals, very essential for your growth. Thank you so much. Please, whilst doing it, go on my YouTube page and then subscribe and share so that others can also learn of this recipe, and follow me on Facebook, like and also share. Thank you so much and enjoy the very best of the season. Until I come your way again, it's bye-bye.
Christmas in Wrocław. We show you what one of Poland's most beautiful cities has to offer. Christmas Feast. 5 typical dishes from all over Europe that are served during the festive season. Christmas decorations. The shining Herrnhut stars from Germany and their history. This and more on Euromax. Today we start in the southwest of Poland in the city of Wrocław. It's one of the largest cities in the country and not only worth a visit at Christmas time. YouTuber Eva Zubek shows you around her hometown and has a few insider tips for you.
Welcome to Wrocław. I'm Eva Zubek and I'm so excited to be here with you today because Wrocław is my hometown and I believe one of the most underrated cities in all of Poland. As you can probably see behind me, we've got the Christmas market happening here right now, and I promise we will come back here later on in the episode. But first, I want to show you what you can get up to in Wrocław year-round.
Within Poland, Wrocław is known for hosting various cultural festivals and events, and it's home to several UNESCO World Heritage Sites.
If you don't have a drone, but you want to see a beautiful panoramic view of the old town square, I know just the place. Finally made it. Now imagine being here on this bridge back in the 15th century when it was originally built.
Standing on the Bridge of Penitence, you'll probably be able to appreciate Wrocław's strategic location in the region. And thanks to its location, the city has a very long and complex history. The first recorded settlements here date back to the 6th century. This market hall is a true melting pot. On the one hand, this is where you can come for homemade bread, locally grown veggies, and mushrooms straight from the forest. But there's so much more here. Teas from around the world, endless spices, and cheeses and meats from all across Europe. As for me, it's time to have lunch at a restaurant that aims to recreate Wrocław's old-school traditional dishes. This is Julia. She is a local guide specializing in food tours, and today she will share with us some of her knowledge about Wrocław's distinctive cuisine.
So now we will try barszcz. Barszcz is made from fermented beets, and it is traditionally served during Christmas Eve.
Oh, this is perfect. It's spicy and sour.
And sweet.
Yes, it's just everything, all the things. So what do we have here? I mean, this I know. These are pierogi, most traditional food, most beloved food. So, you know, in Poland we have this stereotype that there's a lot of vodka out here and that a lot of us like to have it.
In old times, vodka was served to spirits of the ancestors during All Saints' Days.
Really?
So yes, we have a lot of traditions with vodka.
Na zdrowie.
Na zdrowie. Delicious, right?
Wow.
Okay, you guys, we are finally back at the Christmas market here in Wrocław's Old Town. And if you're into crafts and arts and local food, this is basically Disneyland. Let's go.
The Christmas market in Wrocław is the perfect place to try delicious local food and drink, stock up on Christmas decorations and gifts, or simply soak up the festive atmosphere.
There's one last place I really want to show you, and this is a place that not everybody knows about. In order to get there, you have to go through this dark and creepy gate, but I promise it's worth it in the end. Let's go.
This here is Neon Side Gallery, a quirky collection of authentic vintage neons gathered here by a private enthusiast.
I may be biased because Wrocław is my hometown, but I really do believe that this city is one of Poland's hidden gems. It may not have the glitz and glamour of Warsaw or the fame of Kraków, but truly, even in some of its darkest, creepiest corners, you can find beautiful places like this. So if you get a chance to visit, come and have a look for yourself.
Christmas, the festival of love. And as we all know, the way to the heart is through the stomach. Still need some inspiration? We'll show you what to eat across Europe over the festive period.
Have you not yet decided what to cook for Christmas dinner this year?
Or maybe you'd like to try something new. We've selected 5 European holiday favorites. We start out with Germany's quintessential Christmas dish, roast goose with red cabbage and dumplings.
It ought to be a free-range goose. In terms of size, I'd recommend between 4.5 to 5.5 kilos.
For the stuffing, we take apples, onions, celery stalks, and finely chopped ginger. Then we rub the goose with salt and pepper inside and out, add the stuffing, and put it in the oven to bake for at least 3 hours. In the meantime, we chop the red cabbage, called Blaukraut in southern Germany, and mix it with apples. We grate the potatoes for the dumplings. This type of dumpling is typical of northern Bavaria. Only a quarter of the mixture is made of boiled potatoes. The rest of the potatoes are stirred in raw. Then it's rolled into dumplings and boiled in salted water. To keep the goose from drying out while in the oven, it has to be repeatedly basted in stock. This dish is in season mainly in December.
The goose reaches full size in winter. The potatoes are harvested, and red cabbage is a winter vegetable. So these 3 things go together wonderfully during this season.
The roast goose is best when served as soon as it comes out of the oven. In Poland, it's all about pierogies. They're an unofficial symbol of Polish cuisine. The Serena Irena restaurant in Warsaw specializes in these stuffed dumplings. Here at the restaurant, we serve 15 different kinds of pierogis. We have pierogis in wild garlic, in ricotta, and brynza cheese and nuts. They have a special flavor. We also have sweet pierogis with poppy seeds, raisins, and nuts. Just right for the holiday season are pierogis with mushrooms and sauerkraut. The dough is made of flour, eggs, oil, and water. To achieve a more intense flavor, some of the dried mushrooms are ground to a fine powder. The mushrooms, sauerkraut, and mushroom powder are briefly roasted and mixed well. Now the pierogis can be pinched together by hand and boiled in water, no more than 3 or 4 minutes so they don't get soggy. Pierogis are something you don't forget. They simply make people happy. Now we move on to Sweden, where a juicy Christmas ham is an essential part of the Christmas buffet called the julbord.
The Christmas table is the most important thing for the Swedish Christmas. We eat herrings, we eat salmon, and of course we eat the julskinka, the Christmas ham.
Included in the broth with the pickled ham are onions studded with cloves, bay leaves, and white pepper. Depending on the size, it can take about an hour and a half to bake to a temperature inside the ham of 72 degrees Celsius. The baked ham has to cool for an hour or 2 before it can be coated with a mixture of egg yolk, sweet and sour mustard, and sugar. But first, the outermost layers of fat have to be cut away from the ham.
I always do some breadcrumbs before the coating, because otherwise it won't stick.
Traditionally, the julskinka, carved in thin slices, is the main event of every Swedish Christmas buffet. A glass of piping hot glögg, heated spiced wine, goes best with it. When it's cold out, the Swiss warm up with a cheese fondue. Traditionally, it's served in a caquelon, a pot, usually a ceramic one, that's kept heated. The diners spear rye and wheat bread on long fondue forks and dunk them in the melted cheese. You'll need cheese from the Alps, white wine, cornstarch, lemon, garlic, cherry brandy, and pepper for a classic cheese fondue. First, it's a good idea to grate the cheese. This recipe calls for various kinds.
One is from the Engadine Valley. All the cheese is unpasteurized, alpine cheese from cow milk. The blend makes for the right fondue.
The pot is coated with garlic to give it some extra flavor. Next, the cornstarch, white wine, and lemon juice are mixed together and poured onto the grated cheese.
Now we add a little black pepper. And the final ingredient is 2 centiliters of cherry brandy. I stir the cheese fondue over medium heat, not too hot. This consistency is beautiful. Et voila, a Swiss cheese fondue.
We top it off with the dessert from Britain, Christmas pudding. No holiday dinner is complete without it. You'll need
flour, suet, sugar, eggs, and then you put in whatever fruits you kind of want, and then alcohol. Traditionally, you just put in brandy, but in there I just put brandy, some stout, and Pedro Jimenez, which is a type of sherry.
Many families whip up the Christmas pudding weeks in advance, so it'll be well steeped.
If you give it a stir, it's supposed to give you good luck and fortune. So each person in the family would give 1 stir with a spoon, clockwise.
The Christmas pudding is steamed and then flambéed in brandy. So what kinds of dishes will you have for your holiday dinners?
The Christmas cake panettone has a long tradition in Italy. It comes in different shapes and sizes. But did you know that some of the best panettone in the country is made in a prison?
Behind these bars in the city of Padua in northern Italy, prisoners craft exquisite baked treats. The bakers are hardened criminals with long prison sentences. We aren't allowed to share their names or crimes.
I've been in this prison for 14 years. I'm paying for what I did back in 2008 and 2010. I used to have some real issues. I definitely made a big mistake, but I've changed, and I just keep learning.
For now, they're mostly baking panettone, a traditional Italian Christmas cake. The panettone from Pasticceria Giotto in the prison are some of the best in Italy. Even Pope Francis has ordered some. Saeed, which is not his real name, is proud of this success. He's worked here for 3.5 years.
We make great products, and I'm honored to be able to do this work. It does me good to put myself into my work here.
Murderers, mafiosi, and others who have committed serious crimes are imprisoned here. Only those with good conduct but still facing long sentences can work as bakers. Otherwise, it's not worth it to train them. The head pastry chef counts the knives at the end of each day just to be on the safe side.
Here, they also learn to follow defined rules and schedules and to respect their superiors. You need to be humble, patient, and ready to learn, or you won't make it far in here.
And panettone does require patience. It takes 72 hours to make the yeast dough. Traditionally, candied orange peels and raisins are added, but also chocolate, ginger, figs, and lavender.
My favorite type is with amarena and nougat. Everyone has their favorite panettone, depending on their tastes. We make 1,400 a day.
Their shift begins at 4 in the morning. It takes 3 days before the panettone is done and in its typical paper wrapping. Once they're out of the oven, Saeed and his fellow bakers hang the cakes upside down.
We turn them over fresh out of the oven. That helps them keep their round shape while cooling.
The inmates send their finished panettone all over the world. 100,000 a year, starting at 30 euros a piece. Pasticceria Giotto has even been hosting a cafe for a year now in the center of Padua. The company is making a profit. Almost everything here is from the prison's pastry shop. Many customers have no idea these fine treats were baked by criminals.
Really nice. I don't know. Are they good paid for this?
I know the cakes were made in prison. That makes them all the better and hopefully helps the people. And besides, they're excellent quality. The inmate bakers do actually have regular employment contracts, and they receive a proper salary.
My wages don't just help me, but also my family. They need the money.
Many of the prisoners send a panettone home for Christmas.
When I get out, I can work as a pastry baker in a pasticceria. And I'm studying at a hotel management school, so I can enter that profession later.
And it's not just a dream for Saeed. Very few of the former prison bakers end up returning to a life of crime. One has even opened his own pastry shop.
Straight from the streets of Berlin to you, DW Berlin Fresh. Discover one of the most vibrant cities in Europe. Experience what's hot in Berlin's clubbing scene. Explore the city's hidden gems and learn to understand some peculiar German habits. Our creators are here for you, so join us now at DW_Berlin Fresh on TikTok.
They're not only seen in Germany at Christmas time, the Herrnhut stars are known all over the world. They come from a small town called Herrnhut in eastern Germany, where they have a long history. We went there to find out more.
I just love driving through the towns before Christmas and seeing all the stars hanging like this. I put up a big paper star every year and then place the little ones in the window around Christmas time.
I learned how to make these kinds of stars in school, and I think it's a really big part of our identity.
These stars, named after the small town Herrnhut in the very east of Germany's Saxony region, are shipped all over the world as Christmas decorations. Around 700,000 are created every year, all by hand. It takes Jana Barth around 1.5 hours to make one of her limited edition small stars. The most difficult part is the folding. It's the folding that really counts. Getting that perfect cone with a beautiful tip and making edges fit together exactly so that the star has an even shape. The stars originated in the Moravian Church of the Brethren, one of the oldest Protestant denominations in Christianity.
The oldest record of the stars being made in Herrnhut schools dates back to 1810, seemingly as a part of teaching geometry to children. And when I myself was a student at Herrnhut School in Königsfeld, we also learned this in our math class. The star symbolizes Jesus Christ to us. It's actually our most important symbol, not just a hint, but really a sign of God's light shining into the darkness and Jesus Christ coming to us. I worked on the star myself. We made it in our congregation with a large group of 40 people who cut out the individual points and glued them together. There are a lot of wonderful memories associated with it.
In 1925, businessman Peter Hendrik Verbeek filed a patent for the 25-pointed star in its current shape. Nearly a century later, the Herrnhut factory greets more than 60,000 star lovers each year for a behind-the-scenes look at how the stars come together, or to craft their own. It's not that hard once you get the hang of it. They're just wonderful to look at.
You get a warm welcome when you come home, so to speak. I think that's the beauty of the stars.
The professionals also custom make stars in different sizes for churches, Christmas markets, or shopping malls. These are made from plastic for longer durability, like this one measuring almost 2 meters across. I used to work in the Striezelmarkt in Dresden for many years, and I could see the tower of the Frauenkirche church from our sales booth. And at the top of the church, there was, of course, a large yellow A19 type star hanging there, which I helped to make. That always made me proud. Whether large or small, for many people around the world, the Christmas spirit arrives with the glow of a hand-hoot star.
Sled dogs are very resilient animals. They can withstand sub-zero temperatures and deliver top performance in the middle of ice and snow. Only the best compete in the dog sled race Le Grand Odyssée in the west of France.
In the French Alps, the region of Savoy hosts the dog sled race La Grande Odyssée. Sissel Wolf-Mollmann is one of 66 mushers taking part. She and her team of dogs are competing in the open category. The race spans nearly 400 kilometers, split up into 10 stages.
This is Cannon. He is 4 years old. He goes as a leader. He's not the fastest leader, but he's a very safe leader. And there is a very difficult route that we're going, so it's nice to have a safe one. They get born always in my living room. Cannon! Hi, Cannon!
Sissel arrived from Geilo in Norway with 12 European sled dogs. She loves her dogs, and that even won her a special award as the musher who took the best care of her team during one of the stages. Before racing off, the dogs always get a little something to eat, mostly protein. The real feast comes after the race. Sled dog races may still often be considered a male domain, but women won several of the top places in the first stages of this year's edition.
It's generally dominated by men, and especially in the big classes and top level. There is still more men, but there's more women coming. I just have to trust your team, and the team, they have to trust me, and then it doesn't matter which gender you are, really.
Critics often deem sled dog races to be harmful to the animal's health. But at La Grande Odyssée, a 12-person veterinary team takes care of the dogs. The staff examines them before each stage, and if there's the slightest health concern, the dogs are not allowed to race.
I don't see any signs of animal cruelty in this discipline, for one simple reason. If you just look at the dogs, they get all excited and play around together. They run really fast at the beginning and give it their all. They just want to run.
Here in the winter sport resort Pézé-Valandry, Stage 6 is about to get started. The looped route spans 30 kilometers, with the starting and finish line in the same place. Sissel and her assistants are harnessing the excited dogs. And off they go. There's no holding back these dogs. La Grande Odyssée is considered an extremely tough race, covering a difference in altitude of 12,000 meters. The sport is also physically demanding for the mushers. They have to stick to the defined route and lay into the curves with their dogs. When they go uphill, the mushers spur the dogs on. Going downhill, they brake. It takes Sissel about 2 hours to finish this stage, coming in 6th.
I'm very happy. They were running good. I have a problem that they're going a little bit slow in the uphills, but they just need training. That's because I have a very young team, so they need to learn to push a little bit harder in the uphills. They were going very strong downhill. I had to really work to keep the sled where it's supposed to be. But yeah, all good. Then no problems, no nothing. So it's nice to have a clean run, no problems.
After the race, the dogs are fed and enjoy a good dose of petting. Sissevoth Merman ended up coming in 4th overall. And if all goes to plan, she and her hounds will compete again next year.
And that's it for now from Euromax. There are even more exciting stories from Europe on our social media channels. We wish you very happy holidays. Bye-bye and see you next time.
That lagoon over there, yeah. When the people do that plastic things and rubbish, they used to dump it over there. And also when they dump it over there, it will move straight to the sea. And as you can see the sea over there, the sea is, I don't know how God created that sea. It don't like that. So no matter how dirt you put inside, it will drop it back for you.
The rich communities, their prime areas at the top, they are punishing Choko. Those that commit that suicide or commit that mess, they are the same people that insult the people of Choko.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Fish Solution predicts further deterioration in loan quality in the coming months, although banks will try to improve their loan books. Expedite payment of debt owed to independent power producers to maintain power going into election year. Energy strategist Yusuf Sulemana urges government.
Government will have to be proactive to make concerted effort. Number one, to keep engaging these players. Even if they are not able to meet their demand within a period of time, they should keep engaging.
Later on the Joy Business Van, we will tell you how an unemployed Beatrice Bonnie started a food processing business called Beatrice Special Foods. These and many more coming your way with me, Emma Davis. Welcome. Let's settle for the details. Fitch Solutions is predicting further deterioration in loan quality in the coming months, although banks will try to improve their loan books. According to the UK-based firm, the banking sector's non-performing loans ratio has risen sharply from 14.0% in October 2022 to 18.3% in October 2023, as the high interest rates, inflation, weaker economic growth weighed on consumers' ability to repay loans. Here's more in this report.
The report said rising bad debts and weak loan growth in half year of 2024 will lead to further deterioration in loan quality. However, loan quality should start to improve in the second half of 2024 as the economic environment improves and banks make a concerted effort to improve it by reducing exposure to certain sectors. The banking sector's NPL ratio, Fitch Solutions said, is considerably higher than its peers in the African region. It added that due to the very strong deposit growth and much weaker loan growth, the already low loan-to-deposit ratio will continue to fall in 2024. Again, Ghanaian banks have seen their loan-to-deposit ratio trend downwards since 2008, when banks extended more loans than they received in deposits.
We'll bring you the perspective of a banking consultant. But let's move on and listen to energy strategist Dr. Yusuf Sulemana, who has described government's inability to pay its debt owed the independent power producers as worrying. According to him, government needs to expedite efforts to meet the demands of stakeholders in order to preserve power going into the election year. He spoke earlier on the markets, please.
We have every cause to be worried about these situations, Darryl. And like my good friend Ben indicated, I always say that within our power space, we have been sitting on tenterhooks for some time now, just that we haven't realized it, or we feel or play numb to the developing situations. What are we talking about here? I always say that if you look at what is available in terms of our maximum output, and what the consumer demands on peak period, they are almost matching up. And so that shows that we are sitting on serious, serious problem. I mean, we are sitting on the cliff. And so if you don't take any concerted effort to add any meaningful amount, any meaningful and quantifiable wattage into our power pool, we're going to have problems. And if you look at what is happening, the key issue has been always finance, as a matter of fact. Otherwise, I'll always challenge the duty bearers that why do you have to always talk about the fact that we have installed capacity of over 5,000 when our peak demand barely reaches 4,000. Why don't you commercialize them? And the next thing you will know is that they don't have the money to be able to commercialize them. Because the idea is we need gas, and we need gas, and gas has always been a problem. So if you look at all the areas, it was almost like a done deal for the generation side of this value chain. Unfortunately, the generation side we've overly become relaxed on the generation side, and it has come to bite us very hard. So yes, it's something that we have to worry about, and especially the fact that a lot of the players within the chain, either WAPCO, either Ghana Gas, either IPPs, they'll be on the neck of government. So government will have to be proactive to make concerted effort. Number one, to keep engaging these players, even if they are not able to meet their demand within a period of time. They should keep engaging them to have a plan, but not to play around. Not to act in good faith. If that's the case, I think we are heading towards something difficult. I always say that energy is the lifeblood of every economy. And if you joke around with your energy supply on your energy flow, you are doing that to your own peril, as a matter of fact. Because if there is a shutdown, and if you notice what is happening, we already have a bit of pockets of doom. So, like I just mentioned, right now we are sitting just at the cliff. So if there's any shortage of, let's say, any IPP, I mean, we can't afford to let a single megawatt be knocked off, intentional or unintentional. Government have to work towards that to ensure that the megawatts that we have now, we have to sustain that.
On the petroleum sector, Dr. Yusuf Suleimana said the availability of an effective refinery is necessary to reduce Ghana's reliance on the importation of finished petroleum products.
Favorable condition within the international space. That's actually what's largely accountable for this favorable condition. And this international space is highly fluid. So what I want to say is that let's develop our internal capability. I always say that when external forces are coming, they hit hard and they battered economies that are not resilient. So, and our weak point, our upstream have been doing well that, I must say, and thanks to NPN and the other place. But our weak point within the upstream is the fact that we don't have a running refinery. That's a huge hollow point for the upstream. Let's take a cue from Nigeria. Nigeria, they are bringing out huge refineries on board. 2 refineries are already on board. Now, what are we waiting for? We have deals that is supposed to bring Tor on stream. We need to do that. Let's work towards to ensure that Tor become profitable Tor brand. And we have a private refinery that is coming. Let's ensure that NPA put all possible measures, create environment to let these players come. I can't wait to have to see an environment where our BDC will source oil locally, our petroleum product locally. And if we do that, this quantum of money, $350 to $400 million US, that's huge on a monthly basis that will churn out to import finished product. That will help a lot, and that will even stabilize our city. So yes, we can't keep on doing the same thing like I mentioned to expect different results. We need to think about something else. What we need to do is that let's boost up our downstream. We can't have fuel prices going up. We have to keep the stability. If not reduction, at least we keep the stability at it. Anything other than that, I think consumers will not have it easy or will not find it accommodative.
Now let me take you back to an earlier story, which is one of our top stories, where Fitch Solutions, a UK-based firm, is predicting that non-performing loans will get worse in the coming months. And joining us via Zoom to speak on this is banking consultant Nanotwe Champong for a better appreciation of this development. Nana, Happy New Year. What is your general overview of this forecast?
Well, I think basically, generally, they've got it right in that it has to get a little bit worse before it gets better. Now, the high inflation rate, the high interest rate have not helped. The Ghana Association of Banks released the Ghana reference rate this morning, which is at 32%. Now, you then have to add the risk premium of the various lenders, which ranges between 2% and 7%. So at the tail end of 7% for, say, a typical SME, that is putting interest rate around 40%. That is very high, and therefore it will take some time until the rates start coming down. Things can really get worse, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel that things will get better once we go through the end of the first half of the year.
As we are hoping that there'll be light at the end of the tunnel, can you share with us how the banking environment is faring vis-a-vis loan quality?
Well, the loan quality has deteriorated to some extent, but it can get better once the policy rate starts coming down in tandem with inflation rate. Then it will force the Ghana reference rate to also come down, which will mean that new borrowings will receive a better traction than existing or old borrowing. So I think General Fish has got it right that it has to get a little bit worse before it starts getting better. And I can foresee that, although I'm not in the prediction mood, that by the end of the second half, things would have picked up for the better.
So how soon should we expect to see the cost of credit coming down and liquidity improving in the banking industry?
Well, I'm looking at not later than about June, July of this year, the second half.
Okay. Any projections you have for the sector personally?
Well, just that the things can be brighter, but at the moment there's a little bit of caution on the side of the banks, because since 2008, the loan-to-deposit ratio has fallen, and therefore businesses are effectively struggling to get the loans that they wanted. And once interest rates start coming down, then the loan-to-deposit ratio will increase, and hopefully businesses can employ more, engage more, and do better for the economy.
Okay, thank you very much, Nana Otui Champong. He is a banking consultant. And moving on, the government borrowed 16.34 billion cedis via treasury bills in December 2023, about 6.62% increase over the month of November 2023. This was to refinance matured bills worth 12.83 billion cedis. Here's more in this report.
The excess uptake was used to cover other budgetary needs. Investor demands for T-bills remained robust in December 2023 as the Treasury received bids of 16.35 billion cedis versus a combined target of 16.12 billion cedis. Yields saw mixed performance on a month-on-month basis, with the 91-day bill declining to 29.36%, while the 182-day advanced to 31.95%. The 364-day yield recorded a 74 basis points, declined to 32.46%. Analysts anticipate high auction upticks in January 2023 to present upside pressures to T-bills yields, though continued disinflation may slow the rise. If inflation continues to decline, yields will come down.
You're still watching Business Live with me, Emma Davis. We'll take a quick break. We'll return with the Joy Business Fund. Welcome. A food processing business. Beatrice Bonny could never have imagined that, considering she was unemployed only a few years ago. She decided to take up the challenge of producing cereals, and it's paid off. Today on the Joy Business Van, we tell you the story of Beatrice Special Foods.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
Beatrice Boni makes cereals. This is not what she thought she would become. A manufacturer of cereals? No. She wanted to be an air hostess and enrolled in an aviation school, but it was difficult to find a job when she was done. For months, she was at home.
I was home for a year after I completed school, and I needed to do something for myself.
Beatrice turned to her mom, a caterer, for ideas. She would eventually decide to make cereals. Why not give it a try?
So we tried it at home. It was perfect. Initially, I didn't know it would work. I just did it and I gave it out to a few friends of mine. They tried it, they liked it, and the others started coming.
Ghana produces quite a mix of cereals, including rice, maize, millet, and sorghum. But a lot more can be done in adding value. And there's good market for it since most Ghanaians like to take cereals for breakfast. The production process is quite simple. Beatrice sources the raw materials locally.
When I get the raw materials, I have to sieve them because sometimes there are a lot of chaff, so you have to sieve and take out the chaff. When you sieve and take out the chaff, you have to roast. Then we put them together, we send them to the mailing center for them to mail the product, and we come home to do the packaging. I have maize, soya, and granuts as one. I have maize and soya as one. And I have yellow corn and rice, millets and rice. So I have 4 products.
Beatrice has created a working space from her home where she operates from. What started as a few orders is now getting huge patronage. It is becoming overwhelming thanks to recommendations and social media marketing.
In fact, sometimes when I sell my products, I'm not so sure of the people, if they would enjoy the product or not. But with time, people call me to tell me that my product is very good, and they actually give my product out to their friends and they love it. So I'm very excited with the feedbacks I'm getting.
The greatest feedback yet was when Beatrice was adjudged Best Food Processor in her district in 2022. She could never have imagined it, but also speaks of her diligence in pushing Beatrice special foods. Beatrice says she is challenged by the award to do more. She's working towards expanding capacity.
I want to get more people involved in my business so that production can be effective, because for now I don't have a lot of people helping, so it makes production delay. Sometimes the orders keep coming and we don't know what to do. So for now I want to get more people involved and also have a team that would go to the market and then market our brand to the individuals.
Getting more hands, Beatrice hopes, would be her contribution to reducing unemployment in Ghana, judging from her own experiences.
One thing I've noticed is that a lot of the youth, most of them are at home idle. So I would try and get people who are willing to work with me, and it will be a source of employment for others.
Beatrice is getting ready to take her business to the next level. Her plan for the next 2 years is to work towards establishing her factory and giving the Beatrice Special Foods brand more visibility. The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
The new paramount chief of the Jirapa traditional area, Nadina Donglagbong Ghana III, has expressed worry over the municipality's inability to tap into its rich tourism to propel the development of the area. Speaking at an outdoor ceremony, the 41-year-old educationist pledged to work to ensure that the traditional area returns to its glory days. There's more in this report.
The outdooring of Nadina Donlobon Ghana III, known in private life as Justice Donlobon Dina, came on the heels of his overwhelming endorsement by the 7 recognized kingmakers of Jiruba. Nadina Donlobon Ghana III holds a master's degree in mathematics education from the University of Cape Coast and currently they're in charge of Culture and Language Studies at the Jiruba Municipal Office of the Ghana Education Service. He also served as a personal secretary and regent to his predecessor, Na Ansole Ghana II. The colorful ceremony was attended by people from all walks of life, including paramount, division and sub-chiefs from the traditional area and beyond, queen mothers, heads of decentralized departments in the municipality and the region, sons and daughters of the traditional area. Also present were elders of Walimairi clan who they shared ancestral blood ties with. The Walimairi clan had the sole responsibility for providing the clothing regalia for the new chief, dressing him and also escort him from the house to the outdooring ceremony. The beautiful ceremony was well conducted by the acting president of the Jiruba Traditional Council and chief of Togo, Na Daniel Tamba II. Na Dina Donlobon Ghana III sounded majestically to the front of the seat that he was later made to sit thrice amid cheers and series of ululation from the royal princesses. He is now the 5th chief of Jiruba in over 100 years.
Jiruba is so much endowed with a lot of tourist sites, health related, we are so much blessed. But all of those things are not harnessed to the maximum. And I feel that it's about time we start doing something about it so that we can harness the yields of all that we have at our disposal. We have not really tapped into all that we have around us. Be it tourism, education, agriculture. We have so much to gain from practicing any of this.
A retired justice of the Court of Appeal, Justice Francis Kobier, urged indigents of the traditional area to support the newly adored paramount chief for the speedy development of the area.
I believe that the person that the Tindama have seen fit to install as the new traditional ruler is a person that can lead Jiruba in terms of development and will cooperate with the political leadership, the municipal leadership, and all other development partners and agencies to see Jiruba go back to its good old days of development.
Member of Parliament for Jiruba, Cletus Seridapla, however, expressed worry over the increasing cases of chieftaincy disputes in the traditional area, calling on the various paramount chiefs to work to resolve them.
We have some chieftaincy challenges within the municipality, and I'll use this occasion to appeal to you. Let us resolve them. If any area where there is no development, where there is no chief, it is difficult to bring the needed development. And all of us are much aware of that. And mostly, once there is no unity in any area, any division, all of us knows the consequences. So I want to appeal to our revered chiefs, particularly our chairman and our newly adored paramount chief, and the rest of the divisional and sub-chiefs. Let us go for unity. Let's don't fight. You can't fight to win. Anywhere that there is fight, the people suffer. All of us know that. So let's go for peace.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam, Jirba.
Here in Accra, I am Emma Davis, and that's how we part company on Business Live today. For more news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. But I leave you with international business. Have a good evening.
I am Martina Bugri in Tamale, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Waihiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week, and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's telling us it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Agbechi Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture, and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
morning and welcome to the third day of January 2024. It's midweek already. The holiday is over. And I know you're reluctant to return to work after an intense, dirty December. Well, President Akufo-Addo is trending number 3 on X, formerly Twitter. Why? Well, he has ordered an audit into the contract between the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Limited, SML. This press release has received a flurry of responses. The minority leader has reacted. Bright Simmons has reacted. Ben Boache has reacted. The story is boiling and we get into the heat of things. In sports, we have an interview with 2 former coaches of the Black Stars squad for AFCON. Do you remember this?
We are deputy, we are MMDC.
If you are a CEO, deputy, MMC, and you believe you can no longer work for government, resign and let others do the work if you are not included in the reshuffle.
Well, we are in the new year, and the question is, when is the president reshuffling his team? Who do you think is tired and must leave Akufo-Addo's team? We will be live in Kumasi and Accra on this burning topic. Plus, we have a cookathon. It promises to be a packed morning. Good morning once again. Stay back. We'll be right back with the news. In our top story, President Akufo-Addo has ordered an audit into the contract between the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Limited. The audit will be conducted by KPMG and is slated to last for 2 weeks. A press statement from the presidency issued by Communications Director Eugene Ahin outlines the president's specific terms of reference for the KPMG audit. President Akufo-Addo further instructed the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance to adhere to his directives and furnish KPMG with all necessary documentation for the upcoming audit. And we have the statement on your screens. Let's go through it. It says the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has appointed KPMG, the reputable audit, tax and advisory services firm, to conduct an immediate audit into the transaction between the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited. Now, the terms of reference of the audit are as follows. 1. Conduct an audit to ascertain the rationale or needs assessment performed prior to the contract approval by GRA and assess how the arrangement aligns with specific needs. Now, 2, it says assess the appropriateness of the contracting methodology, verifying compliance with legal standards and industry best practices in the procurement process for the selection of SML. And then also 3rd, evaluate the degree of alignment between current activities and the stipulated contract scope, identifying any deviations. Also evaluate the value or benefit that SML has so far offered to the GRA through this engagement. Then it also says review the financial arrangements, including pricing structures, payment terms, and resolution of any financial compliance issues, and submit a report on findings on the above together with appropriate recommendations. Now, President Akufo-Addo has tasked KPMG, as we already said, to complete the assignment in 2 weeks and submit the appropriate recommendations to him, and further directing the Ministry of Finance and GRA to provide the audit firm with whatever assistance they will require for the conduct of the audit, and has also directed the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority to suspend the performance of the contract pending the submission of the audit report, including any payments presently envisaged under its terms. Now let's bring you a recap of the SML controversy.
Comments follow a documentary titled The 3 Billion Cedi Lie by the Fourth Estate, alleging that the Finance Ministry ordered an expansion of the SML contract for 10 years, estimating it could yield the company $100 million annually. The documentary also claims that the expansion was directed despite the company making false claims about its savings through revenue assurance in the downstream sector. The GRA had backed SML's initial claim that it saved Ghana more than 3 billion cedis. The GRA backing comes despite the MD of the company, Christian Soti, denying the company saved the state that much.
That's why that 3 billion, I'm not. That's why I told you from the beginning. I said I don't know about this 3 billion.
We cannot say your intervention saved 3 billion.
No, I said 3 billion. I'm not. I've told you that I'm not aware, because when we were told about the publication, we even called the.
As we speak this morning, still on your website.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In fact, to be honest, I don't even know website matter.
Within SML itself, there are contradictions on this subject of the 3 billion cedi savings. This week, head of IT, Prince Sapong, contradicted publicly his boss.
So in estimate, what actually happened with the 3 billion is, as I talked about, the money is all about the volumes. So if there's an increase in volume, there's an increase in revenue. And since SML started operation, we can confidently say that there has been an average monthly increase of 100 million liters. So if you multiply it by 24 months, with the tax component that we are not even using the 1.74, we are using the old tax component, which is 1.44, that will arrive at the 3 billion that we talked about.
This current position of the head of IT contradicts his own earlier assertions when the Fourth Estate first put the question to himself and his boss during the investigations.
What we did was not even the accurate figure. We never talked about accurate because we are not GRA. Only GRA can give you accurate figure. So when we are talking about this, it depends on how it was reported. So it didn't. No one actually said that we actually generated as like accurate. Yes. So they say there's a caption by a journalist.
The GRA claims in this statement that SML is only paid if there is value addition. However, the contract specifies that SML is not required to add value to the upstream petroleum and gold sectors. It will be paid as long as production takes place, receiving 0.75 cents per barrel of the 160,000 barrels of oil Ghana produces daily. Additionally, SML will receive 0.75% of the total gold production, amounting to about $50 million annually, based on 2022 gold production figures. The GRA claims they signed a 5-year contract, but the Fourth Estate says the contract they referred to had a 10-year agreement and may have been updated. Listen to lead investigator Manasi Azuriawuni.
Some documents which I'm also sharing. I think page 13 of the 54-page contract mentioned 10 years. If they have reviewed it to 5 years, we requested documents officially from them. They have not responded to us. But if they have reviewed it, it doesn't change the fact that for the next 5 years, SML will be making more than $100 million.
These inconsistencies, among others, between the GRA, SML, and the contract documents raise concerns about value for money and transparency, increasing public pressure on authorities to clarify.
And 4 more individuals have been shot in Odomi Chalat in Kwantano T region following the shooting to death of 1 person yesterday in renewed clashes. The 4 victims are believed to be head porters who were loading a truck with gari when the incident happened. This latest one occurred barely 24 hours after another person was shot and killed in the area. At least 12 persons have been killed in the ongoing conflict, believed to be related to land and chieftaincy issues. This fresh killings comes just days after the chairman of the Municipal Security Council, Bright Lenwa, announced plans to tighten security in response to what he described as fresh twist to the conflict. Listen to truck driver and one of the head porters narrate to JoyNews what really happened.
We were attacked at gunpoint. 4 persons on board my truck suffered gunshot wounds, including my assistant. There were about 25 of us who had gone to load bags of gari from the community. I cannot identify the assailants.
We were chased at gunpoint, so we asked the driver to speed up. We need to pray for the 2 out of the 4 persons who suffered gunshot wounds.
Now, the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, is predicting a further accumulation of debts in the energy sector this year, warning the situation will be dire, as both the gold and the oil reserves are not capable of offsetting the debts accrued so far. Its executive director, Ben Boache, attributes the situation to the poorly negotiated power deals and the failure of state-owned enterprises to settle outstanding debts to creditors. Mr. Boache, however, notes that the only available option may be to consider sacrificing the budget to pay independent power producers to mitigate a potential power crisis. He has also indicated that consumers will have to psych their minds up to pay more for power supply if the efficiencies in the sector are not fixed.
There are some of the lousy decisions that are going on in the power sector that makes our situation much more precarious for 2024. But the reality is that we're going to rack up more debt. We're going to have to sacrifice the budget as IPPs cough. And my worry, essentially, is that the state-owned enterprises and entities in the space are going to really, really struggle. And the implication, if we are not careful, could be much more dire. Because you have the likes of Gridco, who depend solely on revenues from ECG, and they are not getting paid. If they don't get paid to maintain the grid infrastructure and the grid goes off, everybody loses power. And if they lose power, the sad part is that we're still going to pay for that power because the IPPs are committed on a long-term take-or-pay basis. So we have to pay them whether you need them or not. The VRA is not going to get money. They will make money from their own sale of power to other businesses, but ECG will continue to underpay them because the IPPs will be needing the money. The IPP payments are over 70% in arrears, month-on-month basis. So that is also going to continue to pile up. But to sum it all up, Kojo, if you look at how we're behaving and how we're treating the energy sector, the reality is that you put our gold revenues together, you put our oil revenues together, and it's not enough to offset the mismanagement of the energy sector. Business as usual, you should expect some adjustment. If we are not willing to fix the inefficiencies, recover revenues from power sold, then the few faithfuls are going to have to pay for it. And that's been the trend. So we waste the energy, people steal the power, and if you are faithful enough to keep paying, then we always come to you to pay more. And that has proven not to be the solution. Just increasing the tariff, and the data shows the more you increase the tariff, the more irresponsible people get. Because if they cannot pay, they are much more enticed to steal the power.
But especially our policy is to do full cost recovery.
Under the IMF program, yes. But it has failed, and the budget even recognizes that we've not been able to deliver on that. And given that it's even an election year where the political appetite is going to crash with the demands of the IMF to actually do cost recovery. If we don't fix the inefficiencies, we will never get to that point where we can say that this is the cost recovery when we are only racking up the tariff on the few faithful ones.
The Chamber of Petroleum Consumers is predicting further falls in the prices of fuel at the pumps in the first quarter of 2024 as the demand for the products globally are relatively lower in the beginning of the year. Some oil marketing companies have cut prices of products at the pumps from the 1st of January, making it the second consecutive time for fuel prices going down. Now, one of the major players, Star Oil, took the lead by selling a litre at 11 cedis, 24 pesos. Now, from the previous 12 cedis, 69 pesos. Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, Duncan Amos, says consumers should anticipate further reductions.
I always advise and maintain that institutions like the bulk oil storage and transportation need to take advantage of seasons as these, where you have international market prices dropping around 600. Within the year, it goes as high as 900 to 1,000, 1,200. If I had the opportunity stock up now, while prices are friendly, the possibility of you cashing out maybe after March is high, and boss could probably make some good money if they did. But again, the question of what funds they would also use to hold the stock for the extended period, so that when prices or the price curve was to turn the other way and prices were to start going up, they could ease products onto the market. So it will bring you back to the issue of, the strategic stock margin or account. If there's some funds that governments can advance to them, I'm sure they can hold enough stock now, so that even if you woke up tomorrow and Israel has ramped up their activities within the Middle Eastern bloc, and OPEC is also cutting back on numbers, and the geopolitical developments look as though prices would have to go up, both would have had enough in tank in order to be able to cushion the market at least for some weeks. But as it stands, it looks as though we'll rather be interested in more in buying and selling on the spot. So whatever prices we get this week, we buy and then we put on the market. If next week prices come and they are high or bullish, we also buy and let consumers pay for that. That way, we don't derive the full benefits that boss should have given all Ghanaians.
Economist Professor Godfrey Bopping is daring government to pay its creditors if indeed it has turned the corner in managing the economy. According to him, inasmuch as government has made some strides in managing the economy, it is not enough to celebrate its achievement. His comments follow recent pronouncements by President that his government has made significant strides in turning the economy.
So there's work for us to do. We recognize that we've made some progress, but it would have been more meaningful if we would be moderate in celebrating our success. Yeah. And this is why I'm saying so. We are still in the midst of negotiating with our creditors. Yeah. So if you are having a cocktail celebration of turning the corner, give creditors money to them.
Thank you.
Okay, you are sitting on the coupons of creditors, over $2 billion. You are having a cocktail. You don't know how they are going to have their Christmas. So let's our actions tell the same story at the negotiation table. Yeah. We are likely to be received favorably by our creditors and the rest of them. Remember that, and maybe one day we can have that conversation. You look at the G20 common framework backed by the IMF, and you see that there's a problem in there. And that is why we are having these challenges with when are we going to agree with our external and the rest of them. Because you look at the DSA and the burden on creditors to bail out Ghana is so huge. We have a role to play. We elected them. We actually don't write an appointment letter for them. They decide how they have to be paid. Of course, committee here and the rest of them. But I think that it's increasingly becoming clearer to even the politicians that our governance is becoming unbearable. That there's an urgent need to save Ghana's democracy from itself. That is different from proposing an alternative. Right? How do we make democracy work for the ordinary Ghanaian? How do we ensure that the democratic dividend trickles down? But you see, we just can't wait. Ghanaians should understand that you merely just can't go and vote once in 4 years during the AGM and sit back and expect that the democratic dividend will trickle down. It will not, because it has not. And there's no evidence that it's going to going forward. So we all have to be active in demanding accountability. To do so, we have to learn to bury our political differences, tribal, whatever, and then we have to learn to pursue the common good.
Interior Minister Ambrose Derry has lauded contribution of Vice President Dr. Malbum Bawumia in the constant reduction of inflation, stability of the cedi against major currencies, and above all, reducing corruption. Speaking at an annual party held for constituents at Kogligu, Ambrose Derry noted that the Vice President had demonstrated that he is capable of leading the country to prosperity.
Interior Minister Ambrose Derry averred that the Nandam constituency under his reign as a member of parliament of the area has given a facelift to roads in the area which hitherto were in deplorable conditions but has now been opened up, increasing the economic well-being of the people.
Well, Nandam development has been really fast, and you agree with me, you are journalists who have been working here, and this village you have come to. You have come to this village a number of times. You could not access this village in the rainy season, especially from Hamley or from the Nandam direction, because there will be floods. You could not come through. Culverts, now you have bridges. It's tarred all around. Now the road has been tarred. When I was regional minister, it was from Naduli coming through Laura. It came, it's tarred. We've moved it from Laura into Nandam to Hamley, that's the highway. Now you come into Nandam. When the president was sworn in 2017, he came here and cut the sword for urban roads, and you would agree with me that most of the roads in Nandam have been tarred. They have not just been tarred, but drainage systems are being worked on, and it's ongoing now, to the extent that, apart from what we are doing, we've had a variation of the project to get 8 kilometers from Brutu into Lambuse. You see that beginning to clear the roads.
Ambrose Derry also spoke on the provision of potable water, electricity, and support for women.
We have several water projects all over the place, and we are still working. We are working hard to make sure we get more water points. Electrification, I believe we have almost covered all the communities. In this year's budget, we are provided for rural electrification, and we are going to use the budget to complete ongoing projects and make sure that every community in the Nandam municipality is covered. You also realize that we now have a bank, ADB Bank. Nandam was served by a rural bank, who did a great job right from its establishment in the early days, but there's a need for financial support for small and medium scale enterprises. And the bank has been open. If you visit it, you see the bank is doing very well and is targeting. I'm especially interested in the women folk who have got these small boxes in the villages where they contribute. If you give our women loans, you are going to empower them. And once our women are empowered, you would have the best economy in our community.
The Nandam legislature urged Ghanaians to vote to retain the MPP and Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia as president of the country to continue with the good works of the MPP.
He is a man who has the capacity to improve this country. He's already shown by the digitalization, and that is one way of fighting corruption. And I can give you a few practical examples. Before the digitalization, if a contractor wanted to renew his business documents, he had to go by air or by road to Accra, check into a hotel, go to the ministry. Difficult to find a director. He finds someone down there. He needs to grease the person's arms. Now, thanks to digitalization, he's paid online. His license is issued online. So corruption in that area eliminated.
Working for JoyNews, Rafik Salam, Kokoligwu.
And the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has assured electorates of redemption for the country if voted back into power. Nana Yaujima has more in this report.
To meaning, the origin of the noun Savior is traced to the Bible, in which Matthew chapter 1 verse 21 speaks of the first coming of Jesus Christ. It reads,
She will give birth to a son, and you are to give him the name Jesus, because he will save his people from sins.
After this prophecy was fulfilled, another promise of the second coming of the Savior is made in John chapter 14, verse 3, assuring to deliver his people from bondage.
And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also.
The story of the biblical Savior is likened to that of John Mahama's second shot at the presidency. And this is how supporters of the NDC tell the story. Between 2012 and 2016, John Mahama was granted a 4-year mandate to lead the country. Here are the accounts the former president gives on his service to the nation.
And then inflation and almost 40%.
As we speak, inflation is around 40%. In 2016, when we left office, inflation was around 12%. The country's debt was 120 billion cedis. That's from independence till I left office. Today, it has increased to 600 billion. If we are to share the debt among the population, each individual would have to pay 4,000 Ghana cedis, but now it has increased to 20,000 Ghana cedis.
And there's 600 billion. You can say, yeah, check on in nature, no biafra and baby qua. Ye na de ka almost 20,000 cedis. Obia abofra ya won ne. And also de ka 20,000 cedis.
However, John Mahama was voted out of office for non-performance. The call for a second term is gaining ground as the former president tours the country to seek concerns of the public for a 2024 party manifesto. Here are some firm believers of the John Mahama candidature.
Apart from Mahama, you need savior, baby.
John Mahama is our savior after Jesus Christ. If he doesn't come to help, then we are dead.
Mahama na savior to say 2012 Mahama by.
He came to office in 2012 and exited in 2016. Things have deteriorated after his exit. We need him back into office to help.
The savior tag is being accepted by the former president as he attempts a comeback into office. The NDC flag bearer has continuously described the NPP government's performance as abysmal. He believes the country has run into a ditch and in need of an experienced hand to salvage the situation.
And obiesu and no my ding. Your boss no VIP ayede echo akwentu no akoto ditch mu.
Today we are all crying. Things are tough. The bus in which we are traveling has fallen into a ditch, and we have to join hands to bring it back on the road. If you take a look at the political parties in the country, the most development-oriented party is the NDC.
I just say, Emrebia, Samanyo Kono Betransi, Timi who say, Empunto Oba, Emma Gana Koninim, Sa Amanyo Kono NDC.
To him, a second coming of his government is a redemption for the country.
Nyameka say, Obesuma ajenkwa, no abeji yankwa. Me Christo di minim se sa ajenkwa no Yesu Christo. And so minim se nyame hu Ghana mobo.
God promised a savior. I am a Christian and I know Jesus Christ is the one. But I know God has shown us mercy. So before the second coming of Christ, there will be a predecessor to save Ghanaians from bondage. That person is an experienced individual with knowledge to help. I know that savior is John Dramani Mahama and the NDC party.
Hey, Nipa, what's her name, Diano? If you say, baby, I am my Druno. Experience any association. Enti minim se Sergeant Kwano Nyame adumunti John Dramani Mahama any NDC amanyoko.
Christians are certain of a return of their savior, but the NDC's savior can only return if the electorate vote him in 2024. For JoyNews, Nana Aljima reporting.
Now, passengers seeking to commute from Accra to the Ashanti, Bono East and Western regions on Tuesday were left stranded following shortage of coaches at the major transport terminals. Some operators also explored the situation by inflating fares. Stanley Neeble's report read to you. The transport situation after the Yuletide season has deteriorated. Commuters who traveled to Accra for the Yuletide were stranded at lorry stations in an attempt to go back home. Almost all the major transport terminals were characterized by frustrations aggravated by long queues. Some transport operators were helpless. Portia fears she might lose her job if the situation persists. She had already spent 5 hours at the Owa bus terminal before the JoyNews team met her.
It was yesterday that I planned of going, but when I came, the situation was worse, and I went home. But today, I'm waiting until I get a car. If I didn't get a car, I will sleep around. No one is telling you anything. They are even angry at us and telling us they didn't even tell us or force us to come here. So if you can wait. If you can't, go home. But what I'm going to do at Kumasi too is very important, so I have to wait for the cars.
Others share similar sentiments.
Because of Nake Christmas holiday nusunti. I'm like implant doors no kakra wa run I say. By area I will move ebeko.
I wanted to take my ticket in the morning. That was 7 a.m. But I studied the queue and realized I can't do it. So I had to go back and come back in the afternoon. So I came here around 1 o'clock and I just got mine. I came to Accra here on that was just yesterday. And the fare was 120 cedis. But as I'm talking with you right now, it is 140 cedis. Yeah, a difference of 20 Ghana cedis. If I don't pay, there wouldn't be any transportation for me.
At the VIP transport terminal, the situation is no different, even though 185 coaches had been loaded and left scale. Adakabre Frimpong Manso is the manager.
The numbers have come in today a bit surprising, from just about 5 a.m. up to the 5 p.m. that I speak. The 12-hour cycle has given us close to 185 coaches, and it's still counting. And we are doing our best. We will continue to run the 24-hour cycle, ensuring that nobody is left here stranded, and ensuring that we can get them going. And then we have a special service for lactating mothers, for the aged, for the security services, where we give them a kind of a preferential treatment. So these are the ethical side of the business that we are doing. So nobody will be left behind, and VOP will continue to cut everybody. By 7 a.m. tomorrow, where the next shift also comes in, there will still be people and the buses will be moving.
He is confident of solving the transport situation by tomorrow, January 3. And that's how we conclude news on the AM show. We'll take a break. We'll be right back with News Review with Dr. Ashanti. Welcome back to the AM show, and this is the News Review segment. And joining me for this is Dr. Kwame Ashanti. Dr. Ashanti, welcome to the AM show. Kindly unmute and speak to us. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning and Happy New Year to you.
Good morning. I'm sure you can also hear me.
I can, loud and clear, perfect.
Many happy returns.
How was your Christmas?
Very quiet one, in the sense that we decided to be at home, do a few things academically, and then also reflect on the way forward as we enter 2024 with academic work and then with office work, as well as national politics. I took a deep reflection of all that, of course, thinking along with my family.
Right.
So I can say that all in all, I've had a better reflection and I'm poised for action this year.
Indeed. Action including what? What really has caught your attention lately?
Oh, strictly speaking, I am going to speak like the way I do all the time, but this time towards the vulnerable, the needy, the poor that we have neglected over the years. I want to also be part of the crusade to be able to preach message of peace and ensure that the little contribution that we have will be able to make towards making this democracy work and work for us. This means that election is critical and that things that support electoral processes, I'm going to be part and parcel of that process. Things that bring violence, conflict, rancor, divisions, I will be part of the team that will help to get this out of our society and bring everybody on board so that we appreciate the benefits of democracy and that there will not be any day to a military regime over the path, that tight rope of democratic righteousness, so that one day we all will sit down, take a deep reflection, and say that we've made it. And that's my dream. And it's my hope and prayer that the good Lord will grant me the health, the ideas, and then the tenacity for purpose, so that I can also be part of this agenda.
Interesting. I think it's a good cause. Well, let's delve right into it, and we'll be doing the review on My Joy Online. We start with myjoyonline.com. And as we've already indicated, President Akufo-Addo has ordered an audit into the GRASML contract. You know, this contract started brewing late last year, where the fourth estate investigated into their dealings. Dr. Asante, what do you make of the president's decision to audit this contract in this year?
Please, I think the line is not too clear. I'll be glad if you could.
I could repeat myself. Is it okay now?
Your question so that I know the import.
Right. Can you hear me now? Dr. Asante? Well, unfortunately, the lines have been interrupted, and we'll get back to Dr. Asante when we have him. But as we already indicated, President Akufo-Addo has ordered an audit into the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Strategic Mobilization Limited's contract, you know, into the downstream petroleum sector. The audit will be conducted by KPMG and is slated to last for 2 weeks. A press statement by the presidency issued by the Communications Director, Eugene Ahin, outlines specific terms of reference for the audit. And like we earlier indicated, the terms of reference by the presidency includes a conduct to audit to ascertain the rationale or needs assessment performed prior to the contract approval by the GRA, and also assess how the arrangement aligns with specific needs. Also, that the appropriateness of the contracting methodology, verifying compliance with legal standards and industry best practices in the procurement process for the selection of SML, and also to evaluate the degree of alignment between the current activities and the stipulated contract scope, identifying any deviations, evaluate the value or benefit that SML has so far offered to the GRA through this engagement, and also to review the financial arrangements, including pricing structures, payment terms, and resolution of any financial compliance issues, and submit a report on their findings on the above, together with appropriate recommendations. And the president has given them 2 weeks to do so. And President has also instructed that the Finance Ministry and the GRA provide KPMG with whatever assistance that they will require to conduct the audit, and then also directed the Finance Ministry and the GRA to suspend the performance of the contract pending the submission of the audit report, including any payments presently envisaged under its terms. And so those are the terms of references the President is looking forward to KPMG fulfilling. But we have Dr. Asante back on the line. Let's try him one more time. Dr. Asante, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think it's clear.
Wonderful. And
do you hear me too?
I do. It's clear. Yes, and so we're talking about the audit that the President had directed into the contract between SML and the GRA, and I'm asking you what you make of the President's decision at this time.
I believe that audit is normal, but the President should allow the process to go the way it ought to be. That is the way to go. If you read our Constitution, the preamble captures it clearly, and that we are interested in probity and accountability. So at all times, whenever there are things that raise questions, we should be able to allow a process that would dovetail into these principles in the Constitution that will allow for probity, that allows for accountability, and the rest of them. If we are able to do that, then we are in business, and we are in the business of governance, that we are allowing the process to take the natural course. Any other thing that will go against the process will constitute things that are not in the interest of the people. And remember, governance is nothing but the interest of the people. We need the people at all times. Democracy hinges on the people. Without the people, forget it. You don't have a democracy. So it is my hope and prayer that we guide this process the way it ought to be, without any interference whatsoever, so that at the end of the day, whatever comes out, we'll be able to take a firm decision on it and right the wrongs if there is the need.
Well, Dr. Asante, I mean, on this same contract, the minority is raising questions. The minority leader, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, says President Akufo-Addo is making efforts to whitewash the Ghana Revenue Authority and then SML's contract. According to him, the Parliament had already begun some investigations into the contract and believes that the President's decision to audit it is stifling their efforts to, unearth whatever contradictions are in this particular contract. Do you agree with him? It seems Dr. Asante's line continues to, break, but we'll be getting back to him.
A little difficulty getting all that you are saying.
Okay, I'll go over that one more time. If you can.
Please,
I can hear you now. I'll go over it one more time. So it seems we will have to get back, Dr. Asante. We'll get you back on the phone lines, and then we can continue this rather interesting conversation. And like I earlier said, the minority leader, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, is questioning the President's timing of an audit into this particular contract between the SML, Strategic Mobilization Limited, and Ghana Revenue Authority. And he's saying that the directive is a day late and a dollar short, and perceives it as a strategy to dissuade Parliament from fully exercising its oversight responsibility over the contentious contract. And in a Facebook post on Tuesday, the Jumako Enyan Esiam lawmaker emphasized the NDC MPs remain vigilant and will not be misled. According to him, he's saying that The former Finance Minister, Dr. Atufo, assured Ghanaians of the commitment of NDC MPs to ensuring a thorough investigation into the scandal and holding all those found culpable accountable. And then quoting him, he says the president who should have led this fight in the wake of this scandal is playing catch-up, since Parliament has also directed GRA to suspend all payments to SML. Let's delve deeper into this, and we now have Dr. Asante on the phone line. Dr. Asante, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, it's clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I was asking you, the minority is questioning the president's timing to auditing this particular contract. And I'm asking if you agree with them or you don't have any problem with this.
Audit is a natural process that anytime there is a need to apply that means of assessing things, we use it and use it appropriately. But what I want to caution is that all the time, what I've seen in this country is that political actors do not want institutions that are meant to address some of these challenges to work. And that is what I will caution the government to make sure that they allow the necessary institutions to take up this challenge and work with the process, so that whatever comes out, all of us will not raise an eyebrow. Once we do that, then we are in the realms of governance. Then we are in the realms of good governance, of course, and then we are also supporting the cause of our Constitution, which enjoins us at all times that in matters of this nature, we should ensure probity, we should ensure accountability, and the rest of them. So I believe that, yes, if all that the president has done will ensure that institutions will work, I am for it. But if there is an attempt to undermine the whole process, I'll be the first person to criticize it.
Well, Dr. Asante, I think the bone of contention here is the timing. Do you think the president ordered this too late?
That is why I'm saying that if we allow institutions, and institutions here, Mami, is what I'm talking about, the rules, the procedures, the norms, and all that. In administering any public office, there are rules of the game. When there are problems too, there are rules that are spelled out already, telling us what to do. We need to go by that. Once we go by all these things, we shouldn't have any problem. Remember that such rules are made taking into what consideration timing. So once you go by the rules of the game, you are also comfortable that you are operating within the time frame required by law.
Right. Right, let's move on to the next story about Nkwanta. Looks like the conflict there is raging. Doesn't look like ending anytime soon. Another person has been shot dead and in the area. At least 12 persons have been killed in the disturbances believed to be linked to land and chieftaincy issues. And the fresh killings comes just days after chairman of the Municipal Security Council, Bright Lenwa, announced plans to tighten security, following what he says is a fresh twist to the conflict. Dr. Asante, I mean, conflicts, land, chieftaincy continues to ravage the situation, the peace in these areas. And what do you make of this? The efforts by our security agencies, especially, to halt some of these things. Are we doing enough to avert some of these crises that erupt?
As for security, I'm sure we go to sleep, we wake up, and we are safe, and we are moving on. It gives you an indication that, yes, in spite of all the challenges that confront us as a people, financial constraints, logistic constraints in the area of logistics and the rest of them, our security have been able to up their game, and they are keeping us all safe. We are happy. Except that we want to say that sometimes they also get it wrong, and I'm not blaming them for anything relative to this problem, but I'm talking in general terms. but it's a human institution. When they do wrong, we correct them. When they do right, we applaud them. I believe that they have lived and live up to expectation. We need to strengthen them to do more. And we will not also hesitate to take a swipe on their actions when we think they've got contrary. If you look at the situation at Nkwanta, you realize that security has helped since time immemorial. I am very familiar with that terrain. And once in a while, we get such problems coming up. But the security has always been up and doing, and they've been very helpful in bringing peace at the end of the day. It is my hope and prayer that whatever the conflict is, it will be resolved in no time, and that economic activities, social activities will take on place as it's supposed to be. The place is a natural place for growing of crops and the rest of them. I can tell you that a lot of yam that we consume in this part of the country come from that place. Apart from yam farming, they have also vegetables and the rest of them. And it's a very attractive area for tourism and the rest of them. It is a place to be, I can assure you. Thank God the NDC government was able to support in the road construction from Hohoi to Nkwanta. This government has also added its bit to it. And the last time I drove there from, I think, 2 years ago, I found it very interesting from Hohoi to the place. I don't know the situation now from Accra to Hohoi. And the time I used it was very terrible. I hope that government will quicken its effort to support the road infrastructure network and then improve it so that people can have a sigh of relief. So that place, in economic terms, in political terms, in social terms, in all terms, is a very important area that we always want to support. So I'll urge the security people to continue to do the good work they are doing. Let us also give them support, and let us also talk to families that in spite of their differences, they can go and sit around a table and jaw instead of war. It is the way to go. There is no problem that can ever be solved, because I believe that there is always a way out to end the problem. And they've lived as a family for years. So I believe whatever the differences, they can bury their differences and smoke the peace pipe.
You've talked about join to ensure, some form of stability in the area, but this has been going on for some time. What really do you think is the complexity, that is not allowing these people to come to some form of agreement?
It's a mix of factors. Sometimes you realize that intransigent positions of the the actors involved in the conflict will always create a problem of this nature. Sometimes security problems, sometimes it's a whole lot. But I believe that whatever the situation is, we should be able to handle it and handle it well. Once there's a problem, security go there, calm is restored, normalcy is brought back and all that. It tells you that all needs the effort, we need more effort to sustain that. For security, they will be able to do their work and leave. But when they leave, we should have the mechanism to sustain their effort. And that is basically what is lacking. We should be able to have a roadmap that is lasting enough to address all the challenges, the lingering challenges, and so as to deal with the problem head on. I believe that over the years, if we want to do a good work, we will have a whole ocean of literature on this perennial conflict in that area. So by which time, we should be able to put all together, bring stakeholders together, and then see the way forward. Thank God, this country is blessed with a lot of people with ideas about conflicts mediation, conflict solutions, and the rest of them. So we should not sit down and allow the society to burn. We as a society, we owe it to ourselves to make sure that there's peace in that area. The little that we can do, we need to start now. Let's get stakeholders together. Let's get the actors together. Let us find the causes of the conflict and then get into the roots and then deal with the problem once and for all. I'm not sure the problem is that daunting that we cannot handle as a society. All that we need is to be able to apply ourselves to it and then resolve that we are dealing with that problem once and for all. This should be done, and should be done in no time. The place is too an important area for us to allow it to go in flame.
Right. Now let's move on to graphic online, and we're in the election year. And first of all, let me ask you, what do you feel? What are you picking up in the atmosphere at this point? I know it's a bit early, but let me just ask you, what do you see in the atmosphere now, looking at the campaign tour of former President John Dramani Mahama, Bawumia, Alan Tremanting? At least those are the ones we know for now.
I think the ball started well. This is how it ought to be. But we always caution that much as we want to sell our messages to our people, our message should be devoid of insult. Our messages should bring to the fore issues that help build the society. We should not have messages that are, conflict-ridden, messages that divide our society. And we should be able to accept criticism. One of the problems we have in this country is that we are quick to respond to criticism, and then sometimes we go overboard. No. In a democracy, we should develop that big belly to accommodate criticism and work within that time frame. Government will have a lot of questions to answer, and government must be sober to reflect on them when we throw it at them. So all these things should be able to work and work well for us. And we should always have at the back of our minds that it is this country we want to build. And if you want to build a country, you don't destroy it first in order to build it. No. And I always believe that the way to go is what? Discussion, dialogue, give and take. Right? It is when you lack ideas, you lack the power of argument, then you shout, you attack, you introduce violence, and the rest of them. I want to urge the Ghanaian society that this election, we are going to look forward to what? Hearing messages of hope, hearing, messages that resonate with our people, hearing messages that deal with our problem. Any other thing that do not support the cause of the ordinary man on the street, we should be able to decipher that, take it out, and those people who are turning out will vote against them. We should not make it a point of glorifying political parties and then all the nonsense, I'm sorry to use that word, associated with what they do. No, in the name of that, this is our party. This is how we have been over the years. This is the one we know. Even if it's not performing, we are prepared to live with that party forever.
Well,
no, we want to assess the situation based on our circumstances of the time, and out of which we make an important decision that will help us.
Well,
and people should not, the last thing, people should not take this election to be a do or die affair. No.
Right.
That they want to win power at all times. You will have all your strategy. Of course, nobody goes to election with the hope of losing. But when you lose, you should be able to accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. That's the spirit behind any democratic enterprise. And these things must be inculcated in people. And I tell you, I'll be part of that team that will want to socialize people along this line so that we can make an informed decision.
Well, let's look at the messages that is being paraded here. Former President John Mahama says although Ghana is going through a crisis, citizens must not give up and on the possibility of improvement, urging that the populace should exercise the franchise, seeking to bring him back to power, and that is going to ensure that hope is not lost, and also saying that he is a second savior for the country, seeking re-election. Does his message inspire hope?
A very beautiful message. Politicians should always give us a message of hope, and he's doing exactly that. Politicians should be able to right the wrongs of society through their messaging and through their strategy and through their manifesto by and large. So I believe that all that he's saying is nothing but the truth. It is our duty to reflect on them and see whether there are things that will support the cause of the ordinary man, to support our families, our people, our country. That is how it should be. So, yes, there's nothing wrong. He's saying that, yes, he's coming to redeem Ghanaians and all that. He should be able to go beyond this and tell us how he's going to work the mathematics of it, so as to let us have confidence that he has what it takes to be able to do what he's saying. Once he's able to do this, we as a people will reflect on them and then give a verdict based on that. After all, politics is nothing but a contest of ideas. So this is a time for people to show us, to tell us the ideas that they have under their sleeves. They should be able to bring them out. And then if they have been incumbent before, or whatever work they've done, they should be able to showcase. And when we demand this, we are not demanding something extraordinary. No, it is within the framework of any campaign activity. So we are going to demand what is due us, and we demand questions for things that have been promised, things that have been done, past records. We are going to scrutinize all that, and it's going to be interesting. So he has also started, and he has started well. We want to see more. MPP will also come in, let them come in with all that they have. We welcome them and see if they are fit for purpose. We will talk about it. If there is something that is not helpful, we will be quick to point it out to them. And I urge all the smaller parties to do the same, so that we will approach this election from the point of view of issues, nothing more, nothing less.
Well, Dr. Asante, let me take you to the camp of the NPP. You know, very late last year, Justin Kodia-Frimpong hinted of a reshuffle and saying that the president, if members of the government couldn't work for government, they should leave their jobs for others who will be willing to work. But before you comment on that, let's take a listen to what he said.
My last question goes to the appointees of this government.
If you are a CEO, deputy, MMC, and you believe you can no longer work for government, resign and let others do the work if you are not included in the reshuffle.
So we a minister, we a CEO, we a deputy, we a MMDC. Now say we reshuffle in the so now what's now bra
it is time for a change, for others to continue the work. If new people come and work, we will have victory in 2024's election.
Dr. Asante, do you agree there should be a reshuffle?
It's long overdue. We have told this government time and again that there's a need to change the team players, reshuffle, so to speak, and bring more energies to bear on the work of government. Government has been so adamant in this regard. And anytime you talk about it, the government seems to have different ideas, or that the government tells you that they are doing well and that he's waiting for results and other. Where are the results? The things that we said, which were rejected, I'm happy the General Secretary, it has dawned on him. I've said it time and again that, look, if we talk and government will not listen, the realities will dawn on the government one day. And I'm happy we are here, that the realities have dawned on the party to the extent that the General Secretary is now out there, you know, telling the people in government and then the government itself that reshuffle those who are non-performing ministers to leave the office and all that. That is all governance is about. Governance is how you make economic and political resources better for a meaningful life for human beings. So which will put you in a position. We are not putting you there for beauty contest, that the standard is different from what we are talking about. We are talking about what? A standard that should be able to bring us the result that we need to make life better for the ordinary man. If you are not fit for that purpose, I'm afraid you are in the wrong job. Leave it and go. If you, as an individual, you don't have the capacity to leave office on your own accord, the government should force you out. After all, it's the government that appointed you. And it's the government that will disappoint you at any time too. And he has no right to, he has a right to what? Either explain to you what he has sacked you or not. So I was wondering why it's taking the government so long a time to realize this simple governance procedure. But better late than never. If ministers believe that they are not living up to expectation, it is in their own interest to leave office. Because in politics, the more you stay and you don't perform, you become a non-performing minister. Your name will go into the annals of the country forever and ever. And I'm not sure any human being worth his or herself will want to have such a record. So they have to do the needful by leaving office those individuals who are not performing. And if they are not, the government also should show them the way so that government can salvage its image, government can improve its lot, and government can deliver on its own promises. If government is able to do that, it will have a sigh of relief and will be able to also get back some of the things it has lost through non-performance and the rest of them. So it's a good call, but it is not enough. They should, impress it on government for government to do the needful so that those who need to be changed are changed for results. After all, politics is a contest of ideas and a referendum of your work. At the end of the day, you have to showcase what you have done, giving all the resources we have given to them. The day of accountability is here, and it's 2024.
Dr. Ashanti, in your opinion, which areas should experience a shake-up?
If you look at what we are seeing now, the economy needs serious improvement. Yes, so you have to make sure that you improve the economic fortunes of this country. Sometimes when we're talking about reshuffle, it's not necessarily, taking people out of office, but you move them to other positions where you think they can perform better. That is another. Reshuffle also entails that. So it's like musical chairs. Sometimes you move them to other places where you think they have their energies their energies will be applied and applied well. Sometimes you realize that it's beyond repairs and that person must be jettisoned out of the process. You do that. We need to improve the unemployment situation in this country. We need to be able to up our game in the area of health sector. You and I are alive to the problems that confront this country in the area of health. In recent time, we have seen upsurge of kidney problems and the rest of them. In government, you saw what happened in Kolebu, the renal section, and the rest of them. We have a lot of health issues that we need to spend resources. We need people to reflect and work on that. We need to also make sure that the gains we have made in education will strengthen. Where there are weaknesses, the free SHS system, a good idea and all that. But is it working? If it's working, how much has it contributed to our development and all that? What is left to be done, ought to be done to bring that program to a normal fruition and the rest of that. So all the ministries, we can do proper assessment and see where government is. He has all manner of information. You look at it and then you see, they'll be able to see which area is not performing. If you find that and you realize that you cannot put the person to another ministry, because you believe that he has the expertise to be able to change things there. You throw the person out. Simple. And that you owe that person no apology. After all, you brought the person in to come and help to build the society. If he's not able to, promote this agenda, what is the point of keeping that person? Government must be bold and be able to take very important decisions. And that brings me to a book that was written by Madeleine Albright. If you read the forward, and there's something that President Clinton wrote about it, that in politics, you should shy away from stepping on people's toes. In other words, step on toes, provided you are doing the right thing, and fear not. If you are afraid of stepping on toes, I'm afraid you are not in the realm of governance. You are in merry-making, and you are not doing anything. That book should serve as a guiding principle for this government to be able to take the necessary decisions.
Well, so Dr. Asante, if I understand you correctly, you are delving into health, education, and the economy, right?
No, I'm saying that I don't have the data that will be able to point that this area is not working. But there's some of them on top of our head. You realize that there is a problem with this economy. There's no doubt about that. There is a problem with health. There's no doubt about that. There are other ministries that there are problems. And I'm saying that it is not necessarily the case that you have to throw a minister out. No.
Right.
But you can put the minister into another ministry where you believe that he can his expertise and his ideas and all that can be put into useful adventure there and help lift up the game there. There are some places you realize that this person has been a monumental failure for the work that you are doing. You throw the person up and all that. There are places you realize that let me also bring others to come and support the minister to work in this regard. I am saying this because if you look at the things that voters consider, apart from we as a people, all that we need for ourselves, the things voters consider in making decisions at the poll, one of it is the first one is the economy. So if there are problems with the economy and you want to turn a blind eye to this, I am afraid you are going to have your fingers bent. So you need to work, because when the economy improves, it robs off all the other sectors. All right? So it is the first and foremost consideration you want to pay attention to, and then do the needful there. Strengthen the place, support the place, make sure that whoever is in leading the place is giving what you expect of him. If he is not, and you think there is a need to change the person, do. If you think that he is doing well, maintain him, support him, and let it work.
Right.
So it's with the other ministries and all that. But I'm saying that reshuffle does not necessarily mean that throwing a minister out. You can also reassign him a different ministry. You can also make sure that you bring him, you demote some ministers. I mean, it's part of reshuffle.
Right.
You bring him from ministerial position to deputy ministerial position for him. If he is, comfortable with that, he continues and all that. Do all that, because at the end of the day, you need results.
Okay. Grateful for your time here, Dr. Kwame Asante. We are thankful for making time for us this morning on the AM show. We wish you all the best for the rest of the day. And we'll be delving deeper into this conversation. Already we are getting comments on X, formerly Twitter, and we'll read a few of them. This one says, from Christopher Clove, says, who is more tired than Oga? I beg, be courageous enough to tell Oga in the face. Also ask the appointees to reduce their corrupt practices instead of talking about tiredness. Fatigue and corruption are two different things. Focus, bro, you have nothing to say. Well, from Todia Rock, he says, the entire cabinet except Hawa Kumsen. And Neo Sule says they are all sensing a change. We'll take one more. Says, resign while you can, sack him or her. Do you guys reason? You appointed someone, and if you think he or she is sabotaging you, why don't you sack him? And this from Augustine Kwekuboni Arthur. And I'm finding it difficult to mention this name, but this person says JFK. So, well, those are some of your comments on X, formerly Twitter. We'll be bringing you more of these comments and also touching base with our correspondents in Kumasi and here in Accra on what people think as well. Right now, we'll bring you sports, after which we'll delve into other conversations.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
Our passion is to inform, empower, entertain, and inspire. JoyNews. Independent, fearless, credible.
Yes, Ghana has struggled to win the African Cup of Nations. In the recent population and housing census that was conducted, it showed that a chunk of Ghana's population does not know how it feels to win the African Cup of Nations. The recent crop of players going to represent Ghana in the next edition of the African Cup of Nations, which will be staged in Côte d'Ivoire in the next 11 days, none of them was born since Ghana won the African Cup. So what does it mean for Ghana as we head to another competition seeking to exorcise the ghost that has haunted the country for about 42 years? So to help me today to have that conversation is former Black Stars head coach CK Akono, former Black Stars assistant coach Maxwell Konedu. Maxwell Konedu, he was part of the technical team of the senior national team when the tournament was staged in Cameroon about a year ago when Ghana exited the competition at a group stage after losing its last group stage game against Comoros. Ghana exited the competition with just a point. So what must we do this time around for the Black Stars to have a good participation in the tournament? And we'll also be looking at other areas that are beyond the technical team so that Ghana would finally lay its hands on the African Cup of Nations. Good morning, everyone. I am Muftau Nabila Ablak. Welcome to AM's Sports. First, let's hear from head coach of the Black Stars, Chris Hilton. He says that he doesn't want to lead a national team into a tournament that does not feel that it has got what it takes to win the tournament.
My role is to take a team into an AFCON tournament with high expectations. And I don't want to be taking a team there that doesn't feel that we can compete and win a tournament. And this is what myself and my technical team will be certainly addressing consistently with the group of players that we have. As regards Fatal, when I put this squad together, and myself and my technical team, what I was adamant about was that this was going to be a balanced squad. So there is method and a very big thought process that has been developed on every player that we've picked and every position that we've thought about. We have a situation where probably from the players that we picked, we have potentially 7 players that either can play on the right or are playing on the right. And it's my responsibility as head coach to balance this squad. And in balancing this squad, there are always very difficult decisions that I have to make. Certainly the individual that you've spoken about in Fatal, yes, was a difficult decision. But I have to make these difficult decisions for what I believe are the correct reasons.
what he believes are the correct reasons. And what he believes is that the Black Stars heading into the African Cup of Nations must feel that they've got what it takes to rule the rest of the continent. We've been joined on phone by former Black Stars assistant coach Maxwell Konedu, and he's also the current head coach of Instructroman. We are trying to get CK Akono to join the conversation as well. Maxwell, thanks very much for your time this morning. You heard Chris Hughton say that he doesn't want to take a national team to a competition. That does not feel that it has got what it takes to be able to win the tournament. You have been in this position before. Let us have an idea of what the thought process of the technical team in arriving at the final team to compete at a tournament.
Hello.
Hello, Maxwell. Please, we can hear you.
Okay. Come again, please. Your last part of the question, I didn't hear you, please.
Okay. The question I asked is that you have been in this position before, so just let us have an understanding of the thought process that the technical team often goes through in arriving at the final squad for a tournament.
Yeah, normally that's one of the. So let me say good morning to your viewers and listeners first, to yourself and the whole crew. You see, this is one of the most difficult moments for any technical team, especially when the team is preparing or is at this final stages of situation to go into a major tournament like this. You know, there are players you feel they have to make the squad, but then when it comes to this stage, you compare a lot of things. Like you say, in balance is one of the key issues. You don't need to take a team to a tournament that most of your players are wingers and cannot play in other positions. And at the same time, you have to make sure that every position, at least you have two players. Then the utility ones, you go into other areas like who is a team player, who is this and that, who, you know, unifies the group among them, discipline-wise. You take a lot of things into consideration before you come up with the final squad. But balance is one key where that you cannot take away from. I remember at some stage during our time, it was difficult. You know, the players are so good, you need to, or you want to take everybody with you. But then you just have to look into players' faces and tell them, we are sorry, you cannot make it to this tournament. And at times, these players, some of them, you know, the player, he talk back and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you just need to encourage them that that is not the end of the world. But it's a very difficult decision to make.
Very difficult decision to make. So what do you make of the final squad he's put out? 27 players. 3 home-based players have made the squad for the tournament. And Richard Ofori, who is one of the assistant captains of the Black Stars, is in there. Then there's also play for Jojo Wallacott, as well as Lawrence Atizigi, who was the first-choice goalkeeper when we went to the World Cup last year. Then for the defenders, Mohamed Salisu, Daniel Amati, Alexander Jiku, Gideon Mensah, and they are all in there, as well as for the midfielders. Interestingly, Richmond Lamptey, he makes the midfield. There's also a place for Baba Idrisu. Mohamed Kudus, who we understand has got a slight injury, but is likely to be in camp. 24 players trained yesterday, so we expect the rest of the players to be part of the team that will be training later today. So what do you make of the final squad that has been put out there by Chris Hughton and his technical bench?
Yeah, it's not a bad squad. In my opinion, I think it is good when you have a well-balanced squad like this. I mean, you can sit back at your TV set and hope that things will go well for us. We have no problems with the squad. Personally, normally they are, you know, working hand in hand with the players currently, and they know the best for Ghanaians. These decisions are not made to satisfy any individual person, but to satisfy the entire Ghanaian population. So I believe they made the best ones. I'm happy there are some few local ones among them. And you see, I always say that to motivate the local players, normally once the squad is 27, you get 3, 4 of them in there. If there's a chance for them to play, fine. If there's no chance, why not? Going or being among these top players alone will motivate him a lot. When he comes back to his club, you can really feel the impact he will make. Those who want to learn from him, those who feel they can also work hard and, make it up to this squad next time around. It goes a long way to motivate our league, especially the players playing in our local league. So me, I'm happy there are some local guys in there. It's a very good start.
Okay, but one of the things that many of us have been talking about is the absence of Thomas Partey. In fact, you worked with Daniel Kofi in the last tournament. In that game against Gabon and Comoros, many have said he was one of the key players in there. There are some key players who are missing out in this competition. Just how much of an absence would we feel about them when it comes to playing for the national team?
Yeah, any day I will pick Thomas Partey. There's no doubt about it. But maybe, just maybe, from where we are sitting and where they are, they know best. I mean, they will be, having contact with Arsenal to see how best his situation is. So, in this case, we cannot sit here and we wish we have been part of it. But if he's not part of the group, they are there, they can take the best decisions for Ghanaians. I said earlier on that the decisions they are making over there, they will not make it to satisfy themselves, but for the entire Ghanaian public. So I believe that is the right decision. If Partey was ready, I believe they would have brought him. The feature I like so much. I like him so much. That guy, a versatile player. He plays everywhere. Everywhere. And the kind of quality he has, there's no doubt in my mind that I believe most Ghanaians wanted to see him in there. Like we always say, we've given the job to some group of people that we think they are making good decisions for us. So let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and just pray for the team that it does well this time around.
From where you sit, Maxwell, do you think the absence of Thomas Partey is a major blow for this team and the chances of the team in the AFCON?
You can't get another Thomas Partey. With all due respect to the other players, we know what Partey can bring on board when he is at his best. Everybody has the quality they have. Ashanti and the rest, they all have different qualities. But for me, the level Partey has gotten to Chelsea store, he's a high-quality player that everybody would love to have him in his team. But having said that, you cannot also do the fact that there may be some other injuries that we may not be aware of, especially when the player is injured now. Maybe he may be fit by now. But I don't like the situation where we will go to a tournament having one injured player or two injured players with the hope that, after the group stage, this thing has happened to us over and over and over and over again. We shouldn't put the team in that situation again. You have a player that the technical team may be hoping, after the group stage, up to this level, he may be okay, he may be this, he may be that. That didn't help us in the past year. So we shouldn't go into that. If he's not fit for now, let's just pick somebody who is 100% fit and can deliver for us when the time comes.
You've just made an interesting point. I was going to a different question, but you've made an interesting point. I remember you were part of the technical team in 2013 when the tournament was staged in South Africa. there were two players, Richmond Boachi Yadrom and Anthony Annan. And even recently, in the AFCON in Cameroon, Wakaso too was not fully fit, but he was taken. Just how did this affect the team during those tournaments?
Oh, man, it affected us a lot. It affected us. It went as far as some of our colleagues losing their jobs. Trust me. So from where I sit, I just want them to take the right decision. If the person is not fit, is not fit. We know maybe somebody will also say Maradona with one leg is better than whoever with two legs, whatever. Man, I will not buy into that. If he's already in the squad and has fallen sick or some little malaria here and there, like Jan did for us in 2015.
2015.
He was down with malaria, he was sick, this and that, but the doctors were on him day and night until we got to the final. He was sick when we scored that last minute goal for us to keep the team.
Against Algeria.
Against Algeria. He kept us in the tournament. And against South Africa, Andrea he also scored. They had to keep the team in the tournament. So you see, these are the players that are already with the squad. We were in camp when those things happen. But I'm talking about players that bring injuries from their class, with the hope that after the group stage or whatever stage, they can be better and continue with it. Sometimes it may happen, you get away with it. But with the Black Stars, it has hit us twice that you just made mention of. I would never want anything of that sort to happen to any technical team. So if we are keeping some of the players away, whom they feel they are injured, so be it. We support them 100%.
Wow, that's quite a difficult one to be in. And in fact, Mohamed Kudus too. I remember the last time people were hoping that he would join the team later. He never even came at all.
Exactly.
Okay, so earlier you were talking about some of the thought process that you often go through in selecting a team, and you mentioned that sometimes you look at a player who unites the group. Many have said that Andre Ayew is a wonderful leader for this group. He's been part of the Black Stars since 2007 when he made his debut. And I remember when he played the AFCON 2008, he was also there for 2010. In fact, in 2010, he scored the only goal against Burkina Faso when Ghana needed a win to qualify to the next stage of the competition because we are only 3 groups after Togo pulled out of the competition. Then he was available for the 2012 AFCON. But 2013, he couldn't go. Since then, he's been part of every single AFCON Ghana has gone to. The technical team has decided to call him up, despite claims by certain people that Andre Ayew hasn't had a great contribution to the national team in recent years. What do you make of that decision to have Andre Ayew as part of the squad for this tournament, and what kind of leadership does he provide for the team?
Yeah, personally, I have no problem with Andre Ayew being part of the team. He's been a leader from day one. You know, those of us who know him very well from home, you can tell that this is how he developed to become. Apart from that, he has also contributed a lot. For me, sometimes the way we treat our leaders or some of our legends, it hurts when you sit back and listen to certain media houses. We are not saying if Andre Ayew is not fit, he should still be with the team. Or we are not saying he should play every match at this stage. You know, I don't like the situation whereby we've been treating our legends like certain captains. All of a sudden, everybody will just, you know, use any words against them, this and that and that. Knowing very well that they have contributed, even if they are not too fit at the moment. Being part of the team wouldn't spoil anything. But in this case, that is not it. He can play when he's called to play. He can play. But maybe the way he used to, you know, play or run, or the tempo he used to play has maybe reduced, but he still can play. You know, it's very, very important. I spoke about a unifier, a leader, somebody who is a team player. When it comes to crime decisions making, you take all these things into consideration. 1, 2 players at one position, the technical team has to decide and pick one. You take all these things into consideration to choose one ahead of the other.
So if you were in the position of Chris Hughton, you would have added Andrea Ayew to the squad, right?
Oh yes, I'll add him to the squad.
Okay. Then talk to me briefly.
I don't want. Let me make this clarification before you go on.
Okay.
I don't want the situation whereby we be preparing for a tournament, having a whole lot of issues before the tournament. Now the issue is not about money again. Am I right?
Yes.
So now, like some previous tournaments we went, before the team got on board, there was this, Jan must go, Jan must no go, this and that and that. You see, when these things start happening, you can clearly see where the team is going to end. When the team is going to a major tournament and there is no general support from the Ghanaian public, the team will not do well, whether we like it or not. It has been happening over and over and over and over and over again. So for once, let's see a united Black Stars that is going into a tournament.
Thank you. That's well noted. Then just talk to us. What sort of preparations do we need for this tournament?
Well, I have no problem with where the team will prepare. It's a matter of getting into the camp and taking everyday sessions seriously. That is the bottom line. Now we have no choice. We need to prepare well and go and defend the flag of Ghana. And every invited player must be ready to give his 100%. That is what we need. We need the maximum support from the public, and then the players themselves they should play their hearts out. It's very, very important. Recently, they've been concerned that some of the players they don't put up their best. But for once now, Ghanaians want to see the Black Stars that players are ready to die for.
Okay, that's exactly where I was coming to. I spoke to Fatah Dawura recently, and he was talking about the character of the boys on the pitch, because the technical team can only do their best by giving you the setup, what they want you to do on the field. But it is the onus is on the player to go on the pitch and execute. And you just mentioned it. Is this a perception that the players don't give up their best, or just generally they are not good enough? Is it character or quality?
You see, we need character in the team. The whole team they have to have that character. When the team is going down, how we can fight back, very, very important. There are some players, when the team concedes a goal, then he's demoralized. He doesn't know how to fight back. But when the team is doing well and scoring goals, you see the same player being part of it, happy and trying to also do his best. No, there are times your team will be down. You do whatever, things will not be going well for you. That is where we need the Andrea Ayew, there are some Wajan's character on the pitch. There are some players that will take responsibility on the pitch and make sure things work. So we want to see the Black Stars that will be fighting for the flag of Ghana.
The Black Stars that will be fighting for the flag of Ghana. And we're in a group with Cape Verde, Egypt, who are serial winners of this competition, and Mozambique. What do you make of Ghana's chances in this group?
Oh, so, stop mentioning names, though.
In fact, you have been part of a technical team that has played Egypt a couple of times in the tournament. So, yes, and Cape Verde in 2013 as well.
I would have preferred you mention Senegal, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire in our group. I prefer that. Stop mentioning these names. Close your eyes, prepare very well, tackle every match after match seriously, and make sure that we progress. That's all I can say. You start mentioning names, you see, a lot of people, and it's even up to today, people hear names of countries and they're, this country, when did they start to play football? Really? Those days are gone. Those days are gone. Please. So I don't even want to know who is in our group. I only wake up, last hour, I'll go and sit behind my TV and pray for the team to win. I don't want to know our opponent. All I want to hear is we've won at the end of the 90 minutes.
That's what matters.
We are not ahead of anybody.
You believe so? We are not ahead of any team?
Forget about our players playing here, there, forget. We are not ahead of anybody. They are not also ahead of us. Let's prepare well and go and, beat everything that comes our way.
But do we have the quality to be able to qualify out of the group?
Me, I believe with good preparations and with good mentality, we can do it. You see, at this stage, it's not about, you didn't get that luxury time to prepare. But with character and hard work, you can go far.
With character and hard work.
How many days can you prepare for this tournament? You get maximum 10, 12 days. The tournament is starting already. So it's up to us to prepare very well, mentally. The AFCON, majority of our problem is mental. Ghanaians talk, and when they talk, the players, they hear. They have their families here. So mentally, the team must be ready. Honestly speaking, mentally, the team must be ready.
Mentally, the team must be ready. Maxwell Cornelia, please stay with me. And we are still struggling to get CK Akuno to talk to us. But my colleague Gary Al-Smith has joined us for this conversation. Gary, just a quick one. You have gone through the squad Chris Hughton has put out. Maxwell was talking about you needing both character and quality to be able to compete at a tournament like the African Cup of Nations. And on game plan, we have several conversations about the character of the boys going into major games. In fact, not just a tournament, but even the qualifiers that we've all witnessed. Talk to me. Do you see character in this crop of players assembled by Chris Hughton?
And also, good morning to Mr. Maxwell Konedu. It's been a while. And in terms of character of the players Chris Hughton has chosen, I think the honest answer at the moment will be no. I think that will be the honest answer. Because over the course of the last 1 year, what forms character? I mean, that will be the ability to come back, from a goal down, show a certain spirit, a never say die attitude. What else do we say? A willingness to play beyond yourself as well. And I think that lots of Ghanaians, especially some ex-players who know better than we do, have spoken about it. I know Anthony Bafo has said it. He said it while speaking to you on Prime Take, right?
Yeah.
He also, Anthony Bafo, yes. So
Fatau Daura too has said it. Fatau Daura too has said it. Fatau Daura, Lai Kingston, they've all said it.
Exactly. Lai Kingston.
In fact, Stephen Appiah too.
Stephen Appiah, I was going to mention Stephen Appiah.
Yeah.
So at least these four names know what it is to have character in the last 30 years of the Black Stars. Some even, at different points in the last 35 to 40 years. Anthony Bafo first from the 1992 era, Stephen Appiah from the more recent past, at least in the last 10 years. And then you have Fatau Dauda, who is fairly recent because he played for the Black Stars at least in the last 5 years. So making sure that the team gets that character, is this something that, the team is born with or is nurtured? I think it's something that is nurtured as well. And that is where for some of us, Chris Hughton has been a bit disappointing, I guess, because That's the reason why he was brought into the side. Much like Abraham Grant, right? Abraham Grant was brought in because there was a feeling that, oh, he's been at Chelsea, he's taking them to the latter stages of important competition, so he should be able to do something like that, and he delivered that. The Black Stars told us, or those around the team told us with Abraham Grant, that he provided a fatherly figure disposition to the team that brought out that character in them, so that even if they went a goal down, he was able to let them feel like you can do it, you have enough talent, and they'll be able to do that. In terms of quality that Maxwell Konedu spoke about, I do not think anybody who is very honest will say that we don't have that quality, okay? Not in all parts of the team, because if you look at the goalkeepers that we are taking to the AFCON, for example, they are not, it's not something that will put the fear of God into the opposition. And yet, with a defense like we have, the goalkeepers or the goalkeeping department can suddenly feel confident that, you know what, if our first choice defenders are put into any game in that AFCON that we are going to, we can feel confident as a team and as a people, okay? Then you go to the defensive midfielders. There's no Thomas Partey. You go to the midfielders, the wingers, and then to the strikers. There's no Tariq Lamptey. We don't have Joseph Edu, and about two or three other players.
We don't have Kamaldeen Sulemana. They're all not available.
Yes, but with Kofi Tre, Kamaldeen Sulemana, for example, we've not played with them for a while, Muftau, and so depending on them at the moment is not something we've done, and so it's not a big loss. You get it? We've been playing without them for a while. I mean, the last time we saw Kamaldeen properly in his element was during the World Cup, and even then, was he that effective? No. So the departure of Thomas Partey is probably the biggest blow. However, like we have seen Partey at Arsenal, where the team has gone on to live without him because there's Declan Rice. The Black Stars in the past year, because he's not been available for at least 2 games because of injury, or 3 because of other exigent factors, okay? We have shown that it is not necessarily his presence that does anything. Because in terms of inspiring the team like others do, unfortunately, Thomas doesn't do that for the Black Stars. His is purely a quality matter. When he's on the field of play, his quality does something to the team, but it is not inspiration. Now, do we have players in the team that can do what he does if Chris Hughton allows them? Yes. Which, I want to repeat what I'm saying. We are taking a group of 27 players that are very decent. Indeed, that can beat about 90% of the teams, of the 24 teams going to the Africa Cup of Nations on a day when, or if Chris Hughton puts them in their right positions. So the question now is, does Chris Hughton have what it takes to put the players, select a starting 11 in their natural positions? That is the big question.
That's a big question, actually.
Yes, I don't think it's far-fetched to think that, oh, if we have a starting 11, and many people on this in this discussion, if you open the phone lines, whatever they feel that our strongest starting 11 is, on a good day, if they are going to face Egypt or whoever it is in that group, and they are put in their best positions, I do not think that getting out of the group stages at the very least is a big matter. Look, Mali, we have been making noise about Mali, and Mali have some of the best youth talent in the world. I want to let Ghanaians know that in the last 10 years, Mali have qualified for under-17 World Cups. They have done well in the latter stages of the African Cup of Nations at under-17, under-20, under-23. And yet, you know what Mali's record at the AFCON is? Since they beat Ghana in 2013 to finish 3rd, right, in South Africa, Mali have flopped consistently well at the tournament. 2015, 2017, 2019, 2021. They have gone with a squad that is so stacked from goalkeeper to attacker, and yet Mali flop. In that time, we have not had a great Black Stars, to be honest. In fact, our Black Stars have been dwindling in fortunes and quality from 2015 in that time. Yet, we have looked more threatening when we wanted to. What is my point with all this I'm saying? Chris Hughton has a squad that is very, very decent, that if the team chemistry is right, the team unity is right, but even more importantly, if the coaching is right, I think getting out of the group stages should not be a bother. And then after that, anything can happen because it's game after game after game. The only one of the biggest problems, Muftau, is that unfortunately, we have a squad that is really, really shorn of experience. Indeed, the Black Stars problem, as those of the listeners and the viewers who have been watching and listening to our discussions over this squad will say, only about 9 maximum players were at the AFCON the last time. Only about 9 were at the AFCON the last time. That is to say, from the team that went to Cameroon, only about 9 of them have been retained, which is really, really bad. Because when did we play the last AFCON? We played the last AFCON only recently.
Yeah, it was a year ago.
Yes, that says a lot about our powers of keeping talent, of continuity, and all those adjectives. Okay, two, only 7 players out of that 9. Only 7 players out of the 27 have African Cup of Nations experience. Only 7. I was putting a list together before.
In fact, we can talk about Amate, who was part of the squad from 2015. Then we can talk of Jiku, he was there in the recent tournament last year. Then we can also talk about Jojo Wallacott. He was also part of the last AFCON. Richard Ofori, he played in 2015 and 2017 onward. In fact, 2015 he was on the bench. Maxwell Konedu can correct us for that. And Joseph Pencil, he was also part of the last AFCON as well. And so these are the players, just off the top of my head, I can recall that they were part of the AFCON squad and they have AFCON's experience.
As Okonedu on the line will tell you, you usually don't win AFCON with kids. You see, it's very likely. If you should win with kids, then their characters should be forged in fire. That means they are going to take instruction. You are going to have an almost military-like environment where you, the coach, are sure of your plan and they are going to listen. Case in point, Zambia, 2012.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They were not the most experienced team. Yes, in fact, a few of them had started from 2008 here in Ghana, then played in
the Katongo brothers, Renford Kalaba and co. Yeah,
exactly. So just a few of them, but the rest of them were willing to listen to instruction and all that. Then you come to the Nigeria team that won the AFCON in 2013. You had experience, yes, but you had a few kids who brought some unpredictability to the side. Sunday, but Stephen Keshi made some very big calls.
Yes,
where he dropped certain big names and took a team that he trusted and felt could do the job. In Chris Hughton's squad, we have remarkably similar elements of players who, in their positions or wherever it is that they are not bad at all. But whether they will play to instruction and whether Chris Hughton himself will have the boldness to play on fancy players who he is sure can do the job over the template names or over the established names. So in short, we don't have a bad squad. That is what I'll tell Ghanaians. However, there are so many other factors that are contingent in winning or even in doing well in the AFCON, and they will have to come to bear for us, Mufta.
Okay, Gary, that's a very good one there. Let me go back to Maxwell. Gary mentioned something quite interesting. And isn't it interesting that a Black Stars that had made it to the semi-final of every single AFCON since 2008 until 2019, we are at this point wondering whether they will be able to qualify out of the group with Egypt, Cape Verde, and Mozambique. But Maxwell, one of the things that Gary mentioned was about whether Chris Hughton has got the balls to be able to instruct the players to play within the window he wants them to play. And I've had the privilege of listening to you talk about decisions, and having the balls to make the right decisions are key in determining or influencing the performance of your team and then producing results that you are looking out for. Just how crucial would it be for Chris Hughton to stamp authority on this team and say, I've asked you not to go beyond the center line, I've asked you not to go beyond the goal line area and all that, and insist on what he wants to do so that he'll be able to achieve the results we are all looking out for?
I think the Hughton has to stamp his authority on the team, whether he likes it or not. Because Ghanaians are becoming fed up with players, doing what they want in camp. We want to see a team, like Gary said, like a team from the army barracks or something, that will listen to instructions. Do this or don't do that. When we see these things happening, then we'll have confidence in the group that they can take us far. To be bold enough to, bench players when he thinks that they are not ready. Now means don't play football anymore. Nobody is scared of any big name. Everybody came there to win the cup. But I like the way Gary categorized the character we are talking about. A lot of things you have to put together to get a character for an individual player, a character for the group. You have to put all these things together and make sure that the team tackle every match. Very, very important. It's critical. But when we see that players are not, put in their right positions, and we are trying to, satisfy this or that player will play here because of this and that, I can't put you on the bench, play here, do this. It will not help us. It will not help us. We should go straight forward and make sure he does the right thing. Whoever is ready to play, we are not there. We can't mention names. That's why I'm moving away from mentioning names. They are there with the boys. The one that he thinks is very fit or is ready for any particular match, we should put them there to play their hearts out for Ghana.
Maxwell, you have been a serial semi-finalist of this tournament. I remember in 2013 you were in the semi-final. In 2015 you were in the semi-final. In 2017 you were in the semi-final. But we've never been able to cross and win the tournament. In fact, in 2015 you were in the final with Avram Grant as the lead coach for the national team.
So,
yes.
I don't want to catch you short. You don't want to see a team. I was part of the group that went to the final. And we planned every stage of that game. We knew what we were doing. And we kept certain players on the bench to come on in the last 10-15 minutes, warm themselves into the game, and could maybe win the game for us during the stipulated 90 minutes. Huh? But if that couldn't even happen, in the penalty shootout, these players were going to play. These same players will turn back to tell you that, I'm not fully warm, though I can't play the penalty. Do you need a warm-up to take a penalty kick? So you see, Chris Hughton has to get his plan in place. Whoever is fit, whoever is ready, mentally, he should play that person. Now go ahead, please.
Okay, okay. So just a quick one. Do you think Chris Hughton will be under pressure to be able to deliver the AFCON trophy? Because, like I mentioned earlier, for 42 years, Ghana has not won this trophy.
Yes, the pressure is always part of football. You cannot run away from that. But he has been on the big stage before. maybe not with any national team before, but he's out there, you know, doing English Premier League, and we know he's the best league in the West. He has to be able to take these decisions for us. I don't think it's a very difficult thing for him to do.
Okay. Gary, you've heard Maxwell say that Chris Hughton should take full control of the team, and that it shouldn't be something very difficult, considering his experience. It shouldn't be something very difficult for him to have the team under control and also take the right decisions for the team. The last AFCON that Ghana went to was one of the most disastrous competitions in recent years for the Black Stars. From where you sit, what do you think that the technical team, the football government, that is the Ghana Football Association, must do for Ghana to be able to do the right things and go beyond the group stage and then just maybe go all the way out to win the tournament? Lessons from the last AFCON.
I was going to say the answer is very simple until you reach the last part of your question. by limiting when I could draw the lessons from the last AFCON. It's complicated.
In fact, you were there, right? You were in that tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
What when you say lessons from the last AFCON, it makes things complicated because the last AFCON was a special kind of disastrous. I mean, we've had bad tournaments, but the last AFCON was a special kind of bad. Okay. Now, if you hadn't said the last AFCON, I'll come to the substantive, last AFCON bit. But I want to say to everybody watching that in the words of Kwesi Nyantakyi 10 years ago, between 2008 and 2015, or 2015, yes, because that's when, and 2017, that's when he was around. We did everything possible as a country. And this is not opinion, this is fact. We did everything possible, financial, emotional, getting coaches, having some of the best players in the world, not even in Africa, having cohesive teams, having the best team camps. We did everything humanly possible. We simply did not have the luck. And this is not me saying it. 2008 to 2015, we got to at least 2 finals, right? We got to 2 finals.
Yes, 2010 and 2015.
Yes, we got to a plethora of semifinals. A plethora of semifinals. At a point, anybody who knows football and does football will tell you that you need a slice of luck. We never had it, for whatever reason. Look, we became so luckless that exigent factors were ascribed to that lack of luck.
Yes.
we said we had not spiritually done good by those who won the AFCON 4 times, and so we should pray. We organized the best or some of the most popular preachers and Christian and Islamic clerics in this country to pray and cast out whatever bad luck it was in the team. We did that. We said we had not appeased the
players who won the tournament and they needed to be given their due.
Yes, the spirit of the players who had won the 4 AFCON trophies for us. And so His Excellency John Mahama and John Atta Mills went ahead to organize meetings for those players. Let the players with their own mouths say that they have forgiven the country for the bad treatment we had meted on them, despite what they had sacrificed for us. We did that. Financially, from John Ejekum Kufuor's time in 2006 till 2017, we had successive governments, both NDC and MPP, giving incredible financial incentives to these players. We went as far as getting cars for a team that finished second. The team that even won the tournament did not give us. We who were second, we gave Jeep Cherokees to the players. That is how far we went.
And in fact, in a financial reward of $75,000.
We've done all that. So lest anybody says that the GFA, the government of Ghana, and the people of Ghana have not given subsequent AFCON teams what they need. We have gone to camping in places as exotic as the south of Spain, to the UAE,
Abu Dhabi, almost every corner in the world. In fact, France and all that.
France, Qatar, we have gone to South Africa, the best facilities the world has to offer. So I want everybody to understand that it is not camping in Kumasi, Ghana now. That is not what will make us bad in the AFCON, or say that, oh, the GFA wanted to go to South Africa. Doesn't mean anything. More important is, I think, now, look, I think that the world of fate does not owe Ghana anything. But I think that we are more than due some luck in the Africa Cup of Nations.
Okay, got it.
Muftau, the only thing I'll say is that as Ghana, we are tired. We tire. You understand? We've done everything. We've done everything. If this is the time we are due some grace, some favor, some faith, some luck, I think this is the time. That's all I'll say.
We tired, but we'll go explain tire. My final question goes to Maxwell. Maxwell, just briefly, you were part of the last AFCON. What lessons should we draw from that tournament so that we'll do well this time around?
The last AFCON was a disaster. I agree with that. But it was all due to insufficient preparation. The team never had any preparation at all. The best day we had almost, not even all, almost all our players in camp. We spent only 2 days together. 2. Before flying to Cameroon. And when the tournament started, everybody knew.
You said you had only 2 days together.
2 days together as a group. Even with some players still absent. But I'm saying that majority of our players coming together to train. It's only more than 3 days. We were training with 6, 4 players, 7 players.
And what caused that?
You know, it was the COVID time, you remember?
Okay.
Yeah. And traveling was difficult, you know, we were camping in Qatar, a whole lot. So me, preparation, I don't joke with it. Preparation is everything. Let's prepare well and go. And when we prepare well, I think the thing can make us all proud.
Okay. Maxwell Konedu, head coach of Instructor and former Black Stars assistant coach. Thanks very much for your time. Gary Alsmith, editor, Joy Sports. I appreciate your time. This will wrap up the conversation here on the AM show with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Mame Esi Thompson returns with special conversations that you need to know as we are ushered into another new year.
And welcome back. Insightful conversation about the Black Star squad by Muftau Gary Smith. And we move on to the discussion of the day about the SML contract between them and GRA and also the Finance Ministry. And as you know, conversations have been heating up on X, and President Akufo-Addo has been trending number 3 on Twitter, formerly Twitter, X I mean. Well, he has ordered an audit into the contract between the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Limited. He has, in the press release, it has received a flurry of responses. The minority leader, Kasil Etoforsin, has reacted. Bryce Simmons has reacted. Ben Boache has also reacted. The story continues to boil, and we are getting into the heat of things. And on your screen now is that particular press statement released by the presidency on what President Akufo-Addo is seeking that KPMG appointed to audit that particular contract should do. And the terms of reference, according to this statement, are as follows. It says, one, the KPMG should conduct an audit to ascertain the rationale or needs assessment performed prior to the contract approval by GRA and assess how the arrangement aligns with specific needs, assess the preparedness of the contracting methodology, verifying compliance and legal standards and industry best practices in the procurement process for the selection of SML, and also to evaluate the degree of alignment between current activities and the stipulated contract scope, identifying any deviations, evaluate the value or benefits that SML has so far offered to the GRA through this engagement, and also review the financial arrangements, including pricing structures, payment terms, and resolution of any financial compliances issues, and then submit their findings together with appropriate recommendations in 2 weeks. The President has also indicated that the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance to suspend the performance of the contract pending the submission of the audit report. And I have on the line Manasseh Azure of the Fourth Estate, who also led the investigations into this particular contract. Manasseh, good morning and Happy New Year to you.
Good morning and Happy New Year to you and all the viewers of JoyNews.
Well, briefly, how has your New Year been? I mean, from the 31st night into New Year, really, how has it been for you?
Well, the New Year hasn't been bad, but mainly boring because the weather is so cold that you cannot go out and enjoy the proper sunshine or even so. We are in here and monitoring developments back home.
Right, right. Now you enjoy and appreciate the weather here in your home country.
Well, I've always appreciated the weather back home. It's one of the biggest blessings we take for granted because others travel miles, spend so much to experience that weather. And back home, I didn't like air conditioning. But to realize that you are walking a deep freezer around is another trouble altogether. So
interesting. Well, Manasseh, let's get into it, right? I mean, I just read the details of what President Akufo-Addo is expecting KPMG to do to audit this particular contract that you investigated, a whole year of investigation into this particular contract. How significant is the President's decision for KPMG to audit the contract?
Well, it is significant and commendable that the President is taking an interest in this matter. But the problem here is the end game. I am wondering what it is that the President wants to achieve with this audit. I'm saying this because the last investigation I did, which President Akufo-Addo ordered an action, was the contracts for sale scandal in 2019. A day after that story, the President suspended the CEO of the Public Procurement Authority and referred the matter to the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, and also the Office of the Special Prosecutor to do further probing. The result of that is clear for everyone to see. The President fired or dismissed the CEO of PPA, Ejinin Boateng J, after SHRAJ completed its investigation. And then the Office of the Special Prosecutor is now prosecuting ABAJ and his brother-in-law, Francis Ahin, in court. Then this investigation, he orders KPMG, or appoints KPMG to do an audit. The question is, why not the SHRAJ or the OSP? Why an audit and not an investigation? And so the end game is what I'm not very sure about. As you rightly said, it is taking receiving a lot of attention on social media. And a good number of people are saying that, look, this is an attempt to whitewash the scandal and then allow it to pass. And I am tempted to think that perhaps KPMG, which has experienced reputational problems elsewhere, including South Africa in recent times, may not want to tamper with his integrity in this matter because the issues are pretty known. And so if I were in the shoes of the president, I would do something different other than what he wants KPMG to do.
Well, Manasseh, the president's terms of references are very clear. I mean, these are very important questions that we need answers to. And you still think that the president should have done things differently? What differently?
Well, the president has more powers than any of those institutions that have expressed interest in working on this, the OSP and also Parliament. Now, the question is, what isn't clear from that documentary or the evidence that is out there? A company claims to be doing work that is stopping under declaration or under reporting. It claims to be tackling diversion. It claims to be tackling dilution and all other problems. And as a result of doing this, it saves Ghana billions of cedis. This company is confronted by investigative journalists who provide evidence that a company is not doing any of these services and that other companies and the National Petroleum Authority are performing these roles. So what you claim to be doing cannot be true. The company says, yes, we admit what we publish on our website isn't true. And by the end of the day, the company proceeds to delete the said services that were said to be saving Ghana money from its website. It is clear. The company claims to have saved 3 billion cedis. And when you look at the documentary, we make mention of the increment in revenue in the period. And bodies such as ACEP, Africa Center of Energy Policy, have done even more detailed analysis of the figures using GRA's own figures, which point to the fact that it is indeed not true that volumes increased the way GRA even claims it did. That in 2022, volumes rather reduced or decreased. So, what basis should we continue to pay? If I were the president, the only part of the contract I would order an audit would be the existing ones that were signed in 2019, but the new and consolidated one, that is to expand the company's operations to the gold and minerals mining sectors and also the upstream petroleum sector. That is earning the company about $90 million a year. If you add the existing one, which is about $20 million, we should be talking about $110 million in a year. But the new ones, there is absolutely no justification for keeping it for even a day. And if I were the president, I would straight away cancel or discontinue that one, which is yet to be executed anyway, and then proceed to order an audit or a proper investigation of the existing ones, so that if monies are spent that are not supposed to have been spent, people should be held accountable and we should be demanding refund.
Well, in your investigation, you said the contract was supposed to have last 10 years. They are explaining that it's rather 5 years. What do you have to say about this?
I think we have said a lot on this. It appears that what we were given we never got any response from them when we wrote to them. So they say it's 5 years. Let's go with 5 years. They say it's 5 years, renewable for another 5 years. So let's go with the 5 years. It doesn't make any sense to be paying this company over $100 million for 5 years, subject to another 5-year renewal, if what they are saying is what should happen. So the duration is not the most important thing here. The most important thing is that this first contract they even signed in 2019, it's in its 4th year now, and they've just amended it. So that contract alone is going to go for 9 years. I mean, the original one is going for 9 years, even if you are dealing with your 5-year thing. And we know that once these contracts come on board, they stay forever. And there are many of such examples. The problematic Zoom Lion contract was signed for 2 years, subject to another 2-year renewal. That was in 2006. We are in 2024, 18 years, it is still on. So the duration is not a problem at all. Whether 10 years or 5 years, renewable for another 5 years, this contract doesn't deserve to exist for even a day. If you listen to players in the industry, if you listen to the GRA, if you listen to MPA, if you listen to SML, even in this documentary.
Well, Manasseh, let me get your point of view on this. I mean, you've also questioned, not questioned, but you're having some reservations for KPMG investigating this. I know you petitioned the special prosecutor to look into the matter. Do you still insist the special prosecutor should have been the one to go into this?
Yes, the special prosecutor should go into it. Parliament wants to go into it. But if the president wants to act at this stage, there is enough evidence to have taken certain actions without this auditing. The question is, in 2 weeks, what will KPMG be able to cover? It took us about a year to do this investigation. And I don't say that anybody that goes on a lot of the work already. But in 2 weeks, will KPMG be able to speak to all the interested parties, interview relevant players, including independent people who have knowledge of this technical subject matter? Will it be able to visit the MPA, look at the structure they have, go to the depots, visit SML, and all cover every other part? They say they should go to the oil production sector upstream. Are they going to go to the drill ships to find out, okay, what, or the oil ships where we produce oil to find out the system that are already in place? Are they going to go to the gold mining companies to look at the setups, the gold rooms, to see what the PPA, MC, and GRA officials, their roles in the various mining sectors? So the question really is, if you are giving someone 2 weeks to come out with this, what you call an audit, not an investigation, it might as well perhaps rely mainly on the administrative processes. Did this contract follow due procedure? Yes, they say, well, it went through PPA approval and all of that, but we know some of the most fraudulent deals in this country have the backing of the Public Procurement Authority, and the PPA itself was caught in a scandal. So we may end up taking the administrative boxes and going through documents and perhaps not getting to the bottom of this. And that is what I am wondering, what the end game of the president is. Are we going to see what the so-called clearinghouse thing, or the president really wants to act? So as to whether they will do a good job or not, or whatever will come out of it, we are all going to be monitoring, because the issues are out there. And the question we are asking is, as we stand, SML Ghana has been given a contract that will ensure that every liter of fuel that is consumed in Ghana, the company has a percentage that where they will receive as money. Every barrel of fuel that will be produced in Ghana, SML would have a percentage. Every ounce of gold that is produced in Ghana, this company will have a percentage. And at the end of the day, it is entitled to over $100 million every single year. That is 1.2 billion Ghana cedis every year. The question is, what is this company doing to deserve this? And if you watch the documentary fully, you would appreciate that this company doesn't deserve a pesewa of our revenue.
Right, Manasseh, thank you very much. And as I said earlier on, there's been some reactions coming from the minority in Parliament. And right on your screen on X, Kasila Tuforsin has been responding to the president's letter. And he says, President Akufo-Addo's appointment of KPMG to audit the so-called Revenue Assurance Agreement between the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Limited has come too late in the day. He says Parliament has already directed the Finance Committee to audit the infamous agreement, and the committee is actively seized of the matter. The president, who should have led this fight in the wake of this scandal, is playing catch-up since Parliament has also directed GRA to suspend all payments to SML. This whitewashing attempt by the president in the name of an audit will not dissuade Parliament from looking into this matter to stop the siphoning of state resources into the private pockets of government officials and their crony business partners. So that is coming from Cassiel Atoforsin. And Bryce Simmons has also been responding, and he says KPMG's practice oversight bosses should prudently preserve the firm's reputation and drop this assignment. This issue is a hot political potato right now. The nature of the allegations requires an in-depth look by state bodies with the right powers and independence. KPMG has neither. And so, once again, somebody is questioning KPMG taking up this particular audit. Well, there's been reactions. There's been reactions coming through to this one. But let's go back to Manasseh and get his reaction. Manasseh, this is what Cassiel Atoforsin and Bryce Simmons are also saying on this particular audit. And it seems Bryce Simmons agrees with you that KPMG must not audit this. What do you have to say?
Well, I think I've made my point, and my point is that it depends on what the president seeks to achieve with this. If he really wants drastic action, he has enough information to take that action, pending what the other bodies are likely to come out with. So if I were the president, the consolidated contract should be off because it has no legs to stand on. And then any review or investigation should focus on the existing ones.
Okay. I think there's been also some reactions on X about this particular thing, and my director should put that on the screen and so that we'll be able to get the responses of people on this particular reaction. But before then, we'll go to, we'll read this from Ben Boache on X, and he has also been saying that KPMG has its integrity at stake if it accepts this job. It is a client of GRA, and its investigation against the leaders of one of its large portfolios is exceedingly suspicious, simply unethical. Wow. So Manasseh, it looks like Ben Boache, Bryce Simmons, Cassiel Atoforsin are all against this particular audit. And you've also indicated that the special prosecutor should be the one to stand in to take this. But I mean, with all these coming up, What will be the way forward for the president right now? I mean, he has, talked to KPMG to take this up. KPMG, we don't know yet what their reaction is going to be, but what then? What next? What next for the fourth estate?
Well, it should be what next for Ghanaians, because the fourth estate brought this out, but this money is not the fourth estate money. It is money belonging to all Ghanaians. Almost all the time we hear that they are expanding the tax net and they are introducing many taxes. But if you introduce taxes and then you plug in these dubious deals that siphon so much taxes, then you are asking the GRA and others to go for taxes, and then you, instead of using those taxes to develop the country, those taxes are siphoned by very shady deals. And these revenue assurance deals are not new in this country. 11 years ago, that was 2013, we started talking about Suba Info Solutions. Then it used to be GVG, then Suba, then Kelly, GVG, AfriWave, and all of those things. You go into them and you don't really see any value. What happens in this country is that when we have politicians take up power, instead of finding ways of increasing the tax net or getting more people to pay taxes, they mainly try to get companies with political affiliations and sometimes with various interests to get into the system. And it takes so much away. When you look at the amount of money that will be going to SML every year per this consolidated deal, it is more than the total amount of money that we'll be getting from or that we are getting from the e-levy, the electronic transaction levy. This e-levy has caused a lot of harm politically, even to the governing party. This e-levy has caused a lot of harm to the mobile money industry. So why would a government bring this levy, saying that it is very necessary for our survival, despite all the resistance? And then just one contract, we are losing more than how much you'll be earning from this e-levy. SML is not alone. There are many of such deals. So if we're minded to stop these leakages, we would have no business going to the IMF and all the troubles that brings. So what next should be? Ghanaians should rise up and demand justice on how their funds or money is used. Because at the end of the day, all of these have an effect on everybody in different ways. You either go to the hospital, there are no beds. People are dying across the country because we have only a few dialysis centers. So if you have kidney failure, you are likely to die. An average person who is rushed to the hospital with an emergency situation is likely to be told that there are no beds. And people die from very avoidable sicknesses. In the whole of northern Ghana, as of last year, my father had a spinal problem and we needed an MRI scan. We had to bring him to Accra because there wasn't a machine in the whole of northern Ghana. This is the country we live in. So if you see hundreds of millions of cedis and dollars going away, then it is everybody's concern. And Ghanaians should wake up and then demand action. I think all of these misgivings are coming because there isn't much trust in the presidency, because a number of scandals in the past were whitewashed and the people cleared in a way that a majority of Ghanaians thought wasn't the right thing to do. So when you see all of these reactions coming, it shows some lack of trust in the office of the president to do what is right. And we hope that he will, on this matter, prove his doubters wrong.
Well, we see where this leads to. Thank you so much, Manasseh Azuri-Awuni, the editor for the Fourth Estate. And that's how we end our discussion on the SML-GRA contract. Well, the other question is, when is the president reshuffling his team? Who do you think is tired and must go? We'll touch base with our correspondents in Kumasi and, of course, here in Accra to find out and get reactions on X as well on what people are saying about that. We'll be right back.
If it matters to you, it matters to us. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is JoyNews, fearless, independent, and credible.
My last question goes to the appointees of this government.
If you are a CEO, deputy, MMC, and you believe you can no longer work for government, resign and let others do the work if you are not included in the reshuffle.
So we a minister, we a CEO, we a deputy, we a MMDC. Now say we reshuffle in the so.
It is time for a change, for others to continue the work. If new people come and work, we will have victory in 2024 election.
Well, my colleague Kenneth Jesse is in Accra here and interacting with people on their views on what Justin Frimpong-Kodia has been saying. Kenneth, what have they been saying?
So any minister who feels that he or she is not performing should just, for the sake of the people, and then resign.
Right, so not long ago, the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, John Boadu, came out to say that if you're a Minister of State and you think you're tired, kindly resign from Akufo-Addo's government. We're in the streets once again to find out from Ghanaians which minister they think is tired and should resign. You're live on JoyNews.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Apostle Michael.
Right. Which minister do you think is tired and should resign, and why?
The road minister and the finance minister must go. I believe they have performed abysmal to my best of interest, and I don't think they are supposed to hold on their portfolios. With the finance minister, we could see the loops, even pensioners who have served and on retirement. You have dipping their hands in their monies to reform financial sector in Ghana. It's wrong. With the road minister, you shut down the toll booths that can give you a little money to repair some roads. And now we have manholes and gallipers in our road. In these perceptions, I think they have failed woefully and they have to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come to you as well. Which minister do you think is tired and should resign?
Thank you very much. My name is Bukari Mbangiba. I personally don't want to single out a minister and say you should resign. But this goes to all the ministers. If you know you have been given the ministerial position and you are not performing up to expectation, you should consider the masses, the suffering of Ghanaians, and for the sake of God, and then you resign for somebody to come in and do the work well to bring relief to Ghanaians. Look at the way we are suffering. People are suffering. How to even meet a daily square meal is a problem. So somebody shouldn't pick up the position and it's not performing and it's affecting us. The president, before the appointment of the ministers, said he is not appointing them to come and amass wealth, or he's not appointing them to pick up the positions and they are not performing and think that it is a position or it's an opportunity to make money. If you know you are not performing, it's as simple as that. You don't need somebody to come in and tell you that resign. You have to resign yourself. You look at, assess yourself. You have self-assessment. You assess yourself, and if you see that you're not even meeting half of your target, you just resign and somebody comes in. There are a lot of people, a lot of Ghanaians are ready to work. So I think that those who are not performing, those ministers who are not performing, they should look at the sufferings of Ghanaians. They should consider that and then resign for those who are ready to perform to come in.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. If my cameraman could, move forward a bit, we would want to find out from other people on the street also who they think should resign. Remember last year, the Minister for Agric, Dr. Efri Akoto, resigned to go contest for president. And also Alan Chematin, the long-serving trade minister, would resign to contest for president in the New Patriotic Party and resign to form his own political party. It looks like a lot of people are shying away from this this particular topic, but we'll try and get as many as we can to talk to about this particular issue. Hello, good morning. Right, he's not willing to talk to us. Let's try and speak to other people on the streets of Accra to find out from them which minister they feel should resign and why. Daddy, good morning.
Morning.
But you are JoyNews. So, ministers are Omabano. Ministers, Akufo-Addo ministers. Emu diye na osha omon homodintia. Obepese nko resign anko anybody.
Moses Anim.
Why?
Moses Anim.
Adentia.
Oh, yeah, the Cramati class or Casao Parliament Poda.
Elwe dia on Casao Parliament.
And I, your Honomo constituency on MP or 29 Wompoda.
So the Hawan is one Casao Parliament and on 29.
In Kanda, or Yashi, Moses Anim or resign Kamepe.
That's it. So he's also mentioning Moses Anim to resign because, according to him, he's also the member of parliament for his constituency and he has never heard him utter a word in parliament, nor has he seen him in his constituency since he was voted for. So let's still try and get more people to speak to us on this topic. Which minister they think is not performing or they think is tired, just like the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, John Boadu, mentioned. Which minister do they think should resign? Let me talk to this gentleman. Hello, good morning. You're live on JoyNews.
Okay.
Yes. Which minister do you think is not performing that you feel should resign?
I don't know any minister.
You don't know any minister?
Yes, please.
Why don't you? You don't know the finance minister?
Yeah, I know him.
Okay. Are you impressed with his performance?
No, not much.
But you think he should be there?
No, I think he should resign.
Why?
Because now things in the economy is not moving. Yeah. And then also now everything is expensive, and I think they have to do something about it, which you need to resign so that another person will come, so we know how it will go.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. He's also mentioned that he feels the finance minister should go because things are a bit difficult in the country right now. Let me speak to this gentleman. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
You're live on JoyNews.
Thank you.
Which minister do you think is not performing that you feel should resign?
To me, like the road minister.
Why?
Because a lot of Ghana right now, a lot of our roads are bad. if you look at the Pokwasi Road right now, they started this road not long ago. And we are in election year now. This road will be there during this election. They will come and do some reshuffle this thing, then say the road is. Meanwhile, within 2-3 years, then you see that the road is bad again. So to me, the road minister is 1, education minister is 2. Our education system right now, trust me, you know, I don't have to tell you. Right now, we don't even know our education system right now. Everything is bad. Schools are under trees. There's no infrastructure. A whole lot.
There's free SHS.
Oh, Basu. To me, the free SHS, I won't say it is bad and I won't say it's good. It's that both the advantage and disadvantage. You know, in everything, we have the... I always say our leaders, sometimes if you are doing that, they need to sit down and plan well. Because, boss, trust me, if you don't plan, you do the thing, later on you realize that what you did is cost 90. But if you plan, you see, when you are planning, you realize that if the positive is high, then you can go ahead. But if you are planning and you see that, then the negative aspect can shadow the positive, then you have to restructure it again. You see, but I see that most of our leaders, they don't plan. But when the thing start to, fade out, then they will just come to the limelight and come and speak good, big grammars and all that. And most of our ministers, I always say, see, their job is not in the office. So they need to go on the field. See, Ghana, right now, I can say, if the president will be listening, they have to form another team, which will be a team for supervision. Like if I lobby in right now that in my community, this is what we want to do. Now I lobby in and they give me go ahead to do it. There have to be a team to supervise that. What I lobby in is the project being going on. You see, but here is the case. If you lobby and then the go ahead has been given or they've granted out the permission, who is checking?
Okay. So in short, you want the education minister?
Yes, the road minister and the education minister. See, most of our road, even this accident and things, is caused by the road. If the road is good, would there be any accidents?
Okay. So, all right. I want to thank you very much for your time this morning. And he's mentioned 2 names, the Minister for Roads and Transport. He wants him to resign. He also wants the Education Minister to resign as well. Let's find out more views from the streets of Accra on which minister they feel is tired, in quotes, just like the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodua, I beg your pardon, mentioned should resign. And let's go and try to speak with more people on who they feel should resign. Good morning. You're live on JoyNews. Can you kindly speak to us briefly? Okay. Right. So we're still soliciting for the views of Ghanaians on who they feel should resign from government, which minister they feel is not performing and should, as a matter of fact, resign from government. We've heard people say they want the roads minister to resign. About 2 people have said that. About 2 people have also mentioned the name of the finance minister to resign. They've also mentioned a couple of ministers they feel are not performing that should resign from government. Hi, good morning. Okay, she says she's in a hurry for work. And let's try and speak to one more person, and then we hand over to you back in the studio to continue with the show. So, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
You're live on JoyNews.
Okay.
Yes. We're trying to find out from you, which minister do you think is not performing that should resign?
I can't actually tell of any of them.
Why? They are all performing for you?
I don't actually follow politics.
Okay. So you don't know any ministers?
I know some, but I don't follow politics, so I don't really.
All right, thank you very much. So you've heard the views, opinions of people on the streets, what they think, which minister they think should resign. I mean, some have mentioned about 1 or 2 ministers they feel should resign. Others have also said that they have no idea about which minister supervises which ministry. So live from Circle in Accra, I'm Kenneth Jesse. Back to you in the studio.
Then you had Kenneth there talking to some people on the streets about which minister should stay or go. But we've been getting some reactions on X and from our JoyNews post. From CNews GH, it says, failed government. Also from Sally Formander, it says, the whole government will be changed come 7th December. Now, John Baptista, or I think the thing keeps screening. So from Ivan, he says, why do the NPP believe some of their members will sabotage their own party? If they did not believe so, they wouldn't say. A lot of their members have come to realize what we advised them over in 2016, that Nana Addo was going to take the party as his own and family and run it to achieve his parochial interest. Many did not want Ofori-Atta, his cousin, the finance minister, but he maintained him even at the peril of the party. Today, many members are disillusioned. Many seasoned members of parliament are leaving. After the internal parliamentary primaries, the president is not going to have it easy with his own members in parliament coming into to pass laws for the executive. Just watch. He may now consider asking Ofori-Atta to go. Also from MacDonald Bruce, he says the NPP party is not attractive anymore and has failed most Ghanaians. Wait till the middle of the year, a lot will resign because Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have destroyed the party. And from Freeman Amuji says, are you late? I guess I got that right. Now, Awili Chi says the reshuffler appointer is more tired. Who reshuffles the reshuffler? That's a question from Awili Chi. And so those are some of the views on X Spaces. We'll be back with the NPP vetting in the Ashanti region. Welcome back, and now we're delving into the NPP parliamentary primaries, and then we know that there's a vetting ongoing across the country. Let's go to the Ashanti region and speak to Nanaya Abuache. What's happening?
Well, Mamiesi, already the vetting process is expected to start at 8:30, but it hasn't started yet. We've seen big wings of the New Patriotic Party throng the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia office here at the Asokwa municipality. They are expecting the Adanse Asokwa Member of Parliament to be vetted here, and also Obuasi East and Obuasi West. Otafo constituency aspirant would also be vetted here, alongside Menshia South, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and others would also be vetted here. Adanse Asokore, as mentioned earlier, would also be vetted here, taking his vetting process over here at the Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia office in the Asokwa constituency. You can see party supporters already here, gathered here. They came along with their members of parliament and other aspirants who are seeking to contest the incumbent members of parliament. Already, we know that the vetting process will be ongoing here at the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia office, at the regional party office in Krofrom, and also at the Bosomchi constituency. The education minister, the Honorable Duchum, will also have his vetting at the regional office this morning. And so other members of parliament, incumbent members of parliament who are seeking re-election would also go through the vetting process at the regional office. But then I have the incumbent member of parliament, an incumbent member of parliament who, fortunately for him, is going unopposed, Mr. Echo Blankson, here with me. Honorable, thanks for joining.
Echo Blankson. Alex Blankson.
Alex Blankson.
Member of Parliament for Adanse Akufo.
Thanks for joining us. You're going unopposed. How did you do this in the first place?
Thank you for asking this question. It's due to my hard work, and my constituents rewarded me for that. So that is what.
You're having your vetting process today. 3 processes to the elections: filing of nominations, and then vetting process, and then into January 27th, you'll be having the election itself. How hopeful are you?
Yeah, I know, with my nomination, I've already passed through. We are coming for the vetting. That is the main reason why we are here. And I know I'll pass through. And we have plans together with my constituency executives, my DC. We have better plans ahead that will help us to get more votes for the president, that is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and me, myself, as a parliamentary candidate. We will win with a landslide victory in Akrofrom. When I was coming in the 2020, by then I wasn't a member of parliament. By now I'm a member of parliament, and with my good works that I've done, I think that one will propel me more and give me more votes so that we can have a landslide victory in Akrofrom constituency.
In Akrofrom, it looks like a fierce contest. The NDC candidate is also poised for victory. How ready are you to contest for the contest itself?
I contested with him last 4 years, and I won over him. I had a difference of 3,500. And with our place, it's not easy to come by those votes, but we made it. And I'm praying very hard that this year, with the good works and all the strategies that we've put across, we know we can come with a very high margin this time.
Well, it looks as if people are quite disturbed with the economic situation, the way governance is going this year, since last year. And so people are losing interest in your party. But does it look like a fair ground for you and the NDC?
It has always been the same. Last 4 years, it was even worse than this time. When we had those Galamsey issues affecting our area, but we still sailed through. This time, though people are saying it's hard, we just saw the Christmas, the way people, so entering into this new year, going forward, I think things will be better. And we are not taking chances. We will make sure we go down, we do a good job so that we can get better results for ourselves. And we are sure of victory. For MPP, for my flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and myself as a member of parliament for Adanse Akrofrom.
Thank you so much. And that's the member of parliament, incumbent member of parliament for Adanse Akrofrom, who is here to go through the vetting process of the new patriotic party. And so later onwards, when he's done with his vetting process, we'll get to him and find out how he feels about the process itself. But I have a member of the vetting committee here with me. Honorable, thanks for joining us this morning.
I'm a chairman.
Chairman of the vetting committee itself. And so today you're having your vetting. It was supposed to start at 8:30 in the morning. What's taking us the delay?
We're supposed to do the vetting. No, we did a pre-vetting conference with all the committee members and the chairman and the region. So we are now going to commence the process in the next, let's say, 30 minutes.
In the next 30 minutes?
Yes.
How are we expecting the process to go through by the end of the day?
A fair process, very transparent process, a very open process. Nobody will seek to disqualify anybody unjustifiably. So I want to assure the aspirants and their supporters, whatever, we will ensure that the rules are respected, they are abided by, and it's going to be a free, open, transparent process. That I can assure you.
But what of the members of parliament who are going unopposed? What is there for them?
We will still vet you. We will still vet you and tell us what we did when you came, what they're going to do forward, going forward into the future. So we will still vet them. We will still vet them. So let's go and do the work. I think we are already running late, as you indicated.
Thank you so much. Your name, please?
Gary Nimako.
That is Mr. Gary Nimako, the chairman of the Vettings Committee. He says that the process is to start in the next 30 minutes. And so in the next 30 minutes, we would have members of parliament going through their vetting process. But then I have another gentleman here with me. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
How's the process so far? You've not started, but then what's your anticipation like?
Thank you. I arrived on time. I'm sure the officials coming to conduct the vetting are also around. We are waiting anxiously for the process to start. We hope we'll have a smooth process, devoid of noise making and any rank cross event. We are hoping to have a successful vetting. And I pray no aspirant is disqualified, because we need a united front to pursue the Agenda 2024. It's going to be a tough election, and we need everybody on board, all hands on deck. So I pray we have a successful and peaceful vetting.
And that is Honorable Boachi Yadom, the Member of Parliament for Obuasi East. And I know that Obuasi East, you are not going alone. You have others competing with you. How does it look like in Obuasi East?
Oh, it looks pretty good. I'm the incumbent, and I have every confidence in my people because I've related with them very well. I've helped them in the development of the district. My human relations is one of the best. I worked as a medical officer in the constituency before I went to Parliament. I'm using the same attitude, the same work ethics to relate with people, and I have no doubt that on 27th, the people of Obuasi East, the good people of Obuasi East, will retain their sitting MP.
I know that after this vetting process, the next important step is the election itself, and then on December 7th, the general election. What is there for you if you pass through the election process, and then the NDC candidate will be contesting you in your Obuasi East constituency?
What I can say is that we are going to work even harder this year. We need to do more. We've done a lot, but we need to do more to impress the people. I have no doubt that the December 7th election is going to be for MPP. We've done enough. We will continue to work hard in the election year. We are going to satisfy people, and we're going to prove our case that MPP is the best manager of the economy, and we won't leave this power to our people in the NDC because we know them. We know what they can do and what they cannot do. To them, everything is not possible. When our president, the then candidate Akufo-Addo, was espousing free SHS way back in opposition, they doubted it. They said it could only be possible in 20 years' time. But we gave our power, we gave our authority to the president, and in the first year, he was able to implement free SHS. I can tell you, thousands of children are benefiting from this initiative, and I know we're going to reap the benefits in the next 5 years, next 10 years, and Ghana is going to change because of the foundation our president has laid for our youth.
You make mention of the whole infrastructure and the policies that your government has implemented, but people are still questioning the credibility of your flag bearer now.
You see, there's a saying that if all people love you, woe unto you. I'm sure majority of Ghanaians has seen the good works of this current government, and I can tell you most of the successes of this government can be attributed to the singular effort of the sitting vice president, who is now our flag bearer. So I can assure you that with this 1 year we are going to do more. We are coming from economic crisis which is global in nature and not only peculiar to Ghana. But even in the midst of these difficulties, the government is doing well. Inflation is coming down. We are trying to reduce the borrowing. We're making sure that our roads, which is our major concern in the country, are being fixed. And that is a good thing. And those are the things that Ghanaians will want from any government. And I'm sure when we're able to do all this in this election year, Ghanaians will retain the MPP government.
Thank you so much. But before I let you go, what is there for Obuasi East after this vetting process and after January 27th?
Oh, a lot of things. After constructing 2 parks, which is green grass, I'm going to do an additional one, which is an astroturf. We are going to construct a district hospital. Already, the contractor is on site, and I'm a beneficiary of the Agenda 111. We are also going to construct a district market for the entire district. Our roads is under construction, and I hope when we're able to finish all this, I'm sure the sky is our limit.
Thank you so much. And that is Dr. Boakye Yadom, incumbent member of parliament for Obuasi East, who is here to also go through the vetting process. We are told that the process is to start in about 30 minutes time. And so later onwards, would get to these members of parliament and an aspirant seeking to become members of parliament and find out from them how the process has been. But I have here with me an aspirant for the Obuasi West constituency. You're here to pass through the vetting process. How does it look like?
Oh, it's normal. It's normal because I've been here. I was once upon a time an aspirant 2020. So it's normal for me.
This is your second time?
Yes, yes.
Contesting Obuasi West?
Yes, my second time.
And then you filed your nomination. You're going through the vetting process. What do you think is ahead of you in January 27th?
27.
Where we'll have the main parliamentary elections.
Oh, I see victory. I see victory. That's what I see ahead of me.
And so, what of your opponents?
I don't know about them. Everybody's entitled to. And once we are all going for a contest. Everybody's expecting a win, of course. So for me, I am speaking for myself. I see victory.
Thank you so much, Mamiesi. And so this is a parliamentary aspirant for the Obuasi West constituency. She's here to pass through the vetting process. We heard from the Honorable Alex Blankson and also Dr. Boachi Yadom for Obuasi East, who are here to also pass through the vetting process. Currently at the office of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia in the Ashanti region here in the Asokwa constituency. The vetting process, according to the chairman, is to start in the next 30 minutes. As I earlier said, the CEO of the Konfo Teaching Hospital, Dr. Ocha Ademensa, who is a member of the vetting committee, was here not long ago. We've seen members of the vetting committee and the chairman himself here. They've entered the auditorium where the vetting will be taking place. And so we'll bring you up to speed details as to what happens here in the office of the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the vetting process is yet to start in the next 30 minutes. Already we are expecting Obuasi East, Obuasi West, Akrofom, Adansi Asokwa, Old Tafo constituency, and then Menchia South constituency. These are the people or the aspirants who will be vetted here at the office of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ahead of the crucial parliamentary primaries of the governing New Patriotic Party. And so there's the situation on grounds. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Nana Boachi Yadom, coming to us from the Ashanti region and giving us updates of the vetting process ongoing there for the NPP parliamentary elections. Now, we'll take you through some of the statistics that have come through, those who've picked forms, those who are going unopposed. And out of the 137 constituencies, we know that 400 forms were picked and only 373 have been returned because 23 are going unopposed. And on your screens, we have constituencies by region. We see that in the Ashanti region, that's the highest of 41 of them, and 41 constituencies there in the Ashanti region, 24 in the Eastern region, followed by the Greater Accra region with 14, 10 in the Central region. We have 9 in Western and Northern regions, 5 in the Bono region, 4 in the Ahafo and Northeast regions, and 3 in Bono East, Upper West, Savannah, Volta, Western North, and 2 in the Upper East region. And on your screen right now, we have the forms that have been picked per regions, and those and the red indicating the forms that have been returned. So on your screen, with the Ashanti region having the highest number of seats, you have 137 forms picked and just 126 returned. In the Eastern region, we have 93 forms that were picked and 85 of those forms returned. In the Greater Accra region, you have 32 forms picked, 32 forms returned. So in the Greater Accra region, all the forms have been returned. And likewise in the Central and Western regions, where in the Central, 27 picked, 27 returned, 25 picked in the Western region, 25 returned. But in the Northern region, we have 15 forms picked, but only 13 have been returned. In the Bono region, 13 forms were picked, 12 returned. And in the Ahafo region, we have 13 forms picked and 9 returned. Upper East, 9 forms picked and all of them have been returned. Likewise, in the Western North region. And in the Northeast region, we have 7 forms and also all those forms have been returned. 5 in the Bono East region, but 4 were returned. 5 in the Upper West region, 5 forms returned. Likewise in the Savannah and Volta regions. Now, if we go into the regions as well, we have some, and we know that 23 seats have gone unopposed, and we look in the regions. Ashanti region has 5 seats that are going unopposed. In the Northern region, 5 as well. In the Northeast region, we have 3 seats that are going unopposed. In the Bono East region, we have 2. And in the Eastern Central, Bono Ahafo, Upper West, Savannah, Volta, and Greater Accra region, just 1 seat is going unopposed. But in the Western, Upper East, and Western North regions, none of those seats are going unopposed. And that is by way of numbers of those who have picked forms for the NPP parliamentary election. But now let's find out what's cooking in Tamale. We know that there's a chef there trying to break the record the Guinness World Records, Chef Faila. And we have on the line Martina Bugri, who has been following and observing what's been happening there. Martina, what can you report from where you are? Unfortunately, we do not have Martina on the line, but as you can see in your shot, this is day 3 of Faila cooking and attempting to break the Guinness World Record. But we'll be right back to get details from Martina. Let's take a break. So you're welcome back, and like I said earlier, Chef Faila is attempting to break the Guinness World Record cookathon, time of 119 hours. She's determined to go 120 hours. Well, our correspondent Martina Bugri is on the ground and joins me with updates from where she is. Martina, what can you report?
The fun at the cookathon where Faila is delivering. Good morning to our viewers across the globe and welcome to the Modern City Hotel Tamale where the cookathon is taking place. It's been fun-packed throughout last night to this morning. It's this morning that people have gone on break to go and freshen up and come back. But I must say that if you are not here, then you are missing out. Faila has done 57 hours. He's dished out meals to people, 552 plates dishes gone out to people. She's done 60 meals and taken 8 breaks. This is how far she's come. And the resilience, the tenacity she's showing tells us that the fire is not going off anytime soon. And she's enjoyed so much support across the country. People have traveled far and near to come and give her the support. We want to understand what's happening from a member of her management team and how they're able to put things together to keep her in shape and to keep delivering. And so we have, welcome, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, we have seen how she's soldiered on.
Yes.
She's shown so much resilience and tenacity. What is the secret? What have you guys done to her that has kept her pushing?
So one of the most important things we have done is that we have let her know that we are behind her back 24/7. From the beginning to the end, we are solidly behind her. We have reminded her that we love her, we are supporting her, we are backing her up. Any single thing that she needs, we are there for her. That is what we are doing for her.
Now, what is the medical team telling her, and anything to be worried about at this moment?
So what they are telling her is that she needs to be worried about her fatigue. In case she's getting tired or she's feeling any way, she needs to let the medical team know so that they can be on top of it. But apart from that, every single person, TTH, from 6 MRS, everybody is on board. Even Tolek, that is the psychology unit as well. They are there to support her every step of the way. So they are there 110%.
Now, we are told that yesterday she kept exceeding the time limit she was being told to do. How's it like this time? Have she been able to remain within the confines of the time that allocated to her to do?
So the thing about Faila is that even though you give her the time, what she wants to do, she will do. But we are trying to advise her that she should stay within the allocated time. We are hoping she listens to us today. But let's see and watch. The day is still very bright. We have just started. But we are hoping that as the time goes on, she will make sure that she sticks to the time so that she can rest.
Now, let's talk about the support from the people of Tamale.
The support is amazing. The support is 150%. Everybody is coming from every area. Is it Chogu? Is it Yapasi? Is it Zaire? Is it Gumani? Everybody from every corner of the northern region have been here to support. Both old and young, pregnant women, old men, every single person you can think about has been represented here.
Now, someone called yesterday and talked of supporting with rice. Have you had people coming in to do donations so that she can continue cooking without any problem?
Yes, please. Just this morning, they just called right now and they've gotten somebody to actually support with rice. I'm sure you'll be speaking to him very soon. He's very much around there. Everybody from every corner, not just only rice, every single food item that she would need to make this work, people are contributing and they are supporting.
Thank you so very much. We are very much grateful for your time.
So
you had a member of her management team giving us an update on how they are inspiring her to deliver, how they are pushing her, and also trying to control her excesses so that she doesn't break down and be able to deliver. I must say that various groups have passed through to lend her support. We had some dance team come in, traditional rulers come in. We had different groups of people coming just to support her. And I must say that the support she's gaining is amazing. Now, the beautiful thing is that at this time of the moment we are speaking, the only thing that unites us as Ghanaians now is this cookathon. You go through the various social media platforms and it's amazing the support Ghanaians are offering her.
Doling out over 500 dishes. Have you been able to taste any of the dishes? How does it taste?
Yes, yesterday I tasted gable. It's a local dish made from beans, and it's so lovely. Lots of people I have spoken to who ate are so impressed that even after several hours of cooking, the food tastes just fantastic.
Thank you very much, Martina, and she should also know that from here we are supporting her. But before you go, can we hear from the supporters, those there, how they are supporting her, the excitement? We want to feel it here in the studio.
For now, most people are going to freshen up and get back. And so I'm sure in the next 1 hour, we would have the place packed as usual, and then we can get to mingle with the people who have come from far and near to offer support.
Have you also heard from Phyla herself? How I know her management are taking good care of her. Has she said anything concerning her currently, how she's feeling about what she's doing?
She herself hasn't spoken, but we spoke to her husband, and he says she's excited doing this. She just loves to cook, and this is a platform for her to show how much she loves what she loves doing best. And so he says that he's excited. It is a family thing, and everybody in the family is backing her. The husband has been here since the day the whole process started. Yesterday, her little baby came around, walked around here a while, and was sent back. And so the family has given her the support, and I must say that Phyla is in good shape continuing the cooking process.
Well, it's been day 3 since she started, and I'm interested in the type of meals she's cooking. Is it just local dishes, or she's also cooking international dishes?
So it's an array of dishes from continent to continent. She has mixed. She's had African dishes, she's had northern dishes, Ghanaian dishes, continental dishes, just name it. And we are told that she's done 60 different dishes.
Right. We're grateful, Martina, and we'll come back to you to find out the latest from where you are. I mean, she's also getting the support here in Accra. We are rooting for, and we are hoping that she'll break that record of 120 hours. And that's Martina Bugri from
And we would love to give you updates on the beautiful things happening at the Modern City Hotel.
So there you have it. Phyla is cooking her way into breaking the 120-hour record she set for herself. So far, she's done 57 hours and counting. And as you can see in your shots, she's already begun cooking on day 3 of the Cookathon tournament. And I can imagine the kind of effort that she's put into this competition. And if you look in your shot, this woman doesn't look fatigued in any way. And it's been 3 days. I can imagine standing on your feet even for 24 hours. It is tiresome. But it looks like her team is doing so well to keep her spirits up. And she doesn't look any less tired or whatsoever. She seems in good spirits as she continues to cook and to break this record. We hope that she's able to break the 120 records. We are hearing that should last well into 5 days. And she's already done 3 days. So she has roughly about 48 hours more to go, or even 72 hours if she wants to go further. And so in your shot is Chef Phyla trying to cook, I think, some protein over there, shaking the bowl and getting things cooked over there, and even smiling whilst doing that. And I think she's really into this. So on that note, that's coming from you for Tamale. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. And now we invite you to have your say. What are your sentiments about who should stay, who should be in government, and who should go out of government? You can call us on 030-221-1691 and tell us what you're thinking. 030-221 and tell us what you're thinking. Do we have anybody on the line yet? So on your screen now, you have the number 030-221-1691 or 030-221-1692. Call us and tell us what you're thinking. We asked you a question earlier. Who do you think should stay in government and who do you think should go? I think we have a first caller on the line. Hello and welcome to the AM show. What are your thoughts? Ebenezer, welcome to the AM show. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think NPP has failed.
All right, so who do you think in the government should be kicked out?
Yeah, NPP should be kicked out and NDC should be brought in.
But, I mean, we're talking about reshuffling now. So, I mean, which ministers should be in and which should be out?
Right now, I think the finance minister should be taken away.
Okay. And Ebenezer, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So you can also call in and share your thoughts, 030-221-1691 or 030-221-1691 too. Divine, thank you for calling into the show. What are your thoughts? Who should be reshuffled?
Okay, so I think the ministers, especially the finance minister, should go.
All right. Is that all?
Yes, and then this government, this MPP government, in fact, he has failed us enough. We should go. The NDC government should come back and let's see what they can do.
All right, Divine, thank you for your thoughts as well. And so Divine and Wisdom have been sharing their thoughts on what they think. You can also share your thoughts with us. Ebenezer from Ho, tell us, how is the Volta region and what are your thoughts?
Everything is fine.
Can you please speak up for me?
Everything is fine in Volta region.
Wonderful. And who do you think should stay and who do you think should go?
I think so far all the ministers are doing well, just that things are not that normal.
Ebenezer, I can hardly hear you. Can you please speak up a bit for us?
I'm saying so far everything is fine. Among the ministers, everybody is performing. Just that things will be fine as time goes on. But currently, I think the energy minister and the education minister, everybody is doing fine. Just that the road minister focusing on the Kumasi-Accra highway, I think he must do something about it. Because just recently I drove on that way and the road is not all that good. So I think so far, so good.
Thank you so much, Ebenezer. Abdul Karim, where are you calling us from and what are your thoughts?
From Pristia Kutukrum.
Right. Can you speak up, please, and tell us what you think? Who should go, who should stay?
I thought the Honorable Abu Jennifer should go and the Finance Minister.
All right. Why do you think they should go?
They are not performing well. Their performance are very poor.
All right. Thank you, Abdul Karim. Shaibu, what are your thoughts?
I think the finance minister must go.
Why do you think he should go?
In fact, the economy is very bad state. The mismanagement is too much. So he.
All right, Shaibu, thank you. Osami, where are you calling from and what are your thoughts?
I'm calling from Nima.
Okay, who do you think is performing and who do you think is not?
I think the finance minister should go because as of now, as the president has ordered investigation into SMS, he should rather aside for investigation to go on so that he can. He should quit. Just go. And the Minister of Lands and Forestry must go because he has failed in fighting Gamase. He must go. Most of them must go. Even the whole government must go for another government because the president has confirmed that he cannot do it again.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. And our last caller from Tamale. Please, who are you? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Abdullah from Tamale.
Right, Abdullah.
The finance minister and the health minister should go. They are not performing. From 2017 to now.
I didn't get that. Who and who should go?
The finance minister and the health minister.
Oh, health minister.
Yes.
Right. And why do you think they should go?
If you look at health sector, there is unemployment in the health sector.
Right.
Unemployment. The finance minister is not giving financial clearance, and the minister too, his too is just sitting there.
Thank you so much for your thoughts.
So this will go.
All right. We're grateful for your thoughts, and that was our last caller coming in from Tamale. And we're grateful for your thoughts coming in from the various regions in the country. And that's how we round up today's edition of the AM show. It's been exciting and it's been interesting hearing the thoughts for hearing your thoughts, and also as well our resource persons who joined us on today's show. And we promise you tomorrow will be even more exciting. You don't want to miss tomorrow's show. We have some surprises for you. And from me and the crew on the AM show, we're grateful for spending time with us. Up next is News Desk.
That lagoon over there, yeah. When the people do that plastic things and rubbish, they used to dump it over there. And also when they dump it over there, it will move straight to the sea. And as you can see the sea over there, the sea is, I don't know how God created that sea. It don't like that. So no matter how
dirt you put inside, it will drop it back for you.
The rich communities, their prime areas at the top, they are punishing Choko. Those that commit that suicide or commit that mess, they are the same people that insult the people of Choko.
Bataka. My friends call me Blue. Sometimes you want to skate, but mostly you don't have a lot of obstacles or different things to try with, you know. So mostly we just have flat ground, but this has different things to try. So I'm going to try everything that I can here. It's not just flat, you know. So it's gonna make me improve.
We usually used to skate the streets, in front of people's shops, empty spaces that were not used, National Theatre, the Trade Fair, and other demolished places like Mile 7 right now. We usually have a lot of problems using people's spaces because they are private spaces and they have problems with us skateboarding there, so we get kicked out most of the time when we do our own thing.
It's sad that he wasn't here himself to see what his work, you know, had done. And yeah, but I'm sure that wherever he is, he knows that we're happy and we appreciate whatever it is that he did for us.
It's a very, very big opportunity for people like me because we need to develop what we have as talents.
Commodity, prized as an ingredient in a special soup in Asia. Sharks have played a vital role in the ocean for hundreds of millions of years, but the trade is now pushing some species to the brink of extinction. The illicit trade in shark fins is valued at hundreds of millions.
Hay mucha demanda de lo que vamos a incautar a nivel internacional. Muchas gracias.
We've gained exclusive access to a team of investigators aimed at dismantling a ring of shark fin traffickers.
Sería el primer caso que se incautaría o extinción de dominio tomaría conocimiento de un caso de aletas de tiburón.
We're following this car here. It has an investigator and a couple of cops in it. We're going to lead a raid today in the harbor against these traders who they say are putting some species of shark at risk.
Interior 6.
Esta chica que está haciendo un trabajo extraordinario, está ella sola contra todo el sistema.
Under bombardment and in the cold, the arrival of winter in Gaza makes a dire humanitarian crisis significantly worse. How long can people stuck in the war possibly cope without proper shelter, food, or medicine? I'm Annalise Borges, and this is The Stream.
أنا بحب الشتاء والمطر كتير كتير، بس هاي السنة أول سنة بتمنى ما يجي المطر ولا الشتاء.
شوفي كمية المطر اللي بتنزل على الناس، شوفي.
Hundreds of thousands of people are in tents. They don't have any place to go or in the streets.
People carrying the bodies of their loved ones through flood waters. Children drenched and barefoot. Families huddled around campfires, struggling to stay warm. Just some of the sights we're seeing out of Gaza this winter. Just when we thought it couldn't get any worse, cold, wet weather is bringing even more misery to hundreds of thousands of people. Over 80% of the population in Gaza is currently displaced, and international NGOs are warning the death toll from disease could surpass that from fighting and airstrikes. To help us get a better understanding on just how difficult things are likely to get, we have joining us today Riham Jafari from Action Aid, Yumna El Sayed, a journalist who very recently evacuated from Gaza alongside her family, and Dr. Mads Gilbert, a Norwegian physician who has worked extensively with medical teams in Gaza as a volunteer at Al-Shifa Hospital. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We are very grateful for your time. Yumna, I would like to start with you, if that's okay. How difficult have the past few months been for you, not as a journalist, but as a woman, as a mother?
Honestly, Annalise, this war has been nothing like we have encountered or experienced before. I mean, I've covered other wars, I've covered several conflicts in the Gaza Strip, but this war was so much different because when we say there was no safe place, we meant that in the literal word or the literal meaning of the word, that there is no safe place anywhere that we could go to. I had to evacuate many times with my children from place to another, looking for a place that could be relatively safer than the previous place. The living conditions that quickly and rapidly exacerbated on the people living in the Gaza Strip. The lack of water, the lack of electricity, the lack of connections, the lack of internet, the lack of drinking water, and then the acute shortage of food. All these were very extraordinary circumstances that we lived through every single day. And on top of all that, the relentless bombardment that was ongoing all the time in every single neighborhood, in every single area or spot in the Gaza Strip. No place was safe. Hospitals, UNRWA schools, residential neighborhoods, nothing was safe. People
what were your children telling you in the
go.
midst of all this? Were they telling you, Mom, we're hungry, please, can we stop moving around? What were they saying to you?
It was constant terror, first of all, because of the bombardments, because of the phosphorus gas that used to be also in so many areas used as well, especially in residential neighborhoods. The lack of water and the lack of food. I mean, as a mother, trying to find some bread for her kids, and I couldn't. For so many hours and sometimes for days as well, that was really unbearable. I mean, for me to find that my 5-year-old is hungry and I can't find her a piece of bread to feed her, or I can't find some water. For one of the days, Annalise, we spent an entire day with an entire night, 24 hours, with just one small bottle of water.
For all of you.
Literally, the 6 members of us, we took sips from that bottle of water because we did not want it to finish before we could find another one. And that's drinking water. That's like the simplest necessity of a human being.
The most basic stuff. And again, I can't even begin to comprehend what you went through. Dr. Gilbert, you know Gaza very well. You've been there several times. How difficult, how much more difficult are things likely to get now with these multiple crises compounded? We've been talking about the bombardment, we've been talking about the lack of food and medicine, but now there's winter and there's cold and there's rain. How much more dangerous and difficult are things going to get?
Well, it's going to be much more difficult. It will be an unbearable avalanche of human suffering, which is 100% man-made, unfortunately. The combination of winter cold, wind, and precipitation in the form of rain will make the risk of cooling down, hypothermia, as we call it in the medical language, overwhelmingly dangerous, in particular for those who are already small, the children, those who are already starving, the majority of the people, and those who are already sick, a large proportion of the people. So this complicating factors will make the medical situation much, much worse because, you know, a small child will very quickly become cold, and when your body temperature drops below 35 centigrades, we call it hypothermia, and the colder you get, the more feeble will your body functions be.
And let's be clear, doctor, this can kill. This is deadly.
Hypothermia is deadly. I am living in the Arctic, and my specialty in emergency medicine is hypothermia. And we are very, very afraid of what we call accidental hypothermia, because it is a killer. Not only is it a killer, but it is weakening your body. It's weakening your immune system. And if you have a bleeding injury, you will bleed more if your body is cold. So also for the trauma cases, and in particular for the children and the vulnerable ones, this hypothermia is a death trap. So it will be part of this genocidal politics, because we could provide the kids in Gaza with shelter, with warm clothes, with water, with warm drinks, if the fence was open. So it's all avoidable, and it's even more painful to watch how these civilians are being frozen down by the weather conditions now.
We could, if only there was political will. Riham, one very important aspect of this crisis, and we touched a little bit about it, is, of course, the children, the future of this story, the future of this region. From an NGO perspective, how much more difficult will things be for you guys as well, trying to operate in Gaza?
Hi, and my greetings to my prestigious and very respected guests and heroes. So this crisis is really complicated, and it is exacerbated and increased with the continuous bombing on Gaza. Usually winter is a welcoming gust for Palestinians. Palestinians every year pray for winter to come early, and they waited for a long time. But this year, that's never happened. And they do not wait winter because of the crisis of refugees and internally displaced people. So around 1.900 million people are displaced in UN shelters and in tents and in schools and in hospitals. And with lack of winter items, with warm clothes, with jackets, with mattresses, with blankets. And this year, the winter gets very cold and comes very early. And the people, when they were displaced and when they forced to leave their houses, they live with clothes that they wear. They do not have the time, and they were unable to carry their winter items. Their only priority was to find a safe place to fled their houses, to escape from the bombing. And so even the ones who carried some of bags that contain some items, but because of the long road and the long way, they get exhausted and they throw it away.
Of
so
course.
the people are suffering, and also for the NGOs, for the humanitarian aid, for the UN agencies cannot provide all the winter items due to the total blockade imposed on Gaza and the limited amount of humanitarian aid entered to Gaza. And so
it is indeed a very bleak picture that you paint, and we're going to get onto the whole distribution of aid a little later on. Dr. Gilbert, I imagine you want to weigh in. Is that you signal something to me? You want to weigh in on here?
If we compare the situation in Gaza now with the recent earthquake in Turkey, where we saw pretty much the same, people have lost their homes, not to bombing, but to a natural disaster. And they are freezing, it's cold, it's winter. And then you see this massive international relief operation coming from all parts of the world, with tents, with blankets, with food, with warmth, everything. Why should the Palestinian people in Gaza be denied this international natural help that we all want to provide? And why is it that 155 nations are sitting idle by and allowing one nation to deny the 2.2 million people of Gaza this natural and already well-organized international help, which could prevent many of these problems?
You make a very interesting point. I was in Turkey and I saw more than 30 countries rushing to help, and it was quite an operation. We managed to speak to one resident of Gaza, Mansour, who for the past 80 days has slept in a tent near a hospital, and who describes just how much harder things have gotten since the arrival of winter. Take a listen.
Even though we have temporary tents, they still leak a lot, right? So even so, when there's heavy rain, it's still all of our stuff, our mattresses, our electronics, they get covered in water. And personally, myself, I had to replace a lot of them over the last couple of days. We've also had a lot of the children get very sick. And this has increased the load on the already overcapacity hospital here at Nasser Hospital and other hospitals as well. There are also fears of pandemics spreading.
There is so much to unpack here, but Dr. Gilbert, we just heard from Mansour, fears of pandemics spreading. What diseases are we talking about, and how dangerous are they?
Well, we already have a spread of pandemic diseases. We have infections, in particular gastrointestinal infections from the stomach and the gastrointestinal system, with vomit and diarrhea, which is, of course, very dangerous to children because they quickly become dehydrated. And as we heard from Yoman, very little water available. We have other infectious diseases like skin diseases with bacteria and with lice. We have also deteriorating common diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, for which there is no functioning primary healthcare system anymore. But I think, again, very, very importantly, the combination of wet, humid weather, wind, and low temperature is a deadly combination, because we have something called wind chill. When you combine wind and lowering temperature, the effect on the body will be much lower than, say, if you have 11 centigrades in the ambient air and you have a brisk breeze coming in from the Mediterranean and some rain. The wind chill will maybe down to 0 or even below 0 for the individual body. And then all these diseases are aggravated, actually, both because your immune system is weakened and because the body tries as much as possible to shiver to generate heat. And of course, we know that if you have a cold, wet child, you change the dressing to dry clothes and you put on some windbreaker, and you get up the temperature. But for the children of Gaza and for all the civilians in Gaza,
that's absolutely not available. Yes. Yumna, is the situation Mansour was describing there quite widespread? Can you tell us a little bit about the scenes you have seen, but also perhaps lived through?
First of all, I visited those tents very most frequently in times when I was reporting in the Gaza Strip, Al-Mawasi area, which Israel has continued to designate as a humanitarian safe zone for Palestinians. We have visited these areas many times. I've seen the people there. The tents that the people live within are either thin canvas tents or plastic sheet, thin plastic sheet tents. The tents are placed on sand, which with water turns into mud. They have no aid reaching them at all because UNRWA does not find it safe for its staff to even send its staff to these areas because of the constant bombardments. So these people who are living in these areas, and again, we're talking about a 14-kilometer long area, which is Al-Mawasi, and only about 1 kilometer wide. Okay, Al-Mawasi has stretched, people have stretched out of Al-Mawasi, placing their tents in areas out of that 14-kilometer area because there is no space anymore in that piece of land to take all these tents. The tents are crammed together, people in large numbers living in very small tents.
Yeah, with virtually nothing to warm up.
Exactly. And the fact that, Annalise, that these shelters are unsanitary shelters. There is no clean water in these shelters, and there are no toilets, which is a main reason for the spread of many of the disinfecting diseases and other diseases that Dr. Gilbert was talking about.
Absolutely. Everything is made much, much harder, as you all have mentioned, because of the fact that there is, as we've been saying again and again for the past over 2 months, no safe space in Gaza, and so humanitarian organizations can't really operate. There are no context under which this can be organized. It makes places like Syria and Afghanistan, in the worst of the crisis there, look quite easy to work in. On the issue of the much needed aid that is clearly not getting through, here's another resident of Gaza, Bisan.
Your donations are in the desert. 15,000 aid trucks are in Sinai Desert right now, and Israel, who is rolling the crossing between Palestine and Egypt, is not allowing anything from entering Gaza. Any medical support, any humanitarian workers, any journalists, any aids, anything. Nothing is allowed to enter Gaza. Even the Palestinians who are originally from Gaza are not allowed now to enter Gaza. So I think we must publish and focus about this, because you're asking about the donations and no one is answering. They are in the desert. You're donating to the desert. تفضلوا.
Riham, we mentioned this very briefly about the challenges of aid distribution or aid simply entering Gaza. The UN aid chief has described Gaza as, quote, the worst ever humanitarian crisis. Can you tell us, again, from an NGO perspective, what are the main challenges you guys are facing right now?
So the main challenge we face is the continuous bombing, the lack of safe access and safe corridors for our staff and our local partners. This is the main challenge. The other challenge is the limited amount of humanitarian aid allowed to enter Gaza. Sometimes we have the money, the fund to prepare the assistance and items for the people, but we can't find the items available in the markets or entering Gaza. And this is both a huge difficulty for us, and there is increasing needs for the people, especially with winter item. Most of the aid that entered Gaza focused on food and some water and some medical supply. And this also increases our suffering for fulfilling the needs of the people, and also the lack of fuel, which is needed for preparing hot meals and for generating electricity, and some cooking gas that need for to cope with winter. You know, the people, the children in winter and the families prefer to have hot drinks, hot food, but this cannot be available in Gaza with the lack of fuel. Some people try to burn some waste, some unhealthy, some plastics to do their foods, and they sometimes depend on canned food, which is unhealthy, and also transferring and conveying these items to the people in Gaza is difficult with the damaged roads that were damaged with bombing and the airstrikes, and sometimes we cannot find vehicles and trucks to deliver aid to different parts of Gaza.
Of course, it's a disastrous situation. We're approaching the end of the show here. I really want to get Yumna to give me a very personal answer, and then I'll get you the final thought, Dr. Gilbert. But Yumna, again, from a mother's perspective, how long can the people of Gaza cope like this? How long can the children of Gaza cope?
The living conditions that people are living in Gaza now are extremely unbearable for any human being. People are forced to cope because they have no other choice. They're not coping. There is a reality that is imposed on them, and they're just trying to survive like we were trying to survive. At the end, I made it clear for my kids, guys, when there's no food, I have no option. We have no option except to wait. For a child, he just, he knows that there is no alternative. Mommy can't do anything. Dad can't get us anything to eat or to drink for now. So the only option that he needs to go with is to cope with that need for wanting something or needing something, needing to eat, but not having it, and just waiting. So now people in Gaza, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to live the day by day to save themselves from the bombardments, to get whatever little they could find from food, from water, from whatever necessities they can get to warm themselves in this cold weather, and to protect themselves, just to continue surviving. They don't know what will happen tomorrow, but it is an unbearable situation or condition for any human being.
Absolutely horrific for a parent to actually have to say that to their child. Dr. Gilbert, your take here, how long can people there cope?
I don't know, and I totally subscribe to what Yumna said about the unbearable situation. Look, this is a man-made situation. It can be reversed in hours. The trucks are standing in El Arish at Rafah. The world is waiting to get in, and there is one state with the support of another state who is allowed to use these weapons of mass destruction, which hunger, thirst, and cold actually are. They are weapons of mass destruction, and they are illegal. And also collective punishment, which we see every day, is illegal. Why is this going on? Why is this continuing? And even given all the fantastic, heroic work by Palestinian healthcare workers and volunteers in Gaza, we need to get in there. I've been waiting for 8 weeks myself to get in with a team. And we have to address the core fundamental problem, which is the denial of access to Gaza by the state of Israel, the occupying force, and with the support of the United States. Until that is resolved, people of Gaza will be dying avoidable death from cold, hunger, diseases, and bombing.
Dr. Gilbert, thank you so much for that. We're going to leave things here on the note that all this can be stopped. Dr. Gilbert, Yumna, and Riham, thank you so much for joining us here on the stream today. And of course, thank you for watching. As per usual, we look forward to your feedback and your suggestions. You can use the hashtag or the handle AJStream and stay in touch with us on social media. Take care, and I'll see you soon.
I'm Mariam Shaheen, and I've been making films about Gaza since 2006. When I moved there in 2005, Gazans were recovering from a 38-year occupation by Israel. People were hopeful that their lives would improve. But their dreams have been destroyed, and all that remains are echoes of a lost Gaza. Shattered Dreams on Al Jazeera.
Iran vows what it calls a harsh response after at least 95 people are killed in explosions at a ceremony marking the assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, the leader of Hezbollah warns Israel the cost of any war in Lebanon will be very high after the killing of a top Hamas leader in Beirut. In Gaza, over 100 people are killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday as the World Food Programme warns that everyone in the Strip is hungry. Plus,
last month alone, we saw the most illegal crossings in recorded history. It is an unmitigated disaster, a catastrophe.
U.S. Republicans visiting the border with Mexico threaten to block government funding and blame President Joe Biden for a migration crisis. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi and its supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei have both vowed what they call a harsh response after twin blasts killed at least 95 people in the south of the country. The explosions happened at a cemetery in the city of Kerman during a ceremony at the tomb of the senior Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Michael Apple reports.
Ambulances rushed to reach the wounded after two explosions ripped through a crowd of mourners in the city of Kerman in southeastern Iran. Video shows dozens of bodies with some bystanders trying to help survivors while others rush for safety. Tens of thousands of people had flocked to the burial site of one of Iran's most prominent military commanders, Qasem Soleimani. He was killed in a U.S. missile strike in Iraq 4 years ago.
Qasem Soleimani has been killed, and his bloody rampage is now forever gone.
In Lebanon, Hezbollah's leader praised Soleimani, calling him crucial to the so-called axis of resistance against Israel, and said his memory remains influential.
Today, Qasem Soleimani is present in every aspect of this war, and what we are seeing today are the fruits of this great leader, the sacrifices he offered for over 20 years.
No one has taken responsibility for the attack. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has branded as ridiculous any suggestions that either it or Israel is responsible. But Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi is unequivocal, warning what he calls the Zionist entity that it'll pay a price for the Kerman bombings. Speculation regarding who is responsible is rife.
My personal gathering is that this has been Israel, this has been Mossad. Definitely for me, it's completely clear, considering the events in the last 10 days, the terrorist attacks they started in Damascus, then they in Beirut, now in Iran.
Others urge caution until investigations are complete.
ISIS have shown that it is willing to do that. Israel might have wanted to move and escalate against Iran to force it to do something that might escalate things and drag the United States against Iran.
Iran's government declared Thursday a day of mourning, promising that the country's reaction will be swift and overwhelming. Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah has said the assassination of a senior Hamas official in the Lebanese capital on Tuesday will not go unanswered. Zaina Khadr reports from Beirut.
Israel's war with Hamas has reached the southern suburbs of Beirut. By targeting Salah Aruri, the group's main leader in Lebanon, in the political and military stronghold of Hezbollah, Israel crossed a line. The Lebanese armed group's leader says the crime won't go unpunished.
This was a serious incident, a crime. They hit Beirut's southern suburb for the first time since 2006. This was an Israeli message, even though it said it wasn't targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. Who believes that? Cowards believe that.
Hezbollah is already at war with Israel along Lebanon's southern border, where they have been exchanging cross-border fire. The Lebanese group opened a front to help relieve its ally Hamas in Gaza. But according to Nasrallah, the fighting will continue to remain calculated and confined to the border. That could change if Israel launches all-out war.
Whoever thinks of a war with us, in one word, he will regret it, because a war with us will be costly. Until now, we are taking into consideration the situation in Lebanon and national interests. But if war is launched against Lebanon, it will be in the interest of Lebanon that we enter the war with our full military capabilities.
Hezbollah's strategy has been a delicate balance of waging a war without waging one that could cause Lebanon, already in financial ruin, to pay a high price. Israel has threatened to turn Beirut into another Gaza.
Tuesday's strike was the first time Israel hit the Lebanese capital since its last war with Hezbollah in 2006. It was also the first time Israel hit so deep inside the country since its latest round of hostilities with the group, triggered by the war in Gaza, began 3 months ago.
Israel has been threatening a large-scale operation in Lebanon if Hezbollah doesn't pull back from the border. Aruri's assassination doesn't appear to be a provocation, but it violated the rules of engagement, which means Hezbollah will need to restore its deterrence. Zaina Khadr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
An Israeli airstrikes killed 4 Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon. The attack happened in Naqoura. 5 other fighters from the Lebanese armed group were killed in separate strikes on Wednesday. It's one of the most intense 24-hour periods of cross-border fire since the war on Gaza began. At least 1 person's died and several more have been injured in the occupied West Bank as Israel continues its nightly raids there. 1 Palestinian man's been killed in Tubas in confrontations with Israeli forces. Raids are still going on in 2 refugee camps in Tulkarem. Residents have reported dozens of arrests. Palestinians there say they've been beaten and their homes have been damaged.
At midnight, the army entered. Like crazy people, broke the door and took us. They beat us everywhere. Then they put us in a car on top of each other. They interrogated us. They beat me on my shoulders. I can't move my hand and there are bruises on my back. There are young men. They were beaten a lot. There are bruises on their feet and some of them fell on the ground and the soldiers hit them as well.
We're going to speak to Laura Khan, who's in occupied East Jerusalem. So we've been reporting on the raids that have been going on in these camps, particularly Tulkarem, for weeks now. But these ones, these latest ones, seem to be going on for hours. What's going on?
Well, absolutely, Rob. We're talking about 28 hours. Nora Shams is just 2 kilometers east of Tulkarem. The Israeli forces entered around 28 hours ago. They've set up snipers on the roof. There has been fierce confrontations with locals there, and we know so far they have made mass arrests, but they have been consistently going to Nora Shams with bulldozers, big armored bulldozers, ripping up the roads, tearing up infrastructure, and they have been met with fierce resistance. I can also tell you in Tubas, 1 person It's been confirmed they have been killed, and there's ongoing confrontations. We know somebody set an IED explosive against an armoured vehicle there. But we're looking at this root canal of raids taking place across the occupied West Bank since October the 7th, all the way from the north in Jenin. Last night we saw in Bethlehem and all the way down south to Hebron. We're also seeing them here in occupied East Jerusalem. So people say they're seeing just nightly raids, and of course it's terrifying for many of the communities, but they have also been met with, as I say, fierce resistance.
Laura, just to the backdrop to all of this, I'm just reading that the International Court of Justice is apparently going to be holding public hearings next week, and that's in a case brought by South Africa against Israel. What's going on there?
South Africa has indeed filed some proceedings against Israel. They are accusing them of war crimes after more than 22,000 people have been killed in Gaza, and many more people are buried under the rubble. So South Africa is accusing them not only of war crimes, mass displacement, holding back aid, food, clean water, but also actions that constitute genocide. And I'll just read out some of these proceedings. The wording is they're protecting them against further severe, irreparable harm to the rights of the Palestinian people under the Genocide Convention, which Israel is a signatory to. And they're saying this is to ensure Israel's compliance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention, not to engage in genocide, and to prevent and to punish genocide. The US has already lambasted this. They say that Israel has not committed genocide, and Israel says they might actually counter these proceedings with their own proceedings against Hamas and also Iran. So it's causing a big diplomatic situation in Israel.
Laura, thank you very much indeed. Laura Khan talking to us from occupied East Jerusalem. Israel is continuing to bombard central and southern parts of Gaza. The southern region of Rafah has been hit hard by Israeli strikes. Plumes of smoke could be seen from a makeshift refugee camp. Residents have been searching through rubble for any survivors. Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis have also been shelled. Dead and injured Palestinians have been brought to the Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital in Rafah. More than 22,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the start of the Israeli offensive on October the 7th. Tariq Abu-Zoum reports from Rafah in southern Gaza.
7 Palestinians have been reported killed after being directly hit by an Israeli military drone missile, as a number of residents also have been injured in this attack, being driven to Al-Najjar hospital to get treatment there. And the attacks today happened in 2 separate locations inside Rafah, in the north and in eastern areas of the district, alongside with similar ongoing attacks, but with more high-intensity bombing in Khan Yunis city, where 20 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli fires in these areas, and amid ongoing repeated attacks by the Israeli artillery shelling in Khan Yunis, alongside with the middle governorate of Gaza Strip. Now in Al-Maghazi refugee camp, Palestinian fighters at these moments are clashing with the Israeli military troops, who are trying to split the middle governorates into separate regions, just to have a full control over the middle governorate of the Gaza Strip, as they have been doing in the northern part of the territory after destroying more than 70% of the residential buildings there. Also, the attacks continued to take place in the northern part of the Gaza Strip in Jabalia refugee camp, this time despite the withdrawal of the Israeli military troops from specific areas from the north. But 20 Palestinians today have been killed in Jabalia refugee camp after a destruction of a complete residential neighborhoods, where residents are still trapped in that part of the Gaza Strip, alongside in the central areas of Gaza City. Now, the neighborhoods of Gaza City had been also a theater for confrontations between Palestinian fighters and the Israeli soldiers, and these ongoing military attacks today had resulted in the death of more than 120 Palestinians, alongside with more than 260 others who have been wounded. And of course, as the war progresses, humanitarian, medical situations alongside with the security one, as you can see, clearly hear right now, the sound of the Israeli fighter jets and the surveillance drones will definitely get much more difficult and bloody, as the Israeli military officials are also keep waving with the options of extending and getting ready for prolonged fighting inside Gaza.
The Israeli army's dropped what appears to be white phosphorus in Nuseirat in central Gaza. It's a chemical often used by militaries to provide bright light ahead of attacks, but it can also cause severe burns and produce thick smoke. It's forcing Palestinian families to flee their homes. Hind Khaldri has more from Nuseirat.
Not only that the Israeli forces are throwing leaflets on the people in Nuseirat, forcing them to evacuate, but they're also firing phosphorus gas bombs in different areas and in the concentrated areas, forcing people to evacuate. We have been seeing them here. More phosphorus bombs are being fired on people living in the area close to Ain Jalut buildings. Hundreds of thousands of people that evacuated from the north to here, and other people who have been already living in Nuseirat are evacuating after the Israeli forces called them to evacuate this area and asking people to go to Deir al-Balah. As you see, all of the people are rushing so fast, trying to flee under fire. We have been hearing constant and endless artillery shelling, explosions. As you see, it's a chaos. People are taking their belongings, they're taking their water tanks because they know that they won't find them anywhere. They're taking their blankets, they're taking their gas cylinders. This woman carrying her baby, trying to flee for a safe area, but at the end of the day, she knows that no way and there's no place safe. People are still evacuating. Day after day, more areas have been called by the Israeli forces to evacuate, and the situation is escalating. This is Hind Khaldri for Al Jazeera, Nuseirat.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we're going to have all the rest of the day's news, including Russia's annual defense budget's now at its highest since the end of the Cold War. But can Moscow afford it?
The weather's largely set fair across the Middle East, but a chance of 1 or 2 showers just around the UAE, just around that eastern side of Oman. Thickening cloud here could produce a few spots of rain, and that wetter weather just nudging its way into Pakistan, into Afghanistan, pushing a little further eastwards. Brighter skies do come back in behind. Quite a brisk wind around the Gulf, cooling off in Doha, highs of around 23 degrees Celsius as we go through Friday. 1 or 2 showers over towards the Red Sea, more in the way of wetter weather a little further north, northern parts of Iraq, Syria, seeing some wet weather. In fact, across the eastern side of the Mediterranean, through Cyprus, all the way down towards Lebanon, even as far south as Gaza, we could see some wet weather over the next couple of days. That cloud and rain will ease its way up across the Caucasus, that eastern side of Turkey, increasingly turning to snow. A lot of wintry weather coming in here, but brighter skies do come back in behind. And notice for Friday, still a few showers across the Levant at that stage. Few showers, longer spells of rain nudging down towards the Straits of Gibraltar, just spilling out of Portugal, out of southern parts of Spain. And that cloud will thicken up. It'll produce some pretty heavy rainfall. We could get some heavy rain coming in, possibility of flooding for northern Morocco on Friday.
I'm Mariam Shaheen, and I've been making films about Gaza since 2006. When I moved there in 2005, Gazans were recovering from a 38-year occupation by Israel. People were hopeful that their lives would improve. But their dreams have been destroyed, and all that remains are echoes of a lost Gaza. Shattered dreams on Al Jazeera.
watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. This hour, Iranian leaders have vowed what they're calling a harsh response after 95 people were killed in 2 explosions. It happened during a ceremony to mark the 4th anniversary of the US assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah says Tuesday's killing of a senior Hamas official in Beirut will not go unanswered. Salih al-Aruri was killed in the Lebanese capital along with 6 other Hamas members. More than 120 Palestinians were killed in Gaza on Wednesday as Israel continues to attack the Strip. Large strikes have been reported in southern Gaza. The US is calling for a global response to Red Sea attacks by Iranian-backed Houthis. The armed group is targeting commercial ships it says are linked to Israel. The United Nations Security Council held a debate about the situation on Wednesday.
These attacks pose grave implications for maritime security, international shipping, and commerce, and they undermine the fragile humanitarian situation in Yemen, damaging the ability of the international community to deliver assistance to more than 21 million people in need. It is vital that the Council speak, and speak now, on the need to uphold international law as well as navigational rights and freedoms. Even as we continue to demand that the Houthis stop these attacks, which are clear violations of international law, we must not overlook the root of the problem. Iran has long enabled these attacks by the Houthis. Colleagues, the threat to navigational rights and freedoms in the Red Sea is a global challenge and necessitates a global response.
Well, after that UN meeting, the US and 12 of its allies issued what they call a final warning to the Houthis to stop attacks or face possible military action. Colin Baker explains what these disruptions mean for the shipping industry.
As the new year begins, commercial maritime traffic on the Suez Canal is down by nearly 1/3 compared to a year ago. And 2/3 of container ships canceled their Suez bookings just last week. As Houthis continue their attacks on commercial vessels, major firms have stopped using the canal. So where are they going? Many are sailing around the southern tip of Africa. Container ship traffic at the Cape of Good Hope has nearly doubled. But vessels carrying oil, liquefied natural gas, metals, and grains are also diverting to the Southern Passage. And that's not only due to the conflict in the Red Sea. Traffic at the Panama Canal, half a world away, has also been reduced due to drought.
If you, for example, were talking about a container vessel that was coming from Asia to Europe, that usually takes 35 days to go from Asia to Europe. So by adding another 10, 12 days on top of that, that means that the rotations between Asia and Europe are going to be less on a year. So that means that the carrying capacity of the vessel and the company as well is going to drop. And that kind of carrying capacity is the problem, because that's how the shipping companies are making money.
Sailing around Africa to avoid the Red Sea adds over 3,500 nautical miles, 10 extra days, and millions of dollars to a trip between Europe and Asia. Fuel makes up half of a vessel's operational cost, and more fuel means more emissions, and that's just as the European Union is charging new tariffs at its ports to curb them. And for us, more expensive goods, just as governments are trying to ease inflation. Developing countries that rely on food commodities already diverted due to the war in Ukraine could be hit again.
Of course, another thing we have to keep in mind is that when all the vessels are going to arrive in 20 days from today, because at the moment they're taking a detour and they're diversifying around Africa, but when all those vessels are going to arrive into the ports, then maybe we're going to see some kind of congestion over there.
Following the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, the Suez Canal was closed for 7 years. In today's more connected world, these few crossings are even more valuable.
A US court has revealed the names of several high-profile people linked to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Among them is the UK's Prince Andrew. Accusations have been made against some of those who've been named, but others have simply been referred to during legal proceedings. The names were previously blanked out in court documents in a related lawsuit. Epstein pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor. He then took his own life in 2019 while he was in jail ahead of a trial for sex trafficking. US Republicans have threatened to block government funding over a migration crisis at the southern border, which they blame on President Joe Biden. House Speaker Mike Johnson and 64 Republican representatives visited officials at Eagle Pass in Texas. Afterwards, they described the situation as chaos. the US has seen a surge of migrants crossing from Mexico.
Today, we got a first-hand look at the damage and the chaos the border catastrophe is causing in all of our communities. The situation here and across the country is truly unconscionable. Last month alone, we saw the most illegal crossings in recorded history. It is an unmitigated disaster, a catastrophe. And what's more tragic is that it's a disaster of the president's own design.
Heidi Jo Castro's got more from Washington, D.C.
The House Republicans that Mike Johnson led, they earlier last year passed a very strict proposal to make it much more difficult for asylum seekers to seek asylum in the U.S. Now, that bill has been pending, and in the Senate, it has not been taken up. Rather, there's been a bipartisan effort to negotiate a deal there where Ukraine funding would be coupled with funding for the border. There's still a lot of uncertainty where that legislation will end up, but what we do know for certain is that we are now in 2024, a presidential election year, and we just saw those House Republicans make this dramatic gesture by visiting the border, and they're certainly seizing on that, the border and immigration, as a point of weakness to attack Biden and other Democrats. Regardless of that, the other news of the day is Biden's Department of Justice sued the state of Texas with its Republican governor over a controversial new state law that would make crossing the border illegally a state crime, punishable by up to 20 years in prison. The federal government is saying that this law is unconstitutional because immigration and border security is in the jurisdiction of the federal government.
Russia is planning to spend more on defense in 2024 than it's done since the Cold War. The Kremlin is going to direct an extra $45 billion to the military and security forces. It says it needs the increase because it's facing what it calls a hybrid war being waged by the West, as well as its campaign in Ukraine. Yulia Shapovalova has more from Moscow.
Russia's 2024 budget speaks for itself. Around 40% of all federal spending will go toward defense and law enforcement. More weapons are needed for the battlefield in Ukraine, as the Kremlin is adamant it's not winding down its military campaign against its neighbor. Factories are switching to 2 to 3 shift working days to replenish arms supplies.
This is basically a war budget. I mean, the country is fighting a war. Stocks are depleted. Weapons and munitions and other supplies are being depleted. And so there's a massive buildup of military production and procurement.
Arms production can stimulate the economy, and Russia is no exception. But economists say social programs are underfunded. Although the 2024 budget increases spending on healthcare, education and housing, the military expenditure forces aside almost all other priorities, education in particular. And that could lead to Russia lagging behind other developing countries in the future.
What are defence costs? These are the costs of producing tanks, rockets and other munitions sent to the front lines, and then more often than not are turned into a heap of twisted metal. From the economic point of view, this is burned cash, because the final product is being destroyed.
Then there's the threat of a global arms race triggered by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. While most arms control agreements between Moscow and Washington are more dead than alive.
Ukraine can't win an arms race against Russia on its own, but it's going to still have different kind of support from other rich nations, industrial nations. And that's not a very good scenario, because there's going to be a Cold War and arms race internationally.
Nearly 2 years into Russia's special operation in Ukraine, the economy is still growing, largely due to oil revenues.
It's a sign of its flexibility and durability. Currently, the country manages to cope in spite of all the sanctions imposed by the West. The oil price ceiling is not working. The so-called Russian state capitalism is choosing, as former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher once said, to put guns before butter. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Videos emerged of an Arctic prison in Russia where opposition leader Alexei Navalny is now being held. The Polar Wolf Colony, as it's known, lies some 60 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle in the Russian town of Kharb. It's a former Soviet Gulag camp. Lebanese allies are saying the camp was specifically chosen to cut the Kremlin critic off from his lawyers and supporters. The head of Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces is in Kenya on the latest leg of an African tour aiming to secure regional support. Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo has met Kenyan President William Ruto in the capital, Nairobi. The discussions focused on the fighting between the RSF and the Sudanese army, which has been going on for nearly 9 months. Ruto expressed confidence that ongoing talks could bring lasting peace to Sudan. Catherine Soy has more from Nairobi.
The leader of the Rapid Support Forces has been on a charm offensive. He's been to Djibouti, Ethiopia, Uganda, and now Kenya. And here he spoke with President William Ruto about the need to have a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Sudan. In Ethiopia, he had meetings with the civilian coalition in Sudan, and he reiterated that he is open to peace talks. But all this comes on the background of the talks that are being negotiated by IGAD, the regional bloc. Both RSF and the army led by General Burhan have said that they are happy to have these talks. They want these talks, but then with conditions. Now, the army, for example, says that the talks should not be pegged to any political negotiation. The talks should instead be military talks. It will be very interesting to see how these IGAD talks play out, because previous talks have not yielded much fruit. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
Thousands of junior doctors in England have begun a 6-day strike over pay and working conditions. It's the longest industrial action in the history of the UK's National Health Service. Sonia Gallego has the details.
It is the busiest time of the year in hospitals up and down the country. In winter, when hospitalizations normally peak, the pressures on the health system are at the highest level. But after years of unprecedented strain and no end in sight to the long-running pay dispute for junior doctors, it is weighing heavily on those working in the public health system.
Strike action's never a good thing. No one wins from strike action, but it's the only thing that brings the government to the table to talk about the critical issues that are facing doctors.
Now, last year, more than 1.2 million medical appointments have had to be rescheduled because of strike action that took place then. But there is still going to be emergency services provided as well as critical cancer care.
As hospitals attempt to catch up with ongoing delays, health service managers and charities say it is the patients, especially older ones, who will bear the brunt of the strike. A message echoed by the Health Secretary, who for now is rejecting calls to increase doctors' salaries.
I was very disappointed when the Junior Doctors Committee walked out of our negotiations and then called these strikes. We know that they have a very real impact for people, including, of course, the 88,000 appointments that were cancelled in the last 3 days of industrial action just before Christmas.
Junior doctors say their action is aimed at saving the health service from further decline and encourage those working here to remain rather than leave the country for better opportunities elsewhere. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Coming up on Al Jazeera, echoes of a lost Gaza. Don't forget the website, aljazeera.com. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
President Biden says he wants a two-state solution for Palestinians and Israelis, but does anybody believe it's doable? What does Israel's war on Gaza say about U.S. foreign policy? And what are the long-term consequences for the region and the world?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
I'm Mariam Shaheen, and I've been making films about Gaza for Al Jazeera English since 2006. When I moved there in 2005, Gazans were beginning to recover from a 38-year occupation by Israel. People were hopeful that their lives would improve. But in the end, their dreams have been destroyed, and all that remains are echoes of a lost Gaza. Israel's 2023 war on Gaza claimed the lives of thousands of children. Children have always been the most cherished blessing of Palestinian families, many of whom feel that a life without them is incomplete. In 2007, we filmed with a Palestinian fertility doctor, helping couples fulfill their greatest wish. Triplets Sarah, Ahmed, and Huda are the latest of Gaza's 5,000 test tube babies. Their conception came at great expense and brought much joy to this family of Palestinian refugees.
كتير مهم امتداد لذكرى الوالد، امتداد لعائلة، امتداد لبلد، لوطن، لتراث في بلدنا. ضروري ضروري.
In 1997, Dr. Tharwat al-Helu introduced in vitro fertilization treatment to Gaza. Since then, he has been a godfather of many Palestinian miracle babies.
طبيعة احنا المجتمع تبعنا من اول 3-4 شهور 6 شهور بتصير المحيط بالاسرة تجبر الازواج الزوج والزوجة انه يروح يتعالج، مع انه المفروض انه العلاج يتم بعد 2 يتم الفحوصات، لكن احنا بنتفاجئ انه الازواج بتتردد علينا من اول 6 شهور من الزواج. حتى لو ما حصلش حمل مشاكلها الاجتماعية بتؤدي الى الطلاق.
But social acceptance of IVF was slow in coming. Raghda Khawaja had 4 IVF treatments, 2 of which were successful. She was mother to 3-year-old Noor and to 6-month-old triplets.
يعني أنابيب مش طبيعي، يعني الزراعة. يعني طلعوا دعايات إنه الزراعة لا سمح الله يعني زي حرام، إشي زي هيك. بس يعني لما شافوا يعني الزراعة كترت في البلد وكترت الخلفة فيهم، يعني صار الناس يعني آمنوا، عرفتي كيف؟ صاروا يعملوا.
Although social concerns remained, IVF treatment was approved by religious leaders in Gaza.
الدين الإسلامي بيشجع الناس على التداوي، تداووا فإني مباهن.
Yasser and Mahassan Sakka had been married for 15 years and feared a lifetime of ostracization if Mahassan didn't conceive. They had borrowed heavily to finance the next round of IVF treatment, and in their case, the failure to conceive was diagnosed as a problem with Yasser's sperm. Because of this, Mahassan's fears of abandonment if she remained childless had lessened.
مهم جدا، مهم جدا، يعني بالذات إنه لما بيجي ابن سلفة الصغير بقول لي خالته أنت ليش ما بتجيبيش بيبي؟ أنت ليش ما عندكيش بيبي؟ أنت ليش زمان متجوزة ما عندكيش أولاد؟ أنا بدي أولاد يعني حتى امبارح يعني. وبعدين ليش خالته أي حد بيسأل يعني ليش ماما ليش ما خالته محاسن ما بتجيب بيبي يعني كتير. فبتحس يعني صح إنك بتوريش بتحس شوية يعني أنا جبارة شوية لكن إلا ما تنهاري وإلا يعني ما.
Many in Gaza made great sacrifices to assure their dreams of having children came true, which makes the 2023 mass killing of Gaza's children all the more tragic. Despite the economic blockade on the Gaza Strip and resulting poverty, childcare was always given priority. And children with disabilities had special schools and care. In 2007, I visited Atfaluna, a Gaza school for the hearing impaired.
We started at absolute
zero, real pioneers. We were 5 women in the beginning, 5 Palestinian women, and we got it together. And when I look around today, 15 years, honestly, I can't believe that this happened. I really can't.
Geraldine Shawa was joined by teachers and staff working with her at the Atfalana Society for Deaf Children. It was Gaza's gateway for the hearing impaired.
If institutions like Atfalana do not look after the special education needs of children who are deaf, then these children will simply not go to school. And this was the case prior to the establishment of Atfalana. Deaf children just didn't go to school.
So for the past decades, the deaf of Gaza, adults and children, have had a place to go to study, work, and play.
While they're at home and an attack takes place, they feel it. They can't necessarily hear it, but they will feel the impact of the explosion very often. Their ears will really hurt them and hurt them badly because any hearing aid wearer has what is called an ear mold inside the ear, and it's quite, compressed inside the ear. So if you have a loud explosion, they scream in pain. They had a really, really sad existence. They were very marginalized inside their homes because no one could communicate with them. And there were no programs, of course, to teach the parents sign language. So the sign language at home would basically be eat, go bathroom, things like that, very, very rudimentary sign language. So there was no language development, and there was a lot of social dysfunction.
Atfalana helped bring about meaningful change for the hearing impaired in Gaza. Abir spent 11 years in a boarding school for the deaf in Jordan before returning to Gaza and becoming Atfalana's most popular teacher.
هي الأولى عندي في المحبة لأنه شاطرة وحنونة كمان.
Back in 2007, few Gazans could make ends meet because of the economic blockade imposed by Israel. Many nutritional necessities, including milk, were increasingly hard to find, and when available, astronomically expensive. But this family still had one constant source of income, Abir, their deaf daughter who provided for them, all 10 of them. One of my enduring impressions of life in Gaza has always been the strength and endurance of its people, and perhaps unexpectedly, the role that women play in keeping this besieged part of Palestine on its feet. Omaya Juha was one of these women.
I was born in the city of Gaza in 1972, but I am part of a family of refugees from Al-Muharraqa, one of Palestinian villages that was attacked by the invading Zionists in 1948. Growing up in Gaza, we lived in a very simple home. I remember how the rain used to dribble through the roof. Our family was dispersed. My father was far away, and my mother overburdened with responsibilities. I captured this unpleasant life with my quill even before I went to school. Children appreciate art and understand cartoons. Children recognize me. They know me as Umayya Juha, the cartoonist.
Umayya had one daughter, Noor.
During my secondary schooling, I began reading newspapers, and of course the cartoons on the back page of Al-Quds, which was the newspaper I read every day. I would see the drawings of the artists Naji Al-Ali and Mahmoud Khail and be fascinated by them, although I was very young.
Editorial cartoonists are revered as journalists and artists throughout the Arab world. One of the most recognizable symbols of Palestinian society is Hamdallah, a ragged 10-year-old Palestinian refugee boy, always viewed from behind, observing the world. Hamdallah's creator, Naji Al-Ali, was assassinated in London in 1987, his body riddled with bullets. His killer remains unknown.
Even though he has been dead for many years now, may his soul rest in peace. His pen is alive, and his work addresses many of our contemporary issues. Every cartoonist has his own style. A cartoon is about a single event or moment.
Umayya was the sole woman in a club of at least 12 cartoonists, whose work was published in newspapers right across the occupied West Bank and Gaza. In one instance, one of Umayya's cartoons was believed to have prompted a violent backlash. After an Israeli invasion of Gaza in 2004, she depicted Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon as a boastful politician, oblivious to dead Israeli soldiers, standing decapitated behind him. The newspaper Al Risala printed Umayya's cartoon, and the next day Israel bombed Al Risala newspaper. While badly damaged, Al Risala began printing again, and Umayya continued to be one of their featured cartoonists. For the first day of Ramadan 2008, she depicted the bloody Hamas-Fatah split. She drew a Palestinian mother on her balcony, praying to heaven that her children might eat their Ramadan meal at the same table together again.
Unfortunately, we are living in a time when our people are divided and splintered. It's a good time for a cartoonist to become both a commentator and observer, and to use one's influence.
At the end of 2008, Israel bombarded the Gaza Strip with minimal resistance from Palestinian fighters. It left around 1,400 Palestinians and 13 Israelis dead and destroyed much of Gaza's infrastructure. The air, land, and sea blockade continued after the war. Even the most basic supplies were prevented from entering Gaza. This is the story of one man I met in 2009 who worked against all odds to fix his desperately broken world.
أنا اسمي منذر الداية، عمري 40 سنة. أنا أهلي كانوا في يافا وهاجروا في 48 على غزة. أنا من سكان معسكر الشاطئ. أنا أعون أسرة من 8 أفراد، عندي 5 بنات و3 أولاد، وأنا مهنتي ميكانيكي. أبويا كان فاتح ورشة، كنت أخذ الغداء وأودي له إياه. أقضي يومي أسحب حالي وأرجع على البيت أكمل دراستي، وما نضلنا لأنه كان جو احتلال وكانوا يخوفونا من اليهود ودير بالكم وما تطلعوش. في 2007 ضربوا شركة الكهرباء وبلشت عاد هلقيتها ما فيش إنارة. بلشت الناس يعني تشتري مولدات، بلشت تيجي الموتوسيكلات والمولدات الموتورات والجنراتور، وبلشت الشغل يعني. بعديها طبعا خلص انشهرنا. دار الداية عالم انه بيصلحوا موتوسيكلات، يعني احنا الوحيدين في غزة بنصلح اللي هو الموتوسيكلات والمولدات. أنا بستناك. يعني الميكانيك الكويس ما هو بده خبرة، يعني أبا عن جدا. أبويا كان عمره 15 سنة ولا 13 سنة وهو بيشتغل ميكانيكي، وهذه شغلة وراثة عندنا. يعني زي ما بقولوا الميكانيكي عشان تصل تكون ميكانيكي بدك عمل أقل حاجة 30 أو 40 سنة لما تفهم التقنية أو الشغل الصح تبعت الميكانيكي. مش أي واحد بيدخل ميكانيكي. لازم يكون شغل الميكانيكي واضح. إن كانت عنده مشكلة في الآلة من جوا يعالجها. إذا كان بدوش يفتح الآلة وبده يشغلها، سمعه لصوت الآلة هذه اللي شغالة بتقول له إيش المشكلة تبعتها. يعني بده يكون خبير فني معتمد.
Every week, Munzer rode down to Gaza's southernmost city on the Egyptian border, Rafah. Here he found motorbikes and generators smuggled in through tunnels from Egypt.
الموتوسيكلات دخلت ايام ما فتحوا الجدار. الناس ما خلت الشغلتين في مصر او 3 شغلات، صارت تجيب المعيز والموتوسيكلات والمولدات.
A network of underground tunnels from Gaza to Egypt became one of the only ways to bring in essential goods.
شغل الأنفاق يعني كلهيته شغل سحب. بيجوا مكسرين. إذا أنا بدي أجيب 10 مواتير أو 10 مولدات حيطلع منهم 3 أو 4 مكسرين. قبلنا بالسلام وقبلنا في المعاهدات اللي بتصير بيننا وبين اليهود، بس احنا مش شايفين اي مقابل. يعني مش شايفين لا فك حصار لا فك معابر، مش شايفين اي حاجه اللي تحسسنا انه احنا يعني عايشين زي باقي الناس.
The 3-week 2008-2009 war left many of Gaza's young people despondent and without hope. But as so often in this Mediterranean part of Palestine, they found ways to cope and improve their dire circumstances.
أنا محمد جمال الجخبير من سكان مخيم خان يونس قطاع غزة. بمارس رياضة باركور ومعناتها اللي هو تخطي الحواجز والأمور هذه.
الله عبد الله تعال محمد تعال. وين؟
أنا أول شيء اسمي عبد الله الشاصي، العمر 22 سنة، سكان مخيم خان يونس للاجئين.
أنا في البداية كنت بمارس رياضة كرة السلة. ما كنت يعني بلعب جمباز شوية خفيف، فحكى لي عبد الله إنه في رياضة هيك باركور ومعناتها اللي هو تخطي الحواجز والأمور هذه. بدأ الأمر بشكل بسيط يعني، ما كناش متوقعين إنه الرياضة هذه تنغرس فينا بالشكل هذا.
يعني أنا ممكن أنط عن حاجز بحركة واللي معي ينط حركة ثانية، هي بس تيجي كيف تطل الحاجز بأي طريقة ممكنة، يعني في حركة جمباز، قفز عادي، في حركة باركور. والباركور هي فلسفة يعني من الأول والآخر، يمكن واحد يطلع من حاجة بطريقة ثانية، يعني مش كل واحد يقدر يطلع حاجز بنفس الطريقة.
في مشكلة في الازدحام السكاني، يعني في كل عائلة بتلاقي في البيوت بتلاقي 20 نفر في البيت الواحد. طبعا حياتنا في المخيم حياة يعني بسيطة وبدائية، البيوت كلها أغلبها أسبست وهيك، يعني نعتمد يعني بغالب الأحيان في المخيمات على اللي هو المساعدات اللي بتجينا من وكالة الغوث والوكالات الدولية. مش بس إنه الواحد بيكون مبسوط، بل بحس حاله يعني عمل شغلة يعني قليل من الناس بتقدر تسويها. يعني بحس إنه الشغلة مثيرة كتير، يعني إنه أنا بدي أخاطر بحياتي أو بدي أخاطر بصحتي عشان أنفذ حركة أو شغلة ما حدش عملها قبلي، إنه أنا أكون مميز دايماً.
سيب ابعد انزل ابعد سيب خلاص محمد اعصابك طلع انزل يا عم انزل طب بدي الف وجهي يا زلمه نزلوه يا محمد اعصابك خلاص سيبني.
الرياضة هذه كانت يعني تعطينا دفعة كبيرة في إنه نصمد قدام كل هالحواجز هذه، وإنه ما نضعفش في أي لحظة ولا نخلي الاحتلال هذا إنه يسيطر علينا بأي فكر وبأي شكل.
يعني كل إنسان فيه مشاكل ما بيقدر يطلعها، لأنها صعب إنه الحياة بتكون صعبة من حواليه. إذا كانت مش من الحروب أو من الحصار بنكون في داخل الإنسان كبد، يعني الواحد يبدأ عايش في اكتئاب. بس الأمور هذه يعني بنقدر نحاول نطلع منها يعني بإيدينا إحنا.
بحلم إنه لقدام الواحد يقدر طبعا يسافر لبرا، يشارك في بطولات وفي مسابقات عالمية بتصير في مختلف دول العالم، وأي حدا حب يشارك فيها بيقدر باستثنائنا إحنا، لأنه هنا طبعا إحنا منعزلين عن العالم الخارجي، يعني إحنا في قفص من كل جهة، إحنا محاصرين يعني من الشمال من الشرق من الجنوب من الغرب، وين ما تروح في حصار.
During the 2023 war on Gaza, I knew that Mohammed was living in Sweden with his family, and Abdullah was in Italy. Geraldine lived in the United States. But I was sadly unable to contact any of the other beautiful Gazans who had shared their life stories with me. I felt heartbroken thinking about them and their families, who may well be suffering under the Israeli bombardment that has destroyed so many lives.
The latest news as it breaks.
ECOWAS is not only concerned about the possibility of more coups in the region, it's worried it could fragment.
With detailed coverage.
Less than 2 weeks into office, Milei is being criticized of behaving more like an emperor than a president.
From around the world.
Since the start of the war, a vast number of smaller voluntary groups have sprung into being that don't have the resources of bigger organizations.
If we cannot agree on how to coordinate space traffic management, we risk both the safety and the sustainability of space, and worryingly, the breach of peace and security in outer space.
People in Power investigates the proliferation of commercial satellites and the far-reaching influence of those who fund them.
It's at a tipping point, and we have a small window of opportunity to curtail a catastrophic event.
Fighting for space on Al Jazeera.
You can't choose solutions that gives us no hope for a future.
Then we have to find creative solutions, not just turning our backs on them.
Don't think about it as a number, think about it as a person.
Putting yourself in that person's shoes so that you can see from a different angle.
It's my life. I risk in my life, you know, it's dangerous.
We want peace, we want education.
We want democracy.
Because the women in my country, they are not free. They cannot do anything.
We are not an ideology. We are human beings that deserve to be treated equally.
We are walking in the footsteps of our ancestors.
Whatever has been done before can be done even better. As long as a human being is doing it, you can do it.
You just have to keep pushing because no one else can see the vision as clear as you do.
Iran vows a harsh response after at least 95 people are killed in explosions at a ceremony marking the assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. I'm Rob Matheson, and this is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, the leader of Hezbollah warns Israel the cost of any war in Lebanon will be very high after the killing of a top Hamas leader in Beirut. Israeli raids in parts of the occupied West Bank have been underway for more than 24 hours. At least one person's died and dozens of Palestinians have been arrested. And video from Gaza City shows it almost destroyed, leaving neighborhoods unrecognizable. More than 22,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi and its Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei have both vowed what they call a harsh response after two blasts killed at least 95 people in the south of the country. The explosions happened at a cemetery in the city of Kerman during a ceremony at the tomb of the senior Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. Michael Apple reports.
Ambulances rushed to reach the wounded after two explosions ripped through a crowd of mourners in the city of Kerman in southeastern Iran. Video shows dozens of bodies with some bystanders trying to help survivors while others rush for safety. Tens of thousands of people had flocked to the burial site of one of Iran's most prominent military commanders, Qasem Soleimani. He was killed in a U.S. missile strike in Iraq 4 years ago.
Qasem Soleimani has been killed, and his bloody rampage is now forever gone.
In Lebanon, Hezbollah's leader praised Soleimani, calling him crucial to the so-called axis of resistance against Israel, and said his memory remains influential.
Today, Qasem Soleimani is present in every aspect of this war, and what we are seeing today are the fruits of this great leader, the sacrifices he offered for over 20 years.
No one has taken responsibility for the attack. Meanwhile, The US State Department has branded as ridiculous any suggestions that either it or Israel is responsible. But Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi is unequivocal, warning what he calls the Zionist entity that it'll pay a price for the Kerman bombings. Speculation regarding who is responsible is rife.
My personal gathering is that this has been Israel, this has been Mossad, definitely for me. It's completely clear, considering the events in the last 10 days, the terrorist attacks they started in Damascus, then they in Beirut, now in Iran.
Others urge caution until investigations are complete.
ISIS have shown that it is willing to do that. Israel might have wanted to move and escalate against Iran to force it to do something that might escalate things and drag the United States against Iran.
Iran's government declared Thursday a day of mourning, promising that the country's reaction will be swift and overwhelming. Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
And Israeli airstrikes killed 4 Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon. The attack happened in Naqoura. 5 other fighters from the Lebanese armed group were killed in separate strikes on Wednesday. It's one of the most intense 24-hour periods of cross-border fire since the war on Gaza began. Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah said the assassination of a senior Hamas official in the Lebanese capital on Tuesday will not go unanswered. Zaina Khadr reports from Beirut.
Israel's war with Hamas has reached the southern suburbs of Beirut. By targeting Salah Aruri, the group's main leader in Lebanon, in the political and military stronghold of Hezbollah, Israel crossed a line. The Lebanese armed group's leader says the crime won't go unpunished.
This was a serious incident, a crime. They hit Beirut's southern suburb for the first time since 2006. This was an Israeli message, even though it said it wasn't targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. Who believes that? Cowards believe that.
Hezbollah is already at war with Israel along Lebanon's southern border, where they have been exchanging cross-border fire. The Lebanese group opened a front to help relieve its ally Hamas in Gaza. But according to Nasrallah, the fighting will continue to remain calculated and confined to the border. That could change if Israel launches all-out war.
Whoever thinks of a war with us, in one word, he will regret it, because a war with us will be costly. Until now, we are taking into consideration the situation in Lebanon and national interests. But if war is launched against Lebanon, it will be in the interest of Lebanon that we enter the war with our full military capabilities.
Hezbollah's strategy has been a delicate balance of waging a war without waging one that could cause Lebanon, already in financial ruin, to pay a high price. Israel has threatened to turn Beirut into another Gaza.
Tuesday's strike was the first time Israel hit the Lebanese capital since its last war with Hezbollah in 2006. It was also the first time Israel hit so deep inside the country since its latest round of hostilities with the group, triggered by the war in Gaza, began 3 months ago.
Israel has been threatening a large-scale operation in Lebanon if Hezbollah doesn't pull back from the border. Aruri's assassination doesn't appear to be a provocation, but it violated the rules of engagement, which means Hezbollah will need to restore its deterrence. Zaina Khadr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett asked U.S. National Security spokesman John Kirby why, if the U.S. wanted to avoid a second front, it was supporting Israel's pursuit of Hamas leadership outside Gaza.
Your question is presuming an awful lot, and is presuming that I said things I didn't say. I'm not confirming that the Israelis took this airstrike. I would refer you to them to speak to their military operations.
I did.
Nevertheless, I'm not confirming that they took this strike. They have a right and responsibility to go after Hamas leadership, and we expect that they'll do that in accordance with international law. Nothing's changed about the fact that we don't want the conflict to widen. I mean, heck, my opening statement was 4 or 5 pages worth of talking about all the kind of capabilities that the president's putting in the region to prevent that very outcome.
So let me follow up on that then. Given the Red Sea patrols,
we knew in advance of those being set up that the Iranian defense minister said very clearly, nobody can make a move in a region where we have predominance. The United States knew that, set it up anyway. Is that not being seen as a provocation? If you know that Iran sees that as a provocation, you take the action anyway. So you're denying then that there has been an escalation since the Red Sea Patrol?
I totally disagree with the premise of your question. It wasn't the United States who decided to attack commercial shipping in the Red Sea. The Houthis did that. And who are the Houthis backed by? Iran. As I've said before, Iran provided the missiles that the Houthis are using. We are simply in a defensive posture to try to protect that commercial shipping, and we have in the last 48 hours.
Since there's been an escalation, now Iran has launched a frigate into that, so there has been an escalation.
Okay, again, let me stop you. The fact that they...
I ask you again, has the United States' actions supported an escalation as a result?
No.
You said that your words said...
You asked me a question, ma'am, I answered it. No.
You said nothing the president has ordered has been designed to widen or deepen this conflict.
I stand by my answer. No.
Okay, we got to move on.
At least one person has died and several others have been injured in the occupied West Bank as Israel continues its nightly raids on several communities. One Palestinian man was killed in Tubas in confrontations with Israeli forces. Raids are also ongoing in Tokarem and the Nur Shams refugee camp. Residents have been reporting dozens of arrests. Palestinians there say they've been beaten and their homes have been damaged.
At midnight, the army entered. Like crazy people, broke the door and took us. They beat us everywhere. Then they put us in a car on top of each other. They interrogated us. They beat me on my shoulders. I can't move my hand and there are bruises on my back. There are young men. They were beaten a lot. There are bruises on their feet and some of them fell on the ground and the soldiers hit them as well.
Going to go to Laura Khan, who's in occupied East Jerusalem. Laura, you and our teams there have been reporting on the raids that have been happening in the occupied West Bank, particularly in Tokarem, particularly in the Nur Shams refugee camp. But these have been, latest ones, have been lasting for a very long time.
Well over a day now, around 28 hours, we've seen this Israeli raid taking place in the Nur Shams refugee camp. The Israeli forces entered. There were armoured bulldozers, and this has been happening for a few days, pulling up the roads, destroying infrastructure. People's homes have been ransacked. They have been met with fierce resistance, but Israelis have now set up snipers at positions on the roofs. So it's become an ongoing, very dangerous situation. Now, we know that confrontations continue there, but also in Tubas, it's been particularly violent. One person has been killed in continuous confrontations, and we know that Palestinians have set up small explosives against some of those armoured bulldozers. But since October the 7th, you can almost draw a line from the north all the way down to the south of these continuous raids taking place. There's been around 5,000 arrests and around 325 people have been killed, making it one of the deadliest years in at least 2 decades.
Laura, alongside the war that's going on in Gaza and the raids that have been going on in the West, the occupied West Bank, I'm seeing that South Africa has brought a case against Israel to the International Criminal Court, and it says it's going to hold public hearings next week. Tell us a bit more about that.
Well, it's actually the International Court of Justice. There is a difference between the two. This usually deals with disputes between countries. Now, just to give you some of the details of this filing, it is all based around genocide, a very strong word against Israel. I will just read it out. This is happening on the 11th and 12th of January. Now, South Africa says it will protect against further severe and irreparable harm to the rights of Palestinian people under the Genocide Convention. Israel is a signatory to this convention. It says to ensure Israel's compliance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention not to engage in genocide and to prevent and punish genocide. Now, this has been lambasted by both Israel and the US. Both are calling it meritless, and the court proceedings will go ahead. Israel says it will counter these claims by suing Hamas and also Iran. So when this is going to happen, we don't know. But there are many moving parts happening today. US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is coming into the region later on Thursday across the Middle East and also Israel. We also have Amos Hochstein, a top US diplomat now. He will be dealing with the issue with Hezbollah after a top Hamas official was killed on Lebanese soil, possibly provoking a much larger conflict. So there will be lots of diplomacy happening in the region in the coming hours.
Yeah, Laura, that was my mistake. It is, of course, the International Court of Justice, as you described there. We're going to be covering those hearings as they happen here on Al Jazeera. For now, Laura Khan, thank you very much indeed. As Israel continues to bombard central and southern parts of Gaza, the destruction in the hardest hit areas in the north is becoming clearer. This footage shows how Gaza City, once home to the largest number of people in the strip, has been shattered. Almost all the buildings in the neighborhood around the central Palestine square have been reduced to rubble. More than 22,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the start of the Israeli offensive on October the 7th. The Israeli army has dropped what appears to be white phosphorus in Nuseirat in central Gaza. It's a chemical often used by militaries to provide bright light ahead of attacks, as well as a smokescreen. But it can also cause severe burns, and it's forcing Palestinian families to flee from their homes. Hind Khadri has more from Nuseirat.
Not only that the Israeli forces are throwing leaflets on the people in Nuseirat, forcing them to evacuate, but they're also firing phosphorus gas bombs in different areas and in the concentrated areas, forcing people to evacuate. We have been seeing them here. More phosphorus bombs are being fired on people living in the area close to Ain Jalut buildings. Hundreds of thousands of people that evacuated from the north to here, and other people who have been already living in Nuseirat are evacuating after the Israeli forces called them to evacuate this area and asking people to go to Deir al-Balah. As you see, all of the people are rushing so fast, trying to flee under fire. We have been hearing constant and endless artillery shelling, explosions. As you see, it's a chaos. People are taking their belongings, they're taking their water tanks because they know that they won't find them anywhere. They're taking their blankets, they're taking their gas cylinders. This woman carrying her baby, trying to flee for a safe area, but at the end of the day, she knows that no way and there's no place safe. People are still evacuating day after day. More areas have been called by the Israeli forces to evacuate, and the situation is escalating. This is Hind Khadri for Al Jazeera, Nuseirat.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we're going to have all the rest of the day's news. Bangladesh's main opposition party is boycotting Sunday's general election. We're going to find out why.
The weather's largely set fair across the Middle East, but a chance of 1 or 2 showers just around the UAE, just around that eastern side of Oman. Thickening cloud here could produce a few spots of rain, and that wetter weather just nudging its way into Pakistan, into Afghanistan, pushing a little further eastwards. Brighter skies do come back in behind. Quite a brisk wind around the Gulf, cooling off in Doha, highs of around 23 degrees Celsius as we go through Friday. 1 or 2 showers over towards the Red Sea, more in the way of wetter weather a little further north, northern parts of Iraq, Syria, seeing some wet weather. In fact, across the eastern side of the Mediterranean, through Cyprus, all the way down towards Lebanon, even as far south as Gaza, we could see some wet weather over the next couple of days. That cloud and rain will ease its way up across the Caucasus, that eastern side of Turkey, increasingly turning to snow. A lot of wintry weather coming in here, but brighter skies do come back in behind. And notice for Friday, still a few showers across the Levant at that stage. Few showers, longer spells of rain nudging down towards the Straits of Gibraltar, just spilling out of Portugal, out of southern parts of Spain. And that cloud will thicken up. It'll produce some pretty heavy rainfall. We could get some heavy rain coming in, possibility of flooding for northern Morocco on Friday.
President Biden says he wants a two-state solution for Palestinians and Israelis, but does anybody believe it's doable? What does Israel's war on Gaza say about U.S. foreign policy? And what are the long-term consequences for the region and the world?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
The US is always of interest to people all around the world. People pay attention to what goes on here, and Al Jazeera is very good at bringing the news to the world from here.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Iranian leaders have vowed what they're calling a harsh response after 95 people were killed in 2 explosions. It happened during a ceremony to mark the 4th anniversary of the US assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah says Tuesday's killing of a senior Hamas official in Beirut will not go unanswered. Saleh al-Arouri was killed in the Lebanese capital along with 6 other Hamas members. 1 person's been killed and several others have been injured in Israeli army raids in Tubas and Tokarem in the occupied West Bank. The raids have been underway for more than 24 hours. And the US is calling for a global response to Red Sea attacks by Iranian-backed Houthis. The armed group is targeting commercial ships it says are linked to Israel. The United Nations Security Council held a debate about the situation on Wednesday. The US has formed a maritime coalition to protect the Red Sea shipping route.
These attacks pose grave implications for maritime security, international shipping, and commerce, and they undermine the fragile humanitarian situation in Yemen, damaging the ability of the international community to deliver assistance to more than 21 million people in need. It is vital that the Council speak, and speak now, on the need to uphold international law as well as navigational rights and freedoms. Even as we continue to demand that the Houthis stop these attacks, which are clear violations of international law, we must not overlook the root of the problem. Iran has long enabled these attacks by the Houthis. Colleagues, the threat to navigational rights and freedoms in the Red Sea is a global challenge and necessitates a global response.
Amid death and desperation in Gaza, a team of young Palestinian athletes in Rafah has managed to turn the ruins of destroyed neighborhoods into arenas for their favorite sport. Mohammed Val reports.
Their homes have been destroyed. 5 of their team members have been killed. But these young survivors of war in Rafah are undaunted. Their love for their sport defies Israel's bombs.
We've been practicing this sport for many years. We train in public places, on even ground and on sand dunes. When the war broke out, we began to train on top of the ruins of bombarded neighborhoods. It's a message to the world that our resolve to live is stronger than ever, and also to show the world the extent of the destruction caused by Israeli bombs.
The sport of parkour revolves around people using agility to turn obstacles into assets by jumping, climbing, or running. It's become popular in Gaza over the last few decades, acquiring a special symbolism as young athletes like these turn sites of destruction into obstacle courses for their sport. The Spiders team was founded in 2011. Due to the Israeli siege on Gaza, its members never had a chance to play abroad. Relying mostly on tutorials from YouTube, they've developed skills they say meet international standards.
It's a way to tell the world that nothing can stop us or force us to give up on our dream, our sport and our identity. It also helps us to release the negative energy and also as a distraction from the bad things that are happening around us.
They hope that one day they will be able to travel and represent Palestine in international competitions. and they believe their dream is inseparable from the one of freedom from occupation for Palestine itself. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other news from around the world. Troops have been deployed across Bangladesh ahead of general elections on Sunday. The army says it's there to keep the peace, but it will take action if election officials ask it to. The main opposition party is boycotting the vote after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina rejected their demand that she should resign and hand power to a neutral authority. She's running for a fourth consecutive term. Tanvir Chaudhry reports from the capital, Dhaka.
The general election in Bangladesh is just a few days away, but there are hardly any signs of mass rallies or campaigning except by the governing parties, and the people's reaction in the streets are mixed.
The government doesn't need the general masses. For the last 15 years, we have not been able to credibly cast our votes. Why is that? Don't you think we have the desire to participate in the voting process? Our votes are cast by others.
The main opposition party says millions of its members are facing a government crackdown, and more than 20,000 have been in jail since late October. There is very little enthusiasm in the street. The main opposition party and its allies are boycotting the poll, as many feel the incumbent governing party is all set to win a fourth straight term without much of a contest. The opposition's key demand is that the election be held under a caretaker administration, but the government has rejected that. The opposition alliance says it will stay on the streets until this government is ousted.
They have already executed the election process weeks ago by publicly determining the person who is going to be the member of parliament from whichever sits. This has been decided not in the ballot box, but sitting in the capital, in the office of the highest executive of the country. This is the paradox.
During her 15 years in power, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been credited with turning around the economy, and her supporters are betting on her economic success. Hasina says she wants the January 7 national election to be free, fair, and neutral.
We have secured people's right to vote through struggle and movement. They think they will be able to take those rights away and stop the election process, but they don't have that courage, nor will they succeed in doing so.
Some analysts say without the Bangladesh Nationalist Party and other opposition groups taking part, the election may not meet legal requirements, and many in the global community may question its credibility. Tanvir Chaudhry, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
2023 was a turbulent year for Latin American politics, and now voters are gearing up for another run of presidential elections. The region's been struggling with inflation, growing poverty, and increasingly divided voters, which often means fewer choices at the ballot box. From Mexico City, Julia Galliano takes a look at the upcoming polls.
Campaigns are at full throttle across Latin America ahead of presidential elections in 2024. At least 6 nations, from Uruguay to the Dominican Republic, are due to elect new leaders amid dismal regional economic growth.
The biggest challenge for Latin America in the short term is preserving democracy despite the economic and political adversities, especially as polls show disenchanted citizens support democracy less and less.
In El Salvador, an emboldened Nayib Bukele is expected to cruise to re-election as president after circumventing constitutional restrictions that forbid him from running. His supporters adore him for crushing the country's gangs, but critics say the move cements him as an autocrat. Tired of decades of violence, Salvadorans have overlooked accusations of human rights abuses in exchange for peace. Continuity is also what Mexico's ruling party is hoping for in June's election, said to be the largest in the country's history. History will be made no matter who wins here, as 2 women face each other on the ballot. Mexico's first female president, an important landmark in one of the most dangerous countries for women in the region. Further south, in Venezuela, polls suggest opposition candidate Maria Corina Machado has an overwhelming lead over President Nicolás Maduro. But few believe Maduro will relinquish power, no matter what the ballots say.
There are no democratic conditions in Venezuela for a competitive election. Basically, the ruling party will win, and that will be that.
The country remains the source of record number of migrants reaching the U.S. border. Hundreds of thousands of Latin Americans have already made their opinions clear long before the polls open by risking their lives on the journey north to the United States. But in a region still heavily affected by U.S. politics, perhaps just as influential to Latin America this year will be the race to the White House in November. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
U.S. Republicans have threatened to block government funding over a migration crisis at the southern border, which they blame on President Joe Biden. House Speaker Mike Johnson and 64 Republican representatives visited officials at Eagle Pass in Texas. The U.S. has seen a surge of migrants crossing from Mexico, with numbers breaking records every month. Heidi Jo Castro's got more from Washington, D.C.
The House Republicans that Mike Johnson led, they earlier last year passed a very strict proposal to make it much more difficult for asylum seekers to seek asylum in the U.S. Now, that bill has been pending, and in the Senate, it has not been taken up. Rather, there's been a bipartisan effort to negotiate a deal there where Ukraine funding would be coupled with funding for the border. There's still a lot of uncertainty where that legislation will end up, but what we do know for certain is that we are now in 2024, a presidential election year, and we just saw those House Republicans make this dramatic gesture by visiting the border, and they're certainly seizing on that, the border and immigration, as a point of weakness to attack Biden and other Democrats. Regardless of that, the other news of the day is Biden's Department of Justice sued the state of Texas with its Republican governor over a controversial new state law that would make crossing the border illegally a state crime, punishable by up to 20 years in prison. The federal government is saying that this law is unconstitutional because immigration and border security is in the jurisdiction of the federal government.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump's asked the Supreme Court to review a decision banning him from the Colorado primary election. The state's top court removed Trump from the Republican Party primary ballot, linking it to his role in the 2021 Capitol Hill attack. Trump's lawyers are also appealing a similar ban in the state of Maine. A U.S. court's revealed the names of several high-profile people linked to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Among them is the UK's Prince Andrew. Accusations have been made against some of those who've been named, but others have simply been referred to during legal proceedings. The names were previously blanked out in court documents in a related lawsuit. Epstein took his own life in 2019 while he was in jail ahead of a trial for sex trafficking. A transcript of communication between air traffic control and two planes that collided at Tokyo's Haneda Airport has shown that only the larger A350 Airbus was given permission to be on the runway. A Coast Guard plane was preparing for takeoff on the runway when the Airbus landed and hit the smaller aircraft, killing 5 people on board. The transcript shows the Coast Guard plane hadn't been given clearance to take off. Ukraine and Russia have exchanged hundreds of captive soldiers in their largest prisoner swap in months. Asad Beg has the latest from Kyiv.
We understand this is the largest prisoner exchange since the start of the war. Now, the previous prisoner exchange took place in August last year between Ukraine and Russia, after which, according to Ukrainian authorities here, Russia stopped the process in an alleged attempt to turn the families of prisoners of war against the Ukrainian government. Now, we understand 230 Ukrainians have been exchanged for 248 Russians. Now, amongst the Ukrainians, we understand there are members of the Border Guard, the National Guard, the Ministry of Defense, the Navy, as well as some members, some civilians. Now, President Zelensky posted on his Telegram channel referring to those Ukrainians, saying ours are home, and he thanked the soldiers on the front line, going on to say that the more Russians they take captive, the more effective it is in negotiations. Now, at least for Russia, their soldiers will be returning in time for Orthodox Christmas, which is on the 7th of January. But what it shows is that despite the heavy bombardment that we've seen here over the last few days, that negotiations can and are still taking place. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
The Bottom Line is up next on Al Jazeera, and of course you can find more information on the website aljazeera.com. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
¿Cuánto tiempo ha estado buscando esto? Tenemos una orden judicial para allanar su vivienda y subir al tercer piso. Necesitamos verificar qué es lo que tiene en el tercer piso. Lo que advertimos. Ya, esta área se queda resguardada. Esta área se queda resguardada por un efectivo. Esta área. Capitán Loaiza, su teléfono incautado. Su teléfono incautado.
Hi, I'm Steve Clements, and I have a question. After months of death and destruction in Gaza, how much room will there be for diplomacy between Palestinians and Israelis? Let's get to the bottom line. In terms of the killing of innocent civilians, Israel's war on Gaza has shocked the world and outpaced most, if not all, conflict zones in the 21st century. Worse than some of the deadliest moments of the U.S. war in Iraq and the U.S. battle against ISIS in Raqqa, Syria. Now most of the 2.3 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have been displaced, food is in limited supply, and most hospitals have been destroyed. Israel says it's responding to the attack of Hamas on Israel in October that killed hundreds of Israeli soldiers and civilians, and trying to make sure that Hamas can't wage an attack like that ever again. But is its strategy, which has the backing of its patron superpower, the United States, really working? And what happens when the fighting ends and the Palestinians and Israelis have to find a way to live together as neighbors all over again? Today we're talking with David Frum, former speechwriter and assistant to President George W. Bush, currently a writer at The Atlantic magazine, and most recently the author of Trumpocalypse, Restoring American Democracy. David, thank you so much for joining us today. Look, this is a painful and horrible subject, which we have all the eyeballs in the world are watching. October 7th, precipitated a response from Israel that brought the Israeli left and right together in response to basically eradicate Hamas. And I was caught by a tweet thread that you tweeted out that began to look at beyond the horror. What do we do when the conflict ends and there is the day after? Tell us what you think are the important features of the day after we need to think about.
I start with this in this matter as a strong supporter of Israel and a strong supporter of the U.S.-Israeli relationship. Like many American Jews, I have family on the front lines, and one of my relatives, a second cousin, is in captivity as you and I speak. He is a prisoner of Hamas and probably has been exposed to considerable abuse. So we all have a lot of heart in this story, but we also need our heads, because every war must end. Major combat operations in Gaza will end. I expect and I hope that they will end with tremendous damage to the command structure of Hamas, but that will, as you say, leave behind millions of people and mountains of rubble. How do those people survive? How do they eat? What happens next? And how do you come up with some kind of security regimen to make sure that peace is restored and that people can go about their lives? So there have been a number of ideas floated, and that's where you and I began our conversation. Could Israel reoccupy Gaza? That seems utterly unworkable. Will an international force of some kind arrive in Gaza? I don't think you're going to find many Europeans willing to do that because of the risk of being exposed to terrorist attack from whatever remains of Hamas or other kinds of successor groups. Could a confederation of Arab governments do it? Well, you know better than I how little cooperation there is between Arab governments, how much disagreement. Could the United Nations step in? Well, they have utterly discredited themselves. They have acted as fronts for Hamas through their refugee organizations. There's only one security keeper you can imagine having legitimacy and success, and that is some kind of revived Palestinian Authority. The world has to find a way for a revived and improved Palestinian Authority to re-enter Gaza and assume the responsibilities of governance there.
Now, the Palestine Authority was set up as a temporary transitional authority to move towards a two-state solution. It came as a result of the Oslo Accords.
Yeah.
There are others like Salam Fayyad, whom I've interviewed recently, who think the PA has lost its legitimacy, lost its role because of the failure to deliver, and thus you need to even go back to the precursor to that, the PLO, and find a new way to get legitimacy. So I find your suggestion really interesting, because are you saying that you can restore the Palestinian Authority and detach it from a two-state horizon?
I think sometimes, I worry in the Middle East a lot about solutionism, that you have a vision of a solution and you then judge yourself by whether you're moving toward that solution when you have an immediate problem. I'm looking at the present, not the future.
And just to our audience, you're worried about housing, water systems, you know, the even most basic necessities, which you lay out in pretty graphic detail in your tweets about really the horrors ahead.
Yes. And after previous rounds of violence between Israel and Hamas, 2014 being the most recent big one, there has been a lot of international investment to rebuild Gaza. I think people, and especially friends of the Palestinians, need to be aware that international aid is not likely to be forthcoming in the way it was before.
Because it went into tunnels.
It went into tunnels. So explain to a German taxpayer, explain to an American taxpayer, explain even to people in the Persian Gulf, how do you justify writing checks for hundreds of millions of dollars, given the history of past abuse? So there will be emergency aid, humanitarian aid, but it will be much more modest. And so there are solutions that are going to have to come from Gaza. There also are going to have to be, and I understand you've talked to John Bolton about this, there's going to have to be some kind of way that people in the Gaza Strip can exit to go find work and send remittances home. And one of the roles that Persian Gulf governments can have is that they can offer work permits to people willing to try their hands so that they can earn a living, because the aid is not going to flow the way it used to do.
Do you see an end of work permits for Palestinians in Israel? Because a lot of the transfer payments and the economic activity of both the West Bank and Gaza was tied to the Israeli economy. And it really begs the question, will Israel play a role in rebuilding Gaza?
Look, someday this has to be an economic unit. Someday it has to be possible to get on a train in Cairo and get off the train in Damascus with a stop in Jerusalem in between. And all, I mean, this area is too small for so many borders and so much antagonism. But I don't think anytime soon there's going to be a lot of movement from Gaza into Israel. That trust has been forfeited. Because even though the number of people who did the violence is finite, they do seem to have had a lot of information from people who were trusted. So the trust will be hard to restore. Maybe you can imagine some Gazans, if they check out finding work permits in the West Bank, but don't look for that border between Gaza and Israel to be reopened anytime soon. So they're going to have to find work somewhere else, because the aid isn't going to flow the way it used to do.
Where can they go?
There are going to be tremendous labor shortages in the Gulf states. Some will be able to go to Egypt. And as I said, we're talking here about remittances. We're not talking about necessarily relocating whole families. Many of the receiving governments will be reluctant. But if you say, look, here's a group of 100 working age men who are looking for a 24-month work permit so they can earn a living and send money home to their families, I hope the region, and they speak your language, I hope the region will be open to all of that. But what the place is going to look like, it's not, people are not going to have homes to go back to, or many people will not have homes to go back to, and the water systems are damaged, and the electricity grids are broken, and it will take a long time to restore them, and the resources for that will be coming from inside Gaza, not so much from the outside world anymore.
As you look at things now, and I've interviewed a lot of friends of Israel on this show, a lot of military experts, generals, General Petraeus, others who've said, Hamas, what's not understood is Hamas is not a body of individuals and people. It's an ideology, and the notion that it can be eradicated through this activity is mistaken. We even had the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying Israel risks strategic defeat in the course that is going now. So my question to you, and I know it's complicated, is Israel doing the wrong thing at this moment to achieve its objectives of undermining Hamas and creating a different picture?
I'm not a military expert of any kind. I have no idea. What I would also say is it's maybe the wrong question, because there are things that societies are going to do that are inevitable. When Hamas launched the October 7th attacks in such an atrocious way, it did so knowing that no democratic society could failed to respond in a correspondingly large way. It was inevitable that Israel would respond in this way. It was intended. There was, and there just isn't. That's how democracies react when people commit such heinous atrocities against so many of their citizens, especially targeting women and children in the way that Hamas did. What will happen, though, when the major combat operations come to an end, as they soon will, politics in Israel will begin to resume. And there
What will that look like, you think?
Well, that will look like is demands in the street for accountability for Netanyahu to depart, questions about the security establishment.
So there will be a reckoning.
There will be a reckoning, and there are going to be all kinds of other interesting shifts. Some people are going to be, one of the major things that happened inside Israel during this conflict was a surge of support for the state from Palestinian Israelis, Arab Israelis. You saw these polls that showed an interest, a rise in identification with the state. Now, some will say that was driven by fear more than loyalty, but there has certainly been no reaction within Israel of any kind of security threats from Palestinian Arabs who have Israeli passports. I know a lot of Israelis, Jews and Arabs who say, what did they get from that? Where were the demonstrations of appreciation for loyalty to the state? That's going to be a major divide. Meanwhile, there were all kinds of settlers who in Israel's, Jewish settlers in the West Bank, who in Israel's hour of need intensified conflict with their Arab neighbors as if to open up yet one more front at exactly the time when that front was least needed. So there will be disputes.
I mean, a lot of people are very, very worried about the West Bank right now, as an escalation, about settler provocations there. You and I have both been in recent meetings where I think some government officials feel confidence that that is going to somehow be controlled and reeled in by the Israeli government. But do you have that confidence? Because that's one area where I worry, what are the blind spots we're not seeing right now? Yeah. And if that conflagration were to hit the West Bank, that would be really disturbing escalation of this.
I don't see this as a prediction. You said, what does politics look like? So one of the issues in politics will be what happens to Netanyahu. One of the issues in politics will be who is to blame for this security and intelligence failure. And another issue in politics will be those who say, we owe something to the Israeli Arabs, and those who say, no, we owe protection to the settlers. And those two groups within Israeli society will argue intensely. And I think there's going to be a reckoning as well with the role of the ultra-religious. There has been an effort to pull the ultra-religious into the military. Israel's security needs after this war will be greater because Israel will now have to watch not only the north, where it always watches, not only Gaza, it will have to have an eye to other kinds of regional threats. The idea that there's this large group of people who exempt themselves from the normal responsibilities of citizenship because of their ultra-religiosity, that's going to be questioned. So you're going to have a lot of politics inside Israel. I have no idea how it will work itself out. But the idea that there is an Israel, I mean, Israel has been united in its reaction against Hamas, but there are these other questions, and there will be important debates. And one of the things that people who watch this program, one of the things that they need to bear in mind is their own agency in all of this. The signals that Israel gets from its neighbors, the signals that Israel gets from the region, will also have important effect. If we can move toward resumption of normalization with Persian Gulf countries, especially Saudi Arabia, that opens more space for a less fearful Israel to behave in ways that empower the most generous elements in Israeli society. If Israelis feel more fearful, you empower the least generous elements in Israeli society.
You don't call for a two-state solution in that case, which some are saying may be dead, some are saying is the only option. But as you think about what you just said about taking pressure off Israel, decreasing the toxicity of the moment, looking at a Saudi normalization, do you see an opportunity there?
Again, I want to warn against solutionism. I just think you need to take one step at a time. And I think all of those hopes that were felt so intensely in the 1990s, they are so much farther away than they were. But there are things that you can do today. And I would emphasize, as I did in that tweet, dignity for Arab citizens of Israel, respect, equality, and having a vision of at least there has to be someday economic integration from the river to the sea, economic integration, and beyond the river to the sea, economic integration. As for the Saudis, the Biden administration may be kidding itself on the speed at which this is happening, because the Saudis, I think, have indicated they want to play in American politics. They want to help Republicans. They want to help Donald Trump. They want to hurt Joe Biden. I find it hard to imagine that they would hand such a major diplomatic victory to President Biden in 2024. Perhaps if President Biden wins re-election and they have to deal with him in 2025, it will happen then. I would, October 7th, no October 7th, I would not have expected a breakthrough in the coming year. But the Saudis want it for their own purposes. The whole region has to be demilitarized, has to be normalized. And so long as there's animosity toward Israel, this will never be a normal region of the world. And the economic prospects the Saudis imagine, the Saudi leadership imagines, they envision economic development, social normalization within an authoritarian political context. Well, it's hard to do that. It's hard to maintain the authoritarian politics and the normal economy at a time of intense competition with your neighbors. In order to make that formula work, and it's a tough formula, you need peace.
How would Donald Trump have managed this differently, do you believe, than Joe Biden? Joe Biden is suffering in the polls in part because of antipathy among young Democrats about how he's dealing with Israel-Palestine right now, and what they see as being Joe Biden as being more pro-Israel than they're comfortable with. Yeah. Would it be ironic that Joe Biden loses the election because of that loss of support to Donald Trump over this crisis?
Donald, I don't believe that really will happen. And I think that when you look more closely at those polls, you see Biden also confronts people to his right, Democrats to his right, who say he has not done enough. And the people who are most angry at Biden about his support for Israel are those who are the least likely to vote. You know, one of the questions that they asked these young people is, did you vote in 2020? And among those who said, no, they did not vote in 2020, they are much more likely to be on the pro-Palestinian side than among those who did. So if you're a professional politician, you say, if you don't vote, I'm interested in your opinion as a fellow citizen, but
you don't matter.
You don't matter. The people who vote, they matter. How would Donald Trump have handled this? It's unpredictable. I mean, you know, Trump responds to very personal economic incentives. The Saudis have enriched his family, and since he left office, they've enriched his family even more. So I think his first call would be to them. He is very interested in some of the most reactionary elements in Israeli society. He would have listened to them. But because no one should ever feel secure about any possible response, it is very possible that Donald Trump would have done something radically unthinkable. And with Biden, I've spoken to diplomats from the region, and they have said they miss Trump because with Trump, if you paid the right people, you could have a highway to the very innermost circle, and then the president you could prevail on him. If you got him in the right mood, he might. Whereas with the Biden people, there's always all this process, there's this bureaucracy, they're very concerned with being consistent. It's very difficult to work with them. But you know what? Predictability is good.
And Biden has that.
Biden is the most predictable politician probably in the United States, if not the world.
Well, let me ask you about one of the things beginning to bruise is some states, and maybe this is a cop-out with some of the hardcore necessities you're talking about the day after in Gaza. Some states are talking about recognizing Palestinian statehood. You've got Obama officials beginning to write New York Times op-eds saying, hey, we need to recognize Palestine as a state. Does that help get us anywhere?
No. Think of yourself living on a street in Gaza. You've lost whatever home you had. There's no potable water. You're drinking water that's maybe going to make your kids sick. There's electricity unevenly fluctuating. You're terrorized by these gunmen who there are bombs going off. And the idea that somebody you've never met gets to drive to the UN in a big car with a flag on the hood. You need water. You need drinking water, and you need it right now. You need the power to be on. You need the bombs to stop going off. You need the gunmen to be sent away. And then you need to have some hope that the working age men in your family can earn some kind of living and get some kind of money to put a roof back over your head.
There are ruminations that Iran may have a breakout year next year, that it may, in fact, become a fully fledged 10th major nuclear power in the world, violating non-proliferation agreements, et cetera. But it will be there, it will be out there. as you look back at that, and part of the issue here is to what degree are we looking at a proxy conflict between different parts of the Middle East, the Iranians versus us and the Saudis, and maybe it is a mistake to look at it in that way, but it does talk about what comes next in the region and how it could get much, much worse and more complex, particularly for U.S. interests.
Well, when President Obama negotiated the agreement with Iran, I criticized it because I said the benefits to Iran are at the front of the deal, and the burdens to Iran are on the back of the deal. Who negotiated this? When President Trump then said, I want to cancel the deal, I said, you can't cancel the deal because the benefits to Iran are already paid. The problem with the deal is the thing that also makes it dangerous to cancel. The benefits are front-loaded, the obligations are back-loaded, so once the deal has been unfortunately signed, you don't want to blow it up because then you blow up your hope of getting your part of the deal, which is all in the back end. But they did blow it up, and then here we are. I think that if the Iranians take these actions, not understanding the potential for violence in 2024, that you have an Israel that has lost many inhibitions because of the October 7th attack. You have American resources that have been redirected into the region because of the October 7th attack. You have a new solidarity between the United States and Israel. For all the talk you see in the papers about criticism, my memory stretches back to '73 and even as a boy to the Six-Day War. Never has the United States given Israel as much security permission as it's given now. This war is soon going to be at the 3-month mark of intense military action, intense violence. That didn't happen in 1982 when Israel went into Lebanon after the PLO. They did not get 3 months of permission. In 1973, Israel did not get 3 months of permission. Israel has 3 months of permission, and not only from the United States, but from Great Britain and the European Union as well. Israel has never been allowed this much scope to act. And if I were the Iranians, I would take that scope extremely seriously.
And just finally, David, I'm interested in where this all goes, and I want to respect the fact that you're opposed to solutionism and grand plans, but what you've laid out for the Palestinian Authority, the responsibilities and the burdens it's going to have to govern in really a horrible postmodern situation with millions of people. Is there a way to think about this, again, to get the Palestinians to be supportive of what you're suggesting, that this may one day lead to an end to the occupation?
I look for hope to the Irish model. So the way peace arrived in Northern Ireland was that there was this intense conflict with all kinds of cultural and historic loyalties. And the Good Friday Accords created a dynamic whereby if you were a Protestant British citizen living in Northern Ireland, you could have a British passport. And if you were a Catholic British citizen living in Northern Ireland, you could have an Irish passport. If you wanted to think of yourself as British, you could. If you wanted to think of yourself as Irish, you could. And then the border between Northern and Southern Ireland went away as long as Britain remained in the European Union. And you had this moment where the identity you carry in your head and on your papers could be blurred into the identity that existed in legal reality. So I look to that, when I imagine what could the Middle East look like? I would look to a world in which the Jews were citizens of Israel, and they might live next door to somebody who is a citizen of Palestine, and maybe they voted for different mayors and different lists, but there was one economic unit that traded freely with other elements in the region. That the solution to this problem is to make the borders matter less, and to make individual identities and individual loyalties less connected to legal and sovereign structures. Putting national boundaries into the Middle East has not brought peace since the end of the Ottoman Empire. So obviously the Ottomans aren't coming back, but that kind of borderless space that existed while the Ottomans were there, that is what the Middle East is going to have to be if it's going to live in any kind of peace.
Well, writer and commentator David Frum, I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Always a pleasure to talk.
So what's the bottom line? The outrage created by the war on Gaza is going to last for generations in the Middle East and all around the world. At the same time, the Gaza Strip is going to have to be rebuilt sooner or later. After all this death and destruction wrought by Israel, has it invalidated itself from governing Gaza and the Palestinians? U.S. officials say the Palestinian Authority is, quote, the only show in town, as impotent as it may appear now. So will anyone really suddenly help create a reborn cleaned up Palestinian Authority with greater resources, power, and support from all parties, particularly the U.S., but also Israel and the Arab neighborhood. And has anyone bothered to ask the Palestinian people what they'd like to have? It still looks like there are zero alternatives out there. And that's exactly why the international community needs to focus on what can be done rather than what can't. And that's the bottom line.
It is a tenet of journalism to produce objective news coverage.
Many parts of Israeli media are effectively engaging in propaganda for genocide.
What the Israeli military was telling us does not fit in with what evidence they have so far.
And yet, on the fringes of Israeli public discourse, anti-war voices persist.
They're calling us traitors.
The Listening Post covers how the news is covered.
Watch this space for where this story goes next.
An unfinished journey that has left them broken. Gay and Balde thought they could make it to Europe, traveling from Senegal through the Sahara to the edge of the Mediterranean.
In Niger, the traffickers sold us to armed groups in Libya like slaves.
Piled in a dark cage only a meter high.
Out of the 120 people that were with us, only 17 survived.
To stop what Europeans perceive as an unstoppable flow of Africans, the EU pressured Niger into making the traffic of migrants illegal. But now the law criminalizing illegal migration is being revoked. The EU now fears a new wave of migrants.
This will cause deaths in the desert, but that will also mean more people coming to the EU.
Despite the humiliation, abuse, and suffering, Balde and Issa are willing to attempt the journey to Europe again, in search for what they hope will be a dignified life.
Slaving under the hot sun, collecting a limitless energy source, Narongchai hoses down the solar panels on his roof. For decades, the island relied on diesel, shipped in at great expense. With grants from the Australian government, the island built itself a solar grid. Now they can capture and store all the energy they need.
Thailand staked its future on fossil fuels, not renewables, with natural gas from the Gulf of Thailand and power stations burning coal shipped in from Australia.
The transition away from fossil fuels could be relatively easy in Thailand, but the government remains committed to coal and gas.
Good morning, viewers. Rise and shine with us on another exciting episode of our AM show. We have meticulously curated a captivating lineup that promises to intrigue, enlighten, and entertain. To kick things off, grab your morning brew as we delve into the headlines with our esteemed guest, lawyer Bobby Banton, for an insightful newspaper review, and we'll dissect the news that's making the waves both locally and beyond. Also, switching gears to the political arena, Wednesday Nova Political Desk joins us to unpack the latest developments surrounding the NPP parliamentary voting in certain constituencies. But wait, there's more. Brace yourselves for a star-studded segment as we sit down with Hollywood heartthrob and actor extraordinaire, now Boris Kodjo. Now, from his illustrious career to his inspiring journey, get ready for an exclusive interview with Kodjo Yankson. And of course, we wouldn't leave out sports. Stay tuned as we bring you the latest updates, scores, and highlights. Last but certainly not the least, we value your voice. As always, we'll be tuning in to your thoughts, opinions, and reactions throughout the show. So sit back, relax, and let's embark on a morning filled with engaging conversations, captivating stories, and unforgettable moments. Welcome once again to the AM show. I am Amisi Nyamije Thompson. We're back with the news.
One of my seniors went and put a bucket in the middle of the school and gave me a ladder. And he said, just fill the bucket, after that go and sleep.
Can you imagine? From where?
Wherever you pick the water from, go and pour it in the bucket.
Mean.
My daddy retired when I was just about to enter secondary school. So I had to be selling for my mother. Every holiday I'm selling in the market. So I became a darling boy to all the women in the market. My uncle took me to Harbour when I was a very young boy. One day he took me and he was taking a nap. When he came, I had gone kneeling on the back of the tub and trying to catch a fish which is moving in the water. He got frightened.
Yes,
then he took me away and I never had the opportunity to go with him again.
So can't you see, when we eating for peas, the sweat, you know that this be like, say I stay your chest. So can't you see?
Safety in my consulting room with what I'm seeing, of course, no. However, once we are mandated to give services, we have to sit under such conditions to be able to render services to less privileged. So safety, I'll say no.
You say you know the season will lose in the race, already we be the slaves.
We don't have paracetamol in our health center. So if you come, we write for you to go to the drugstore and buy. We always fill the claims, they go, they don't give us the medications. When we do the requisition, normally they give us sometimes few. The few they give us sometimes 1 week, they are finished.
Can't you see, when we eating for peas, the sweat, you know that this be like.
Never been I am. If you say Panon Dorso, until by your mama head out from. Omo de mattress to a dinner my. Me so many me buy it me to me the mattress and so. Until me jam mattress to one of my banana, yin I had form. To me, burning in an eye in that form.
Baby, you're for down. Be in the hall, be see the hall. Brother, they be for me, I'm a badaha. And I'm sorry to say, Miss Antisantimon. No one will in a while I'm here. No bread, be see the hall, or when I say rent and I want you're in a room here.
So can't you see how long they will lie before?
If we get a case that needs defibrillation, we need to just go with the manual CPR, hoping that it will be able to resuscitate the person. 2 days ago, on Saturday morning, where we lost a client that would have benefited so much from defibrillation. But unfortunately, our CPR was not good enough to resuscitate the patient. We lost him in about 30 minutes on arrival at the facility.
On a hospital, they kill is not safe. Sick people, they stay, but ground the same ground where they vomit for, even the corridor.
Let's start with the NPP. A disqualified parliamentary hopeful of the Ayahuasca West Wagon constituency, Samuel Owusu-Amankwa, has vowed to appeal the decision by the party's vetting committee after alleging that he was offered money to rescind his decision to contest incumbent MP for the area, Lydia Seyram Alasan.
I know this is a grand scheme against the youth of Ghana. This is not just against Amankwa. This is just against the youth of Ghana, because I heard somebody say that you are too young. But I tell them, look at J.A. for His Excellency. He was a minister at the age of 28. When are the youth going to rise up and then take their future in their own hands? We are taking our future in our own hands now. I was told I will be paid for everything I spent on this campaign. Gentlemen, I'm not too rich. I don't have so much money. But what we are pushing for is not money. Look, people feel the youth of Ghana are all about money. No, it's about changing the status quo, changing the future of this country, taking the future into our own hands. That's what matters. It's not about what people are going to pay to us. I didn't go into this election because of my pockets. No. In all humility, I can feed myself, my family, and those who are in need.
Now, the vetting of parliamentary candidate hopefuls of the NPP in the Greater Accra region by the close of Friday is expected to select 14 candidates to represent the party heading into the general election this year. Kenneth JC visited some centers for JoyNews.
The race for the parliament. The race for the parliamentary elections of the ruling New Patriotic Party has begun as vetting commenced today to vet the possible candidates to lead in their various constituencies heading into the December 7th elections. And here at the shelter in Teshi, big wigs and popular names and faces trooped in to be vetted by their party. Let's listen to some of them.
My chances are fantastic. My chances are fantastic because I have just the one message for the Dominic-Kwabenya delegates, that we need a united front to break the 8. We need to take breaking the 8 seriously. And they know me. They know I'm ready to serve them with humility, with love, with care, with attention and diligence.
An age of technology. Biometric is biometric. And the key I have is a biometric key. It's not a key that anybody else can just touch. So I have the biometric key. So it's a Midas touch key that no matter what you do, we can't give to anybody else.
One of the key constituencies to look out for is the Dominic-Kwabenya seat, where the incumbent MP, Sarah Adwoa-Safo, will be looking forward to being fourth-time lucky, but she faces a stiff opposition in a familiar face in the person of Mike Okwei Jr.
You know, when you're a parent and your child does something wrong, and you pick up a belt or a cane to beat up the child, and the child immediately kneels and says, "Mommy, I'm sorry," you'll be touched, and you leave the cane or the belt. It takes a woman of courage. It takes a courageous politician to accept that I've done something wrong. Forgive me. And that is what has touched the hearts of the people of Dominic-Kwabenya. And I know they still would vote me into power.
Well, I mean, we're very confident, but at the same time, we're humble to acknowledge that everything is up to God. I contested the first time in 2011. I lost. I didn't contest in 2016 because I didn't want it to look like you are chasing a seat around. I wanted to give ample time for 2 terms before I came again in 2020.
Well, over 60 parliamentary aspirants for the New Patriotic Party have been vetted in the Ashanti Regional Office. Now, one of the 5 aspirants for the Hafuano Southwest Parliamentary primaries, Opokwa Renier, has withdrawn, citing his quest to preserve the integrity of the polls in the constituency. Ashanti Regional NPP Secretary Kwame Adomapia confirmed official receipt of his withdrawal.
128 parliamentary aspirants are expected to be vetted in 2 stations in the Ashanti region. The process completes a constitutional mandate of screening aspirants before receiving the nod to begin campaign and contest the parliamentary primaries. The 4 vetting committees at the NPP Ashanti Regional Secretariat screened over 60 aspirants on the first day of the exercise. Regional Secretary Kwame Adum-Appiah confirmed the withdrawal of one from Ahafo South West constituency.
It's declared his intention in writing, and he appeared before the committee and told the committee that looking at the terrain and the tension in there, he is ready to step down so as to reduce the tension and support whoever would be elected as a candidate for the constituency. On that score, he was not part of the balloting. He served me with a copy of his intention to. He served the committee chairman, he served national, and the committee heard him. So we are waiting for the outcome, whatever the committee will deal with in relation to monies already paid. That will be the prerogative of the committee.
Loud cheers echoed from supporters of aspirants as they headed to the vetting center. Several aspirants lauded the vetting process, describing it as smooth.
The process was very smooth. We all have to understand that MPP is a democratic party. And as such, when we came, we were made to pass through the usual rules and regulations governing the primaries. I'm number 3. This is a clear indication that I'm the winner, signifying Trinity. When I came in 2017, I was able to bring on board 108 projects. I'm just throwing a challenge that when I win, I'm going to make sure that within the first year, all the 10 roads, the contractors will come on board and will make sure that the roads will be tarred.
And I believe that the party officials will qualify me to stand as an MPP parliamentary candidate in Ahafo North. Delegates will vote for Kwaku Fosu Frimpong because what I am doing in Ahafo North, I don't think, as they say, has ever happened in Ahafo North. And I believe that they know what is good for the constituency, and I have confidence that they will bring me as their parliamentary candidate to become the MP in Ahafo North.
I'm very sure that I'm going to go to, by the grace of God, that we said. I am able and competent for this job. Why am I saying this? My people want somebody who cares for them. My people have somebody who believes in people-centric, where we put the people first and our obligations become later. Over some years now, I started something called Obi Foundation, and this foundation has tremendously make an impact in the constituency. I tackle from the health sector, I tackle the education background, and even as far as creative arts. So now the constituency are yelling. They are calling that Emmanuel Osebo should come and take the mantle from Honorable Francis Adabamanu because they believe that I can do the work for the constituency.
Mr. Adum-Appiah entreated aspirants to follow the rules of the party in the internal polls. Reporting for JoyNews, Clinton Yeboah.
While still in the Ashanti region, we bring you a wrap of the process in other areas.
With a build-up to the 27th January parliamentary primaries for the governing New Patriotic Party, the next step is for aspirants to pass through the vetting process of the party. At the office of the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, supporters came along with the aspirants in a jubilant mood to throw their weight behind them as they pass through the vetting process today.
Well, this is almost like a ritual. Positions also on ballot papers is also very pivotal and critical. It forms part of the psyche of the ordinary voter. And so I am happy to announce that I was able to choose number 1 on the ballot paper. Anybody who followed the 2020 elections will tell you clearly that indeed I was number 1 on the ballot paper. And in the 2024 elections too, I have been able to choose number 1 on the ballot paper. It clearly shows that indeed, whatever that you put your mind to, you will be able to achieve it. I have no doubt in my mind that I'm going to come out victorious on the 27th of January 2024.
Oh, it was cool.
It was smooth and very peaceful. Like I said, if you know what you are doing, then you can best describe it. I'm the incumbent MP. I believe in my relationship with the delegates. I've spoken with them. I know they are going to retain me.
It looks very simple. Last 4 years I contested. I won with a difference of about 3,500. This time we are looking at increasing the vote. And now we have a new flag bearer, that is Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. So we are working in collaboration with him so that we can increase the vote. And we are sure, poised of having a slight victory in Akrofrom.
Look at the vetting process. How was it?
Oh, it was peaceful, so smooth, because I'm unopposed. The atmosphere was less tense, and it was so friendly. It was more or less like a conversation. So it went very well.
Going into 2024, the general elections this year.
We are sure of victory.
You've passed through the vetting process. The main election is on 27th of January.
How do you know whether I passed through the vetting process?
I mean, you are done with the vetting today. And so 27, how does it look like for you?
The fact that I've gone through the process doesn't mean that I'm qualified to stand. You have to go through the process and wait for the results. So I don't know what the results are going to be.
But we should be hopeful that you would qualify. How does 27...
Be hopeful that I qualify. Why should I?
From all economic history and everything, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia stands head and shoulders over John Dramani Mahama.
So 2024 is a done deal for the MPP.
2024 will be a done deal for MPP.
So this is a situation on ground here at the party office of the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, as the party holds the first day of the vetting process subsequently to the MPP's parliamentary primaries.
Let's head to the northern region, where one of the aspirants contesting for the Bimbilla slot of the party, Alhaji Ahmed Nuhu Zaruk, has called for calm within the party following yesterday's disturbances. Supporters of Alhaji Zaruk vandalized the party's constituency office after he was eliminated from the list of candidates for the vetting, which began yesterday. Not satisfied with the outcome, the supporters took to the streets in protest, but calm has since returned to the party.
Addressing a press conference in Tamale, spokesperson for Alhaji Zaruk, Alhaji Abubakar Umar, said the party has assured Alhaji Zaruk the process will be free and fair. It says the secretary, Justin Kodia, who gave him the assurance, insists the process will be fair.
He has spoken to the General Secretary of MPP, Honorable Justin K. Frimpong, and has been assured of fairness and justice in the process leading to the primaries. The regional secretary of the MPP has also called, inviting him for vetting tomorrow at 3 p.m. So please keep calm and relax. Alhaji Zaruk is very safe and calm where he is now.
Alhaji Abubakar also explained the process they had gone through earlier, filing the forms.
I want to add that I led Alhaji Zaruk to submit his nomination form to the Bimbilla Constituency Committee, Executive Committee, on Friday, the 22nd December 2023. The form was perused and accepted because all signings were done and there was nothing wrong with the form, according to the committee. I thank the youth of the constituency for their empathy. I thank the General Secretary, Honorable K. Frimpong, and the party executives, both regional and headquarters executives. I thank you, the media, and all the youth of Bimbilla constituency.
Well, former President John Dramani Mahama has threatened to hold to account officials of the current administration found to be involved in corruption. The NDC flag bearer noted in dismay how the national pride had been eroded through corruption and mismanagement of the economy. He said this in his New Year message.
We've all lived painfully through the challenges the failed Akufo-Addo administration has inflicted on us through their reckless mismanagement of the economy, poor governance, barefaced corruption, and profligate expenditure at the expense of socioeconomic and infrastructural development. As we start the journey in this new year, I'm here to offer hope to you all. I'm committed to repairing the damage done to our economy and creating a brighter future for all Ghanaians. In addition to these interventions, I am also passionate about the fight against corruption and uprooting poor governance to ensure that our resources are used responsibly and ethically. I firmly believe a transparent and accountable government is essential for building trust and confidence in our institutions. We will hold to account members of this administration who have abused the public trust by misconducting themselves in office. But more importantly, we would also allow unfettered space for the anti-corruption agencies to deal with anybody who abuses the public trust under my administration. By strengthening anti-corruption measures, promoting good governance, and upholding the rule of law, we shall create a fairer and more equitable society where everyone can thrive. We will reduce the size of government in our bid to cut down on expenditure. We will combine ministries and remove government agencies that are duplicating each other. In other words, we in government will also tighten our belts, even as we call on our people to make whatever sacrifices are necessary for our national revival.
Well, John Mahama also detailed plans to make his 24-hour economy vision viable. Central to the implementation of the policy is a prioritization of new recruits into the security service to provide protection for businesses during extended hours.
At the heart of my vision for economic revitalization is the implementation of a 24-hour economy. This innovative policy seeks to maximize productivity and efficiency by extending business hours and operations around the clock. Doing so will create a more dynamic and vibrant economy that benefits workers and businesses. A 24-hour economy will increase economic output and create well-paying jobs. It will also contribute to a more inclusive and accessible society, giving people the flexibility to work, to study, to shop, and enjoy leisure activities at any time that suits them best. The 24-hour economy will succeed because we shall provide improved security and public safety, which will require massive recruitment into the security services and private security operations. My government will provide cheaper and more reliable electricity for those participating businesses based on a time of use tariff system. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will benefit from modern smart meters calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours. Businesses that subscribe to the 24-hour economic policy will receive further tax incentives to reduce the cost of their operations and enhance their competitiveness. Financing support will be provided to strategic agro-processing factories and manufacturing companies through the Ghana Exim Bank to boost production, for import substitution, and for exports.
The Office of the Special Prosecutor says its investigation has confirmed that, in fact, an attempt was made to offer money to a section of the majority caucus of Parliament with the intention of influencing their demand on the removal of Ken Ofori-Atta as Minister of Finance. Now, Special Prosecutor Kiseja Bing, however, says his office cannot probe the alleged case. In an interview on Upfront, he revealed that they had been approached with financial inducement, but they rejected the bribery attempt. Watch this. Apologies, we are unable to bring you that soundbite, but reacting to the report, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Murtala Mohammed, says he is not surprised by the outcome of the investigation because he believes that Asante Achim MP made the allegations in haste for the fear of the minority calling them out, reason he was not able to obtain any evidence to defend the allegation. He spoke on Pulse.
Remember when he made that statement? I said he made that statement because they knew that some of us had some information that there was an attempt to bribe them. I said this on your program. So it was not to demonstrate independent mindedness. As a member of parliament in a caucus, he was making that statement to preempt the information some of us had that there was an attempted bribery of the NPP caucus in parliament. Now, if he made that statement and the office of the special prosecutor is investigating a matter, what is your beef? You remember when the statement was also made that they rejected the bribe, and also when they came out and insisted that the Minister for Finance be forced to resign or sacked. People who work on democratic governance hailed them. At that time, I had senior lecturers on the campus of University of Ghana who hailed them and said that our democracy was indeed growing bounds and leaps. Unfortunately, what they have demonstrated is once again a weakness shown by the legislative arm of our government architecture. And that for me is extremely worrying.
What would you expect from the Speaker of Parliament? The question as to whether or not a parliamentary probe should be triggered at this point, because the OSP was instructive that indeed a wealthy man attempted to bribe some of the majority members of the House. Now he's confirmed that, except to say the individuals involved would not cooperate. You have the power in Parliament to at least trigger a parliamentary probe into this, because it's casting a slur on the entire membership of the House and not just the majority side.
Must we even be going to Parliament? Is the office of the special prosecutor not having the mandate and the power to demand response from Honorable Andy Appiah Kubi and those who made those allegations? Because we are talking of corruption here. And that is where I have a little problem with the office of the special prosecutor. They refuse to cooperate. Don't they have the powers of a high court? If they do not, then I stand to be corrected. So the fact that someone is refusing to cooperate on an allegation that he himself made on national television, that ends the story. I'm a bit disappointed because bribe or attempted bribe are all crimes. Now you are unwilling to do so. I can only guess that perhaps they announced that they were not willing to, they refused to take this money, and perhaps would have gone back to take the money. Because if they didn't go back to take the money, why are they so scared? Why is he so scared to mention the name of the businessman? A businessman attempting to bribe members of parliament, a whole caucus. And you refuse it. You didn't even report that businessman to the police. You didn't do anything.
And that's how we end the news on the AM show. But we're just getting started. We'll be back with a news review with lawyer Bobby Bansi.
Hello, I know we're expecting a dirty December, but guess what? In just 2 years, the city's value to the dollar has halved. Ghana is over 90% small businesses, and SMEs are suffering. The youth is angry at unemployment and underemployment, and the gap within our societies is widening. I mean, is there even a middle class now? It feels like you're either at 10 or you're at 0, and that is not a good feeling at all. Everybody's preaching entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship. From governments to other institutions, even salaried workers are now preaching entrepreneurship. That is why you join me, Dr. Maxwell Ample, on Mondays and Thursdays on JoyNews Prime, DSTV channel 421, and also on the Joy Business Report on Joy 99.7 FM. as we understand simple nuggets to aid us navigate this global economic downturn. And we do this not as individuals, but as a people, as business people, as entrepreneurs. Let us bring out the entrepreneur in you.
How come say we all day my time inside we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we out there inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all there inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Oh. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
So welcome back, and we delve right into it and the news review segment, and we're joined on the line by lawyer Bobby Banton, who will be helping us review the news making the waves in the country. Lawyer Bobby Banton, welcome to the AM show.
Good morning,
and good morning to your viewers. And happy
Good
New
morning
Year.
and Happy New Year to you too.
Hopefully this year would bring less drama in our socio-economic and political space. So we focus on the things that matter more.
Well, we hope so, but the drama has already started, don't you think? With the OSP and...
Well, let's see how it will go. I have some views about it, but let's see.
Well, then let's start off right from it. You've seen it. What's your opinion about it?
The OSP's test report on the attempted bribery of the can you hear me?
I can. If you could reposition yourself a bit so you don't break.
Okay. Hope it's better now.
Perfect.
I read it. I read the report itself. I would want to state from my opinion, you know, the OSP is not there to persecute. He's there to prosecute in the context of his enabling act. And the OSP would conduct investigations before putting things he has evidence of or against, or evidence of them conducting or engaging in the crime that the OSP is empowered by law to prosecute. So after his investigations, if he has evidence that these persons have committed a crime and he would be able to secure it, that is what influences the OSP's decision. If you look at the reports that he has issued over time, those that he has decided to prosecute, those he has decided to drop, you'd notice that coming from the background of a criminal defense lawyer with his private practice and his chain of law, I think that he's influenced more of, if there is a 50-50% chance, I will not go for prosecution. That is how I see the spirit behind his reports. I think that he would decide to go for prosecution if him and his team, after studying the evidence they have, are convinced that there is perhaps 90 to 10% chance that he would. And so we Ghanaians generally may not be happy some of the allegations that are brought to his attention or some of the issues that he decides to investigate. I think that we should be a little bit measured with the way we attack him when he comes to his report of, I'm not holding brief for him, but I'm also looking at it from the perspective of in criminal law, in criminal prosecution, there's this golden rule that it is better to let 1,000 guilty people walk free than to convict an innocent person. And so if you have the OSP from his investigations, and I don't think that we are attempting to direct the OSP how to do his work in terms of the investigation. If we have the OSP saying, listen, I heard this member of parliament saying on national television that some persons attempted to corrupt them. I invited this member of parliament. The member of parliament refuses to give me details to enable me build a docket that I'm confident that I will procure a conviction. And I cannot, even though I have the powers, the OSP admitted that he has the powers to subpoena these persons to give evidence. But we all know in practice, if you have a witness that is supposed to be your star witness, who is refusing to give you the needed evidence that you will need, especially in criminal law, you find yourself wanting, because a multitude of suspicion in criminal law does not amount to evidence. This is not civil litigation that you say that it is on the balance of probability. In criminal law, the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt and is very high. And so if the OSP thinks that there is still some doubt as to the evidence or the allegation that this named or this person, who we don't know the name, has attempted to bribe the majority caucus and he may not be able to procure a conviction, he may exercise his discretion not to commence any criminal prosecution of that person. You see, the Attorney General's Department or the Attorney General sometimes also issues opinions that does not recommend prosecution of some matters where they think that there's no evidence, because they may not want to invest state resources to attempt a prosecution that they know may not be successful. I think that they will rather focus on the ones that they are sure there's the likelihood of conviction. If they themselves are not confident of procuring conviction, maybe they will exercise their discretion not to commence any prosecution at all. Remember, the law gives the OSP that discretion. And just like the Attorney General's Department, that sometimes in our practice issues opinions to ask police not to prosecute, or they decide not to prosecute because they do not have sufficient evidence. Unless we are trying to say that the OSP is influenced by other factors, for which reason he decides to prosecute some people and not prosecute other persons. But I do not think that we've had evidence, apart from, again, mere allegations made by certain persons in the community or the society or in the country, that the OSP is influenced by other factors. My only wish or my drawback from that report was that I was hoping that the OSP would have mentioned the name of this businessman. But the report that I read, I don't know whether you have the name, but the report that I read, the name of that businessman has been blotted out. And I asked myself, hoping himself to any liability if he had mentioned the name. After all, it's in his report. And he's not saying the person has committed the offense. He's saying that these were the allegations that were made. My investigations revealed that this is the person who made that allegation, but I do not have evidence to prosecute the person who that alleged bribery, participated or were approached with the attempted bribery, have refused to collaborate. But he did, for reasons best known to him, he did not mention the name of that person. Perhaps he was looking at maybe reputational damage. He said, okay, I say I will not prosecute. If I mention his name, have I already put him down public as being somebody who is attempted to bribe majority caucus? Will the reputational damage done to the person be one that can be reversed in any manner or by any form? So perhaps he has considered all of these things before he issued that report. So that is my appreciation of the report by the OSP.
Well, Bobby, let me put this question by Victor Aximu, who is an anti-corruption campaigner, and he's asking, can the Office of the Special Prosecutor compel the people to give the evidence? Doesn't he have the power to compel them to do so?
Like I said, he has the power to ask those people to be subpoenaed. But let me tell you, if you subpoena somebody who is not ready to talk, the person will go and stand in the dock. Every question that he is asked, he can choose to say, I don't know, I don't remember. The court cannot put words in the mouth of a witness. The OSP cannot put words in the mouth of a witness. If you subpoena the person and the person does not come, the person may be liable for contempt. If the person chooses to come, the Constitution says that we all have, or every person that cannot be forced to say anything he's not. He can refuse to say anything at all. He can. So if the person is subpoenaed, the person goes to court. Sorry. And then you ask the person a question, he said, I don't remember. I don't remember. You can only create that, or public will only see that the person is trying to hide something. But will it procure the prosecution that the OSP wants? The answer is no. And so if the person clearly says, listen, I am not ready to speak, I will not speak. If you subpoena me, I will not speak. What else can the OSP do? The OSP cannot put words in the mouth of the person. And so, yes, the OSP can subpoena the person, but the OSP cannot compel the person to say what the OSP wants that person to say. So it's akin to the situation of you can force so you if you've been in practice, then you would appreciate some of these difficulties that the OSP would have. We've had cases where persons who are willing to provide evidence, the OSP is prosecuting those cases. In this instance, the key witnesses are not willing to give me the information needed. I think that it is fair to those persons involved and the state in the long run, because you see, it is not just about, oh, prosecute. You would also have to think of the financial implications of the prosecution of the state. So if SP thinks that there are matters that he stands a higher chance of procuring conviction, maybe he exercises discretion to do that. If there are matters that he thinks that he stands a lower chance of procuring conviction, maybe he would exercise his discretion, issue the report, people to know that he actually attempted to do his work, but he's been frustrated by some of these roadblocks.
Well, Bobby, the key witness, Andy Appiah, could be in an interview with my colleague Evan Smith on PM Express sometime last 2 years, made some confessions about this businessman, attempting to bribe a majority of the MPs. Does this not hold any water in this case?
Those were statements not made in a courtroom. They were not made on oath. The Evidence Act says that evidence that must be admitted in court are evidence made on oath. So the OSP can go to court with this news reportage as the basis of this prosecution. Now, the fact that the OSP was not the person who this businessman attempted to bribe means that the OSP will only be presenting hearsay evidence because he can only present that statement made by Mr. Appiah as evidence or as a statement made by Mr. Appiah on air. But he cannot present that statement as evidence that indeed the businessman attempted to bribe the majority caucus. And so there are a lot of technical nuances in the evidence that can be provided in support of a criminal prosecution. So yes, we all heard it, but it is made outside courtroom. And if the said Appiah could be the person who made those statements outside the courtroom, decides not to repeat those statements in the courtroom, the OSP can only bring it up as you said this. Yes, but I changed my mind. I was given a wrong. Well, what can the OSP, unless we are asking the OSP to prosecute Mr. Appiah Kubina, and the Kubina, unless we are asking the OSP to prosecute him, the MPs, for maybe, I don't know what. I don't know whether the enabling act of the OSP would allow him to prosecute him for making those statements. And so there are quite technical issues arising out of the weight to be put on those kind of statements which are made outside the courtroom, and the fact that the person who made those statements is being prosecuted and has decided not to repeat those statements in a court of law in fostering a prosecution.
Well noted, Bobby. And let's move on to another topic. The flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, has been making so much noise about his 24-hour economic policy. And recently he just said that he'll be signing up for a 24-hour system which will help accomplish his vision, including, creating jobs for the youth in the security sector so that they'll be providing protection for businesses who will be launching onto this 24-hour vision. What do you make of this? I mean, for your law firm, would you like to operate a 24-hour service to benefit from this?
Listen, I don't think that it's fair to the former president to say he's making noise about this. I think that he's telling Ghanaians what his primary vision, if he's given the second opportunity to rule this country or to govern this country, would be. And day in, day out, he's giving, like lawyers would say, further and better particulars of this vision. I think that if our politics go towards this direction, where it becomes a campaign of issues and policies, it will benefit the electorate to make an informed decision. So it's not a campaign of insults or tribalism or anything that would detract from the purpose of this democratic dispensation we have. And so let's give the former president the platform to espouse his vision that he's saying. And I believe that those who would buy into it, if he's given the opportunity to become the next president in 2025, would exercise their right to sign up to this. I think that if we have somebody who says, this is what I want to do, these are the effects that I think it will have on the economy, let's listen. At least let's listen. And then if majority of Ghanaians decide to give him that opportunity, then those who would want to subscribe to it would do that. The question of whether I will subscribe to it, I think that if he's in power, then I can answer that question.
All right, let's go to the Daily Graphic now. Medical doctors, are saying that practicing medical doctors in Ghana are to use Dr. Med or Dr. Dentist, respectively, as their new designations effective this year, as in it started January 1. The reason for adding the Med and the Dent to their titles, according to the association, is to help enhance patients' rights, patient safety and quality healthcare, among others. What do you make of this decision by the Ghana Medical Association?
Well, so that they differentiate perhaps from the book doctors and doctors that are awarded or conferred on for other reasons apart from exhibiting some form of academic genuity or astuteness. I don't know whether it would have the impact that they are seeking to have, apart from what I have said. But let's see, if it's their right, it's their right. Like lawyers are allowed to write ESQ at the end of their name. If doctors think that they are entitled to that as well, let them use it. At the end of the day, what we are looking for is them providing the services that will benefit Ghanaians. So I really not bothered what name they choose to call themselves. If you add Med or DNT to your name, and I think in a lot of developed countries, even those titles are really not used. They are not required. I personally do not see any additional value that it will bring to you if you do not perform the services to the best of your ability, the services that name that you want to, or that title you want to add to your name is saying that you should perform. And so if they